Chapter 1 The beginning is a nuclear super run. Li Ang felt very sad. He was a worker in an auto repair shop when the tire exploded for no apparent reason. With a loud noise, the body flew up involuntarily, and then fell into a coma. When I woke up again, I was already lying in an unfamiliar garage. Damaged tire. Rusty screw. Oily wrench. A mess of repair tools. Lost all over the place. The house is made of wood and the walls are covered with tools for repairing the car. He slowly sat up from the ground with a strange expression on his face. This is where? How did you get here out of nowhere? The second monk Li Ang was puzzled. Welcome to the world of passion and speed. A strange voice echoed in his mind. Who? Li Ang was alert, looking left and right. But no one was around, and there was only himself in the room. I am a super-modified system, which exists in your brain and can be understood as a biological chip. How did you get into my head? Li Ang was shocked. He was obviously killed by a tire, and it stands to reason that he is dead now. How can you live well? He touched his body, and there was no pain or wound. Not at all like an injured person. And I can feel the bones, pinched the flesh, and feel pain, proving that I am not a ghost. Does that mean he was reborn? And also crossed? Yes, it is I who resurrected you and traveled to the world of passion and speed. The super change system said bluntly. As it means, Li Ang is dead. In the original world was blown up by tires. It was it that resurrected Li Ang and brought it into this world. Li Ang was stunned and sighed silently. I don't think I can do anything. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. The system suddenly turned into an overbearing president mode. You have the potential of a car god, and you are activating. Li Ang's eyelids suddenly became heavy, as if he hadn't slept for 2 or 3 days. I was exhausted and couldn't get up at all. Head groggy. This state lasted for more than a minute. When it came back to normal again, he looked at his hands in disbelief. He seems to have become a car god, and he knows all the structures of the car like the back of his hand. What brand of engine, what shortcomings, clear. Change and build a car at your fingertips. Racing skills are more pediatric. He has really changed. Congratulations on activating the bloodline of the car god and getting a novice spree, level +1. A nuclear-powered supercar. As soon as the voice fell, there was a super cool sports car in the middle of the garage. I saw that the body was made of titanium alloy and carbon fiber, and it was silver gray. Luxurious and domineering, the lines are like wild beasts. The door is a unique design raised backwards, which has more personality than the traditional scissor door. The LED headlights are inlaid with hundreds of large diamonds, and the seats are sewn with gold thread. So cool. This is. Li Ang was excited, opened the car door involuntarily and sat in. The steering wheel is a fighter jet design with wings on both sides. Just sitting in the driver's seat, the instruments in the car were gradually turned on, making a humming mechanical sound. Behind the steering wheel is a split display that shows information about speed, power, and temperature, tire pressure, and more. Reach out and click. You can also change the style. From the future sci-fi style to the mechanical style of Transformers. Clicking again is a young and fresh style. The center console rose slowly, and the large screen of the center console spanned 50 inches across the helm. The shift lever is changed to screen control. There are several gears S, D, N, R, and P, which can be switched arbitrarily with a single click. If you are not used to automatic transmission, there is also manual control mode. Full of cool. Cool. Li Ang's eyes lit up, and he fell in love with this car at first sight. This is a vehicle using nuclear power, with a top speed of 700 km per hour and unlimited battery life. The maximum speed of high-speed rail is not more than 500 km per hour. Even the speed of the plane is between 700 km per hour and 1000 km per hour. And this car has reached 700 km. As fast as an airplane. Cool. Li Ang was excited. Compared with other racing cars and supercars, this car is a missile. Hundreds of streets away from them, no one can catch up. The coolest thing is that this car uses a nuclear fusion engine. Perfectly solve the problem of nuclear radiation and nuclear waste. As long as you add nuclear fuel once, you can have unlimited battery life. From driving to scrapping, there is no need to add a second fuel. Cool. This system comes with its own mall. In addition to the engine, you can also buy Genjin car body, anti-gravity tires, ultra-intelligent vehicle system, etc. As long as you have money, you can buy it. Nuclear power is just the beginning. There are various benefits and modifications in the back. Fulfill all men's fantasies about super running. Open the mall and have a look. Li Ang was short of breath. Soon I opened the blue panel in my mind. From the chassis to the body, from the headlights to the screws, all materials are available. But the price is quite high. For example, it takes 1 million to replace the chassis of the car, which is normal. The best performance car chassis needs about 100 million. If you have enough money, you can buy a new car directly. The price starts at 100 million yuan, and the top configuration exceeds 1 billion yuan. Where do I have so much money? Li Ang wailed. Don't worry, the host, this system will issue tasks, and you can get a lot of money after completing the tasks. The system opened the door of dawn. Seems not bad. Asterisk. Chapter 2 The Silver Thug. If it is honestly making money, it will definitely be less than 100 million. But if the system publishes tasks, the reward money is very considerable. Completing the task, in addition to getting money, you will also get level rewards, as well as the possibility of getting top accessories. Rank, what is that? Li Ang asked curiously. Open the property sheet. The system is no nonsense. The picture of the shopping mall in the mind disappeared, replaced by the attribute version. Name, Li Ang. Grade 1. Strength plus 115. Speed plus 110. Marksmanship plus 104. Fighting plus 102. There are hundreds of items, covering everything from physical fitness to health, even more detailed than physical examinations. Every time you complete a task, you will be promoted by at least one level. Each level increases all attributes by 100. Giving a novice gift pack level reward, plus 100 for all attributes. Soon all the properties of the property panel will jump 100. The level also becomes level 1. As long as he reaches level 10, he can walk sideways in this world. 100 hits of a sharpshooter. Comparable to the speed of a car. The power to carry armored vehicles with your bare hands. In the eyes of human beings, inconceivable things, he can easily do. 10 tasks are not easy. Li Ang was eager to try, but the restlessness in his heart could not be restrained. Give me the task. He couldn't wait. Posting a mission, please go to the designated location to hijack the truck and tow the container away. There are more positioning points on the central control navigation, which is only more than 100 kilometers away from here. Li Ang's eyes lit up. Isn't this the big truck that started with passion and speed? The road is sparsely populated and wide. Unbridled hurricane. Passionate. Switch to manual transmission mode. Li Ang stepped on the accelerator, the car's engine idling, making a beast-like roar. The center console raises the manual transmission lever. Holding the familiar and patterned joystick, Li Ang shouted excitedly, shifting the clutch and stepping on the accelerator in one go. Silver Thug. He named the car. The sports car burst into a peerless style, roaring out of the garage. It will be like a thug, smashing everything in front of you. Yoa! The 700 km speed ran wild, like silver lightning, with a strong hurricane, madly running into the distance. When passing by the surrounding villages, people were taken aback. I didn't even see a shadow, just a flash of silver, almost to the extreme. No one reacted. What happened just now? So fast. Is the tire on the ground a car? How is it possible? How can there be such a fast car? The villagers were shocked, looking at the tire marks, and their mood was shaken. In corners, black marks from the friction of the wheels are left. It was also accompanied by a puff of green smoke that didn't have time to dissipate. The problem is that he didn't slow down at this turn. No deceleration, purely by drifting around the corner. Racer? The villagers trembled in their hearts, with a radius of hundreds of miles, who could drift so smoothly? In this small village, there actually lives a car god? So surprising! Li Ang ignored the group of rural people who had never seen the world and galloped on the highway excitedly. After being activated by the system to activate the blood of the god of the car, these roads are not a problem. Flick and drift easily to find the most precise route. No need to slow down the whole time. The car became a part of his body, downshifting and upshifting, stepping on the accelerator, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger. The speed is properly 700 kilometers, and the full speed is hurricane. Don't worry about fuel consumption at all, cool. Follow the navigation and gallop all the way, and soon see the target. In front there is a large truck with containers full of items. And behind the big truck, followed by 3 Hennessy F5 supercars. This supercar is powered by a 7.4L twin-turbo V8 engine. The top speed is 480 km per hour. The maximum power reached an astonishing 1600 PS. Peak torque up to 1762 Nm. The chassis is equipped with a cool yellow light, full of lines. The 3 cars separated at the same time, 1 car went to the front of the truck, and the 2 cars were clamped on the left and the right. Suddenly, the cars on both sides shot hook guns, pierced the steel outer skin of the container, and successfully hooked the container. Haha, it's so easy. $5 million worth of goods is on the way. A group of spicy chickens, we are invincible. Open a bottle of champagne tonight. Cheers came from inside the car, all of them being men's voices. They applaud and celebrate, as usual, hooking the cargo box means success. The man sitting in the driver's seat is called Dominic, with a bright bald head, and his muscles seem to explode. Unbelievably strong. Get ready, don't let your guard down. He pulled a gun from his pocket and pointed it at the cab of the opposite truck driver. The truck driver was a middle-aged man. Seeing that he was held by 3 vehicles, he felt bad for a long time. Now that I see the gun again, I am so frightened that I can't see my soul, and I slam on the brakes. The tires rubbed the ground, making a sizzling sound. A puff of smoke rose. Got it. Dominic was overjoyed and braked slowly. Just as he was about to open the door, he said that there was a terrifying engine sound behind him. Like a golden dragon, it rose into the air, claws and claws, roaring and rushing towards here. This voice. Dominic was shocked. With his knowledge of cars, this engine sound definitely does not belong to any car. What kind of engine is this? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Shocking Appearance. Ordinary engine sound, the sound is a kind of heavy feeling, forming a roar. The more expensive the sports car, the louder the roar. But this time the sound was different, something Dominic had never heard before. This sound is so passionate and explosive that it bursts. Want to tear and destroy everything, no one can stop it. Fake, what is it? My soul is trembling. It seems that something extraordinary is coming. Damn, boss, should we get out of the car and stop him? The people in the car were noisy, panic and uneasy. They are bikers and are naturally very familiar with vehicles. What kind of engine has what kind of sound, can be described as clear. But they swore that no voice would frighten them the way they do today. It's the sound of a car, but it's not a car. It has to be described as an airplane with a car casing. That's right, this car has an airplane engine. As the leader of the speeding party, Dominic has always had a relaxed expression, driving without caring about anyone. Today is different. He looked at the rearview mirror solemnly. No matter what comes, it's definitely not a friend. The operation was absolutely hidden, even by the people who acted. It was only before departure. And all the mobile phones were confiscated, and the communicator in the car was used. It would be hell if people could still be notified ahead of time. Could it be passing by? Vince said. He's a rough guy with a full beard and looks extraordinarily mature. Like a person who often hangs out in bars and streets, he has a rough personality. He is a good friend of Dominica and has known each other since childhood. Dominic put his trust in him. Passing by will not be arrogant, and there is only the sound of a car, it can't be racing. Dominic's tone was deep. The implication is that this car is coming for them. Coming. I saw in the rearview mirror, the headlights were on, and the speed was unbelievable. Like a bolt of lightning, it swooped down the road. Even the wind will fall behind it. FK, this speed. So fast. What car is this? It's coming in the blink of an eye. The bikers were shocked, their mouths couldn't close. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Never seen a car so fast. It can carry a powerful hurricane when it takes off. Seeing that it was about to arrive, a steel chain gun was shot from the tail of the silver mob. Straight through the truck container. A burst of fire broke out. Then the silver thugs flicked their tails beautifully at the last turn. The beast roars incessantly. Dominic swore it was the coolest engine sound he had ever heard in his life. Li Ang switched gears in the car, operated with a single operation, and stepped on the accelerator when exiting the corner. Rumbling. The 8 exhaust pipes at the rear of the car burst into blue flames, and the powerful power is endless. The speed of the thugs increased again, and the speed of the vehicle was quickly pushed to the peak. Lightning rushed through the convoy. No, cut the hook rope. Dominic roared in shock, but it was too late. The nuclear engine equipped by the thugs is superior in power. I saw the huge container being ripped off the car in an instant and swung wildly. Dominic's car was just lightly touched by the container and was immediately swept away more than 10 meters away. The vehicle rolled on the ground 5 or 6 times, the glass was all shattered, and the hood and doors were all deformed. The car on the other side was hit and turned into a discus. The people inside will surely die. The car in front collided with the rear and flew out 20 to 30 meters away. Similarly, the glass was broken, the tail was completely deformed, and the life and death inside were unknown. What a violent thug! Li Ang looked at the situation of the vehicle behind from the rear-view mirror, and was very happy. Easily overturn them. As expected of a nuclear-powered car, it is comparable to an aircraft carrier on land. Towing containers is a no-brainer. But dragging the container to run wild is always inconvenient. Dangerous things aside, it is easy to arouse the vigilance of relevant departments. System, is there any way to dispose of the cargo in the container? It's better to sell the kind silently. Li Ang just asked casually and didn't hold out much hope. I didn't expect the system to have a solution. The cargo in the container is a laptop computer, some of which have been damaged, and the total value after exchange is 5 million. Would you like to exchange? Exchange? Exchange immediately. Li Ang was delighted. When it fell to the ground just now, it suffered a huge impact. Notebooks are delicate electronic products, and slight bumps may cause damage. If it weren't for the shock-proof measures inside, the loss would be even greater. As Li Ang shouted, the container cargo was suddenly empty. At the same time, the system automatically cut off the steel chain, preventing the thugs from dragging the container to run wild. The restraint was freed, and the speed of the mob suddenly increased. It turned into a silver lightning again and disappeared on the horizon. Dominic, Vince, and others behind them climbed out of the car with difficulty. There was still blood on his forehead. But at this moment, they didn't care about the injury and looked at the horizon in shock. That's the direction the silver mob disappeared. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that there would be such a fast car in this world. What the hell did we encounter? Dominic murmured. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Dominia was shocked. He touched his bald head with disbelief in his eyes. He has driven street racing for so many years and won the king of street racing, but he has never seen such a powerful car. The sound alone is uplifting, let alone the person driving it. Under such extreme speed, without slowing down when cornering, the driving skills are absolutely terrifying. Such a person cannot be silent. Vince, do we have any suspicious drivers there? Dominic turned his head and asked. Vince shook his head. No, it's all the original people. Even the new ones don't have such skills. Vince has been with Dominic for so long, but his eyesight is still there. The speed of this car at least exceeded 500 kilometers. And there is no braking on the corner, which is impossible for Dominica to replace such technology. He is the king of street racing. What even Dominic can't do shows how sensational it is. Dominic was silent, his eyes uncertain. The sudden appearance of the opponent, deliberately to disrupt their plans. Obviously it's for them. If you don't want to steal the goods, and dump them on the roadside, are you going to give them a run for your money? I grabbed the meat from the tiger's mouth, but threw the meat again, and gave the tiger a middle finger. This is absolutely the most contemptuous provocation. Vince, you go and rescue everyone out, I'll look at the goods. Dominic ordered. He picked up an iron rod, trotted to the container, and skillfully unlocked the container. When the iron door slowly opened, Dominic's eyes were dull and completely stupid. The container was empty, not even a single screw. They tried so hard to rob, but they got an empty car? With so many people dead, you can't get a penny? Fake. Dominic cursed angrily. Never encountered such a bizarre situation. First came the appearance of the lightning car, followed by the disappearance of the cargo. There are all kinds of weirdness in it. He had previously received news that the car was full of cargo. I didn't expect to receive fake information. Dominic is going to be mad. Ha ha ha, yo-ha. Liang laughed, feeling refreshed. It hasn't been so cool for a long time, the blood is boiling. The silver thug seemed to melt into his body and ran extremely smoothly. Especially grabbing their goods and getting 5 million in exchange is the coolest. Getting rich overnight, Liang would laugh out loud in his dreams. Go back. Liang gave an order. The thug's central control screen automatically navigates and plans the route. Just in front of the village road, turn in to go home. In the old and American countries, electronic surveillance is relatively rare. Especially village-level highways, there is no electronic monitoring. Speeding and overloading are commonplace. There is no need to worry about being photographed by electronic surveillance, and then deducting points and the like. Non-existent. With excitement in his eyes, Liang stepped up the accelerator, and the thugs let out a manic roar. The speed increased again, and even the camera could not capture its car image. Seeing approaching the entrance of the village, Liang turned the steering wheel a little when the distance was right. At high speeds, a slight change in direction can turn into drift. Immediately, the car roared, and the steamship rubbed with smoke. The thugs flicked their tails beautifully and smoothly entered the target road. The whole process was smooth, no hitches, and the perfect route was chosen. If this manipulation were filmed, it would be absolutely breathtaking. Absolutely not many people can do this level. The thugs roared and followed the navigation route to their destination. Normally, this journey takes 2 hours. The perfect combination of Liang and silver thugs, done in less than 25 minutes. Faster than taking the high-speed train. Cool. Liang exclaimed happily after getting off the bus. He opened a bottle of beer with his bare hands and drank it. His blood was boiling all over his body, and he could not wait to run around the old beauty. Congratulations on completing the task, getting a level reward, plus 100 for all attributes. The rewards of the system are down. Physical attributes kept beating, strength, speed, skill, marksmanship, etc., all skyrocketed by 100. The original properties are poor, which is equivalent to a surge of more than 20 times. Really happy. At this moment, Li Ang's body was bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like an inflated balloon, the body expands a little bit, the muscles are solid, and finally it's as strong as Dominic. The pectoral muscles are perfect, the 8-pack abs are obvious, and the arms are as thick as trees. Li Ang watched his body change in surprise. Take a look at the pants again, the bottom has become bigger and thicker. Feel comfortable. Try doing a double flip in the air, and then kick. Crack, the planks of the wall were all knocked out by him. But Li Ang didn't feel anything, as if he kicked a piece of paper. Cool. Ha ha ha, happy. Li Ang was pleasantly surprised. Now let him go back to the original world, he doesn't want to go back. How can it be so cool to go back? Congratulations on getting 5 million in funding, do you need to replace quantum tires? Quantum tire, what is that? Li Ang's eyes lit up, and he knew it was a good thing just by hearing the name. The tire is made of quantum material, which has the characteristics of never wearing out, never repairing the tire, and never exploding. This is a tire from futuristic technology. When the tire is punctured by a sharp object, find the puncture hole and pull out the sharp object. After pulling it out, you can continue on the road after confirming that there is no air leakage, without tire repair and dynamic balancing. Because it is a quantum material, it does not need to be inflated, and even if it encounters potholes, it will not be bumpy. Can buffer most of the impact. Good stuff. Li Ang's eyes lit up. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The Speed of Terror. Anyone who has played racing knows that tires are an important component that wears very badly. The more violent the driving, the greater the loss. Like Li Ang just played like this, the brand new tires are mostly worn out. If it weren't for the cool weather at night, the road wouldn't be so hot. The tires had already melted and were damaged even more. If there is a tire made of this quantum material, it is definitely a weapon. Ran all over America without the slightest breakage. No need to refuel, no need to change tires, who is still the opponent? Li Ang was short of breath, his eyes were shining, and his voice was excited. How much does it cost to replace the tire? He remembered that everything in the mall was charged, and it was very expensive. This quantum tire is definitely not cheap. It would be embarrassing if you can't buy it for 5 million. Soon the system dispelled his doubts and opened the tire information. The price is 1.25 million per tire, and if you buy 4 tires, you will get a discount, with a discount of 1 million, and only 4 million yuan. What a surprise! Li Ang did not expect there to be a surprise. Buy 4 and get a discount, a full $1 million. You can buy a big name coupe in reality. This is good, put it on for me quickly. Li Ang couldn't wait to urge. Money left in an account without spending it is simply a waste. And there's $1 million remaining. Enough for him to splurge for a while. Anyway, he has technology, and he is afraid of starvation? Whether he wants money or not depends purely on his mood. 4 million was successfully debited from the account, and the goods are being shipped. The thugs parked in the garage lit up with a silvery white light, especially a tire, which was as bright as the sun. Dazzling, deformed, upgraded from 18-inch tires to 21-inch tires. Wilder, more powerful, and more violent. If it was a slender gentleman before, the car at the moment is a thug who ripped off his suit. Barbaric muscles are exposed, and the whole body exudes a sense of strength. In front of it, there is no road that cannot be crossed. After the replacement, the tire will never wear out, please use it with confidence. No matter how much you drift in the future, you don't need to worry about the tires, or check the condition of the tires. Just dash forward. Ha ha ha, okay. Li Ang laughed heartily. Little by little, all the vehicles have been modified, from start to finish. I don't know how terrifying the performance of the last car will be. Hey, can I sell this car? Li Ang thought carefully. Such a good car, if it can be sold, can definitely cause a great sensation. If it can sell 100 million, it can be replaced by a new car. Can be sold, but the total account balance is deducted 50% of the fee. If the account balance is less than 100 million after the deduction, and there are no other system vehicles, it will be regarded as a failure and will be erased. The system issued a stern warning. 50% is still deducted by the system, not taxable. If you hand it over to an auction house for auction, you must pay a variety of heavy taxes and commissions. Layer upon layer of exploitation, 200 million may end up with 120 million. If the system deducts another 50%, it will definitely not reach the goal. So the best way is to sell it after owning the second car. The money obtained is used to modify the new car. Unless you can sell it for 500 million, don't auction it lightly. But how many people are willing to spend 500 million to buy a car? Very few. Li Ang thought about it and figured it out. Okay, I understand. He nodded knowingly. The system arranged for him to come, which must be related to the racing car. All the cars were sold by him, and he was playing balls. Must be kicked out, find someone else to come over. With such a good chance to be reborn, how could Li Ang give up? Nodding and agreeing to the conditions of the system. The next day, Li Ang woke up from the bed. After washing up, he took a bowl and poured himself some wheat hoops. This is a kind of food processed from 5 grains. Pour some white milk into it and eat it. Li Ang regrets that there is no such rich breakfast in Daxia. He picked up the bowl, turned on the TV, sat on the chair and ate. Last night, there was a tragic car accident in the suburbs. The content on the TV immediately attracted Li Ang. He raised his head and stared at the TV curiously. Last night a large truck was hijacked and the container overturned, resulting in a serious accident with 3 vehicles. Then the screen switched, and the scene was a mess. One of the cars was smashed into pieces of iron and the people inside died. The other 2 vehicles were badly damaged and empty. The huge container fell in the distance, leaving a frightening trail of dragging on the scene. The accident center was even more terrifying, with several large gaps in the asphalt. You can imagine how tragic it was. It was measured over 20 kilometers from truck to container. Li Ang was stunned and stopped eating breakfast. He didn't even think that he would run 20 kilometers in less than 2 minutes. Is this too fast? In the past, the maximum speed was 200 kilometers per hour. Converted per minute, you can run up to 6 kilometers in 2 minutes. Now actually run 20 kilometers away? If this is known, it will not go crazy. Asterisk. Chapter 6 New Tasks. No one will believe that a car can run 20 kilometers in 2 minutes. The car is not a high-speed rail, and it is easy to lose control at this speed. If you turn the steering wheel a little, you may roll over and the car will crash. In their knowledge, no one has controlled the speed of more than 300 kilometers on a curve. What's more, a 20-kilometer road has more than one curve. So the American police at the scene were puzzled, from the time after the accident to the time when the container was dropped. In the end, what happened? Why throw away the container halfway? Judging from the traces at the scene, the container should be full. Why is the container empty in the end? Randomly thrown in the middle of the road like rubbish. All kinds of questions left the US police confused. They always felt that there were some key clues in it that they didn't understand clearly. After the reporter's interview, the US police were also ambiguous about these issues. To prevaricate reporters with subject to the final findings, There is no electronic surveillance on the road and no police officers on duty. It is very difficult to restore the past. Liang laughed happily, letting them break their heads. It is also impossible to think of his own speed of 700 kilometers. Even if they guessed, they would only deny it. They dared not support such a crazy idea until they saw it with their own eyes. There was no news about the interview, so the reporter went to interview the medical staff again. How about the casualties at the scene? All 4 people in the car were killed, and the bodies were illegible. What about the other vehicles? Bloodstains were found at the scene, and the injured apparently left on their own and sought medical attention on their own. It was overturned after being wiped by the container, not to mention the frontal hit. There is absolutely no chance of survival. The 4 of them are already cool. Liang felt no guilt in his heart, no fluctuations. Although the deaths of these people were caused by him alone, in doing this, one must have the consciousness of death. This kind of thing goes against the law and will happen sooner or later. As for the few people who are still alive, I don't know if they will find them later. Liang felt that he didn't need to worry too much, as he was almost 300 kilometers away from the incident. Equivalent to going from one state to another. It would be strange to find such a wide range. Liang whistled and packed all the plates and the like. Just finished all the work, the system pops up the task again. Ding dong, a new task is being released. Please start a car repair shop, receive the first order of business, reward, level up by 1 level, all attributes plus 100, extra super glass. Hey? What is super glass? Liang became interested. Every time something new appears in the system, it arouses curiosity and always makes people ticklish. It doesn't matter whether the car is repaired or not, the most important thing is that the reward should be decent. If the reward is rich enough, let alone repairing the car, Liang will do it even if it is set on fire and robbery. It's not that they haven't done it anyway. So Liang has a strong interest in super glass. This is a new type of damage-tolerant metallic glass, which is super malleable and can resist huge impacts, which can only bend it, not shatter it. This is super glass. Glass that is tougher than bulletproof glass. At a speed of 700 km per hour, a slight collision will generate a huge amount of energy. When this energy is transmitted to the body, no matter how hard the bulletproof glass is, it will not be able to withstand it. Hence the cobweb crack. But super glass is different. Even if it is a head-on collision, the glass will not have a half-line crack. Definitely a perfect match for suit thugs. With this glass, Liang doesn't have to be afraid if he is hunted down. At the same time, he is also curious, how much does this glass sell for in the mall? Can't help but open the shopping mall interface and search for super glass. When I saw the price, I couldn't help but take a breath. 10 million yuan. I thought it was worth tens of thousands of dollars at most. It sold for 10 million? Liang felt a little confused in his head. I want this glass. Then he was ecstatic. Continuing to complete the quest, it's possible to elevate the silver thug to the top of the pack without breaking a sweat. Saving hundreds of millions of dollars is really big. It's easy to open a business, just open the maintenance warehouse door and hang a business sign. But it is very difficult to have guests coming. He lives in a small town, and the location is remote. Laomei has a small population, and even fewer people come to this remote town. Don't know if there is any business today? Liang shook his head, went to open the garage door, and turned on the business light. Then he took out a bottle of beer, and with a thumbs up, the beer lid was lifted. The power has been increased by 200, and the small lid is not a problem. Handsome. A woman's voice came. Liang paused and looked up. I don't know when, in front of the repair shop, a red convertible sports car was parked. Liang looked at the brand, it was a Porsche 718. It is equipped with a 2.5T horizontally opposed engine that can burst out 360 horsepower. When you step on the accelerator pedal, you can usher in the desired pushback feeling. But the Porsche's acceleration pushback is not as rough and violent as the Audi R's. Judging from the sense of acceleration alone, the roughness of the Audi R's has the feeling that it will devour and tear you apart. Porsche is more delicate and compact, with an ultra-low center of gravity and a sports car-like design, so that the posture of the 718 in the corners can be perfect, and there is no roll. Your car is fine. This is not what Li Ang said, but the beauty opposite. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Competing with Beauty. The girl in front of her was tall and tall, wearing a pair of red high-heeled shoes to bring out her outstanding temperament. A woman who can afford a Porsche 718 has a lot of money. They either have money in their own family, or they are models, or they are actors. These careers are the quickest to make money and bring fame. With such a good figure, she should be a model, or someone who was born as a model. The appearance is not bad. Excellent. Li Ang accepted her compliment calmly. It's called a silver thug, and it has a very short temper. Like such a gentle Porsche 718, I can't control it. The Porsche 718 is for women because it feels extra gentle to drive. The silver mob is different, its fury will tear the soul of the driver. If you can't handle this car, you're going to be swallowed by this car after all. The end result will only be a car crash. The beauty smiled, her bright lipstick blooming beautifully. My name is Elena. She raised her chin slightly, showing a proud look. You are wrong about one thing. I am also a race car driver. There is no car that I can't drive. None of you men are my opponents. Elena looks like a gentle lady, but she also has a wild side. Actually, she is not a model. Not a star, but an American police officer, and an excellent police officer. Proficient driving skills are the basic skills, but also to master fighting and precise marksmanship. The man who raced with her had never beaten her. I'm an expert when it comes to racing. Elena was very proud. She also has more than a dozen sports cars in her garage, all for street racing. Or if you need to attend on a certain day, you can open it directly. The top speed is faster than a police car. I also won the king of street racing in Jijinshan. You still think I can't control it? Elena looked contemptuous. Li Ang laughed, raised his head and gulped down the wine in his hand, and threw the wine bottle aside. The woman in front of her was rather interesting. She looks like a rich woman who doesn't know anything, but she didn't expect to have such a good skill. But it's useless to say more. How about a match? Li Ang narrowed his eyes. We have a match. If I win, you can make $1 million modification for me. $1 million refit? Elena was stunned. What kind of modification would be worth millions? Can you buy a new car? What if you lose? I'll pay you 1 million. Li Ang was extremely confident. Although it is said that everyone is very confident in their skills before the game. But this time is different. Li Ang has an extremely defiant silver thug. As long as the boat is not overturned in the gutter, there is no suspense in this game. Elena pouted contemptuously. Before the game, every man thought she was easy to bully. Can't the Porsche 718 have a wild side? People with this mentality will lose to her in the end. This man in front of him is definitely no exception. Can you get $1 million? Elena looked suspicious. This repair shop is so dilapidated. If it really had 1 million, it would have been renovated long ago. Being able to get 100,000 yuan is already the limit in Elena's eyes. Even pretending to have no money is more contempt in Elena's eyes. I still have 1 million, but I don't know if you dare to compare. Forget it, after all, she is a woman, I understand. Li Ang half smiled. This remark made Elena very angry. This is obviously contempt for her poor driving skills. How can she bear it? Okay, I'll compare with you. Elena looked at Li Ang angrily. Be sure to let this man take a good look at her strength. Li Ang got her hooked with just a few words, and couldn't help showing a triumphant smile. 1,000,000 orders are about to arrive. Boom boom boom. The red Porsche closed the hood again and let out the roar of the engine. It sounds passionate and ready to go. Once the race officially begins, the Porsche will catapult to start, and braking 104 seconds is not a myth. And the Silver Thug isn't a fuel-efficient lamp either. Li Ang stepped on the accelerator, the engine was idling, and there was a terrifying sound. With wild energy, it hit Elena's eardrums. This is... Elena's face changed wildly. This is definitely not the sound of an ordinary engine. From the sound alone, the opposite vehicle is no longer a vehicle, but a steel beast in the skin of a vehicle. The voice of the Silver Thugs has completely covered the voice of her Porsche. The game has not even started, and it has already lost a lot. The outcome of this game is beginning to hang. But Elena was not discouraged, and instead ignited a raging war. She wanted to see how violent the Silver Thugs on the opposite side were. The total distance from here to the city entrance is 180 kilometers. We take the traffic lights at the entrance as the criterion. Whoever arrives first wins, no problem, right? Li Ang set the rules. Now they are a remote town. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 2 hours to get to the city. Of course, this is the case of maintaining a speed of 100 km per hour. For racers, this time is much shorter. Elena was very familiar with the place, and she nodded her understanding. The two then raised the windows of the car. Directly ahead is a traffic light. As long as the green light is on, the game starts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Duck. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Making a Sensation. Elena stepped on the accelerator wildly, the Porsche ejected and started, and the initial speed broke 40 in 1 second. It's already something to be very proud of. Most people only break 30 in seconds. Elena was overjoyed and was about to be smug, but a silver shadow flashed by. Rush at an unbelievable speed. This F***ck is at least 100 per hour. Elena was shocked and looked at it. It was Li Ang's sports car. The tailor-made large retractable rear wing is both retro-elegant and aerodynamic. When the speed exceeded 100 km, the rear wing slowly opened. Like the wings of a fighter jet, ready to fly at any time. Oh my god, so fast! Elena was taken aback. After only a few seconds, only the tail of the Silver Thug could be seen. The relaxed and beautiful tail flicks and turns, and draws a beautiful and smooth arc, which is more beautiful than the dancer's line. She looked down at her speedometer, it had already broken 100. Progressing towards 200 kilometers. But even so, they couldn't catch up with the Silver Thug's tail. The gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. You can't even see the tail until the end. Elena was anxious. The more she was like this, the more she had to remind herself to calm down. Gradually, cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and she finally understood why Li Ang dared to challenge. With such a terrifying speed, it's hard not to win. How on earth did he drive this car? Elena was shocked. Seeing that she was about to turn around, she had to reduce her speed. The rear of the car flicked, and it also drifted through corners. It's a pity that the speed is 108,000 miles behind Li Ang. Li Ang didn't need to slow down at all. At most, he released the accelerator and turned the steering wheel. The timing and distance were just right. The arc drifts into the corner, and then exits smoothly. Didn't hit the brakes the whole time. The two were judged against each other in terms of their driving skills. What a powerful man! Elena's eyes lit up, and a feeling of being conquered spontaneously emerged. Beyond several times the speed, coupled with perfect control skills. The result of this match is already doomed. It is impossible for Li Ang's opponent to be hard on the front. Only by taking a small path can it be possible to defeat him. The suburbs here are flat, mostly weathered areas, and there are paths to walk. It's just not as easy to walk as the road, but in terms of distance, it can be shortened by more than half. Elena gritted her teeth, and after she left the town, she turned the steering wheel, turned the sports car, and drove towards the wasteland next to her. The wheels galloped through the air-dried yellow mud, kicking up huge dust. It was like a dust storm, and huge smoke was blown from the ground, blocking the sun, blocking the view. Damn it, his car's engine is weird. What kind of engine is it? Elena gritted her teeth. The path was so bumpy that she had to struggle to hold the steering wheel. The more I think about it, the more strange it becomes. I can't help but wonder what the structure of Li Ang's engine is. This sound is definitely not ordinary. Elena looked dignified and stepped up the accelerator. The Porsche made a roar, and a violent hot wind spurted from the tail. The smoke thickened. Li Ang's silver thugs, sprinting on the road, had already left Elena far away. Looking at the thick smoke behind him through the rear-view mirror, Li Ang smiled slightly, guessing that Elena was taking a shortcut. He had just come here and was not familiar with the nearby terrain and roads. Unlike Elena, who knows the neighborhood like the back of the hand. How about taking a small road? The bumpy road speed can't be improved, it's the same. Li Ang felt relaxed. Trails are indeed shortcuts, and the distance is less. But for those who are in a hurry, walking the trails wastes more time. The narrow road, the bumpy road, the potholes, are very uncomfortable to walk. The car jolted like it was about to fall apart. Can this road be quicker? Li Ang couldn't help but smile. He manually backed up a gear, and after gathering strength, he moved up to hurricane. The thugs, who had slowly descended, returned to their peak speed again. A terrifying sound erupted. As if a nuclear bomb exploded, the drivers driving nearby all looked at the rearview mirror in surprise. I thought it was a missile that exploded. Unexpectedly, I saw a silver sports car. It was so fast that, in the blink of an eye, it passed through the vehicle like lightning. In the distance they were left behind, only to eat the dust of its a. Blink again, and the silver sports car is about to fly out of sight. What kind of sports car is this? The driver driving on the road was taken aback. They locked their eyes on the rear of the sports car. Some people also want to take out their phones to take pictures. But when I took out my phone, the silver sports car was gone. Is this too fast? Is it a ghost who passed by just now? I think I'm blinded. F***ck, I've never seen a car that fast. Is it already over 300 km per hour? The speed of the silver mob caused a huge sensation. The drivers looked in surprise at the direction where the thugs disappeared and talked a lot. Its performance is really amazing. Speeding on the densely traffic highway, skillfully interspersed in the traffic flow. This kind of car skills alone is enough to make people stunned. So handsome. A generation of car gods is about to rise. It's a pity I didn't take a picture of it. My God, the phone camera can't catch its shadow. This kind of speed is called passion. The sensation is fermenting. Asterisk. Chapter 9 God-level car skills. Li Ang drives the silver thugs, weaving in the endless stream of traffic. Pass through every vehicle with unparalleled accuracy. No scratches and bumps occurred. This kind of car technology is breathtaking. Numerous vehicles can't hide the silver thugs either. It is like a dazzling pearl, the gold in the sand, which is extremely eye-catching. The other drivers were taken aback and hurriedly avoided. But the response is often slow. In the blink of an eye the thugs had passed through the truck before the driver turned the wheel. The speed is too fast. This is not the speed that the car has. Look, Mom, the plane is running on the ground. A child shouted excitedly, pointing out the window. Child, you're talking nonsense again. The woman in the co-pilot stopped abruptly. Staring out the window with wide eyes, mixed emotions such as shock, disbelief, panic, and so on are intertwined. Where is the car here? Like a silver lightning, it flashed by. Truly an airplane that walks on land. Too fast. My God, take a photo. She hurriedly took out her mobile phone and pointed the camera at the car. But because the speed is too fast, it cannot capture its trajectory at all. The phone was just in place, and the car whizzed past. Let's take a small video, I can't move my hands so fast. This speed is going to set a Guinness record. Simply a myth. The god of the car, it must be the god of the car. Everyone who saw it was boiling. They usually like to watch racing cars, especially street racing. The more exciting it is, the more exciting it is. How can they not get excited with such amazing racing speeds on the road these days? This kind of speed and car skills can be called the rebirth of the car god. Who is it? Is it Dominic, who is called Boss Tang? No, although he is known as the king of racing, he is not that fast. Even the vehicle he transformed can't reach this speed. Li Ang's excellent driving skills detonated the entire road. He was complacent and happy. Hearing other people's compliments makes me feel very comfortable. A 200-kilometer road would take 2 hours for an ordinary car. Yes, it was too short for Li Ang. In less than 20 minutes, I saw the stop of the highway. He turned the steering wheel a little and the car drifted nicely and squeaked. This is the most beautiful sound. The tires rubbed on the ground, no smoke or marks. The new super tires are flawless and extremely grippy. Drift and hurricane performance is smooth and countless times better than previous tires. As expected of a million super tires, cool. The silver thug let out a roar and accelerated on the curve. Draw an arc with a decisive attitude, stick to the edge of the guardrail, and exit the bend smoothly. The front is the entrance to the city, with traffic lights. At this time, the light was red, and several cars were queuing boringly. As usual, once the green light comes on, they hit the gas and leave. Seeing that there were still 20 seconds left, a restless voice suddenly sounded from behind. They all looked at the rearview mirror in surprise, and their expressions suddenly changed. I saw a silver sports car, like out of control, rushing towards them. The drivers were startled and panicked. Coming at this speed, they have to be finished. Immediately in a hurry, I wanted to step on the accelerator and run a red light to leave. Suddenly the front of the silver sports car turned around and spun wildly on the ground. After about 2 or 3 turns, hideous black brake marks were ground on the ground. Finally, it stopped steadily on the side of the road, just inside the emergency stop belt, impartially. This coquettish operation shocked everyone, staring at the sports car with wide eyes. Silver shows the noble charm of ghosts. The 4 tires are black and shiny without any damage. The 8 exhaust pipes at the back are domineering. After parking, the rear wing is slowly retracted, and the temperament is restrained. Like a quiet scholar, not just a thug. The door opened slowly, and Li Ang stepped out of the car. Everyone took a closer look and was particularly surprised by Li Ang. Such a young face. I thought it was a rough old man with a beard. Unexpectedly handsome boy. Who would have thought? Such a young enemy has such good driving skills. This car is unusual. The person who can control it will be so young. The car is handsome, and the person is handsome, I like it. I really want to go down and tease him. The ladies and sisters are making calls frantically and are obsessed with Li Ang. He's handsome and skilled. Such a perfect man is directly attractive to women. Li Ang took out a cigarette and lit it, and was fascinated by a group of girls again. In the excitement and screaming and reluctance, the green light turned on, and the vehicle slowly drove away. Li Ang smiled and didn't take it to heart. Smoking and waiting for Elena to arrive. He looked at his watch, only 20 minutes had passed. Even if Elena drove more than 200 hours the whole way, it would take at least an hour to get there. It's still early. Li Ang ejected the cigarette butt, turned and got into the car. While blowing the air conditioner, I waited for Elena to appear. At this time, there were many vehicles passing by, and the domineering shape of the Liang sports car attracted a lot of attention. They were amazed at the domineering power of the silver thugs. "Hey, boy, how do you sell this car?" An untimely voice sounded. "A little arrogant. Thank you for urging you to update, I will update another chapter later, asterisk." Chapter 10 The End of Pretending. Liang slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look out the window. Yellow skin, black hair, Asian physique, and facial features. It could be Asian, or it could be an Asian immigrant. With a little money, I feel like I'm arrogant. 6 little brothers followed, 2 muscle cars parked behind the mob. Just relying on these poor gangsters, you want to buy thugs? 9 times out of 10, you want to come and rob. Liang kept calm, pressed down the power window, and said to the people outside, "What kind of idiot are you?" The words are equally arrogant, and the opening is a fool, making them angry. "Fake, listen, my name is Johnny Trin." He gritted his teeth and said, "You sold me your car for 50,000 yuan, and I will forgive you for what you said just now." Fierce light flickered in his eyes, sending a dangerous signal. Johnny is the leader of the modified thieves group and is often active in this area. Because of his arrogance, he lost the game with Dominic, and he has always held a grudge. Therefore, he has a grudge with Dominica and often finds trouble with Dominica. He never felt that his skills were poor, but the car was not as good as Dominic's. He's been looking for a new car lately, looking for a Dodge Charger that can beat Dominic. This is a classic United States muscle car. It has undergone a body evolution from a 2-door to a 4-door, and has a double row of 5 seats. A total of 1969, 2007 to 2010, 2011 to 2013 and other models were launched. After the modification, the horsepower reached an astonishing 425. The strong power output makes Dodge and Mara safe to go shopping is not a legend. And there is room for improvement, and it doesn't stop there. A fierce horse that everyone wants to tame. And it only belongs to Dominica. Johnny is not willing to fail, but it is not easy to defeat Dominic. At least the performance of the car is comparable to that of Dominica. It is best to modify it yourself. This requires that the car has a very good foundation, and it is not very expensive and very difficult to find. Originally muscle cars were the best target, they had plenty of horsepower. I was planning to buy a muscle car today, but I didn't expect to see a silver thug on the side of the road. Seeing that he is Asian makes it easy to bully. I had a crooked thought in my heart and came directly to Liang. The two had a conversation. When Liang heard that he offered 50,000 yuan, he thought it was very cool, so he couldn't help laughing. He sneered, "Why are you using your poverty to laugh at me for being rich? Stupid." For such people, Liang can't wait to slap them. They don't even look in the mirror, they just pretend to be coercive. 50,000 yuan, how dare you say it? Liang would be amused by him. It's stupid enough to have no self-awareness at all. Do you think people can do whatever they want? I'm sorry, but the attributes of 10 times fighting are there. Liang sneered inwardly, he had already made a plan in his heart, how could this group of people be turned down? Johnny didn't know the danger was coming, and hated Liang so much. The man laughed at him over and over again, "Damn it! Crap, believe it or not, Laozi killed you." Johnny was irritable, grabbing Liang's collar, his upper and lower teeth rattling. This is his territory, whoever wants to die, he can do it right away. Not to be outdone. The 5 younger brothers grinned and surrounded Liang. Hey, stinky boy, get to know each other and give the car to our boss. You're rubbish enough to drive a sports car, shame on you. Trash, only for riding a bicycle. If you don't hand over the car, your life will be over. All kinds of mocking sounds came from all around, and the words were very harsh. One mouthful of garbage on the left and one mouthful of trash on the right, how arrogant. Li Ang narrowed his eyes, glanced around, and remembered them. Look forward to seeing these people. Johnny thought Li Ang was scared, so he raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Want to fight with me? Trash is trash, bah. He stretched out his hand to slap Li Ang's right face, but saw Li Ang's lightning strike and grabbed his palm. Johnny was startled and looked at Li Ang's right hand. It's like a pair of pliers, locking his wrist firmly, and he can't even pull it out. You dare to resist? Johnny glared at him. You are dead. A few people next to him glared at him, took a step forward, and narrowed the encirclement. The atmosphere is further tense, and a fight may start at any time. This is to force him to kill. You dare to come and try? Li Ang narrowed his eyes, the strength in his hand increased, making Johnny's hand creaky. It hurts. Let go, let go. Johnny roared in pain. Eyes, nose, and mouth were almost squeezed together. Cold sweat was left behind, his face was blue and his lips were pale. The pain is so dark that I will faint. I can't take it anymore. Li Ang sneered. A group of ants dared to act presumptuously in front of him. He really didn't know whether to live or die. Their strength is at most around 50, compared to Li Ang, which is far worse. No strength, no brains, a bunch of idiots. Stay back, or your boss will die. It was Li Ang's turn to threaten. Several people looked at each other and hesitated. Don't listen to him, draw your gun, stupid pig. Johnny growled, mad at the IQ of these people. You don't need a gun if you have a gun on your body. What kind of pig brain is this? The collection is 800, and the flowers are 15 to 500 short. Tomorrow's carnival will start at 9 o'clock and will be updated every hour until the evening. Thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 11 No one can live. In the U.S. Empire, there are no restrictions on guns. The number of civilian firearms is 270 million, an average of almost one gun per hand. The crazy proliferation of guns has led to frequent outbreaks of shootings. 30,000 people are killed by guns every year, and about 100,000 people are shot every year. More than 30,000 people were killed by gunfire, and nearly 100 people died at gunpoint every day. More than half of them were suicides. Li Ang just came here and didn't prepare a gun. It doesn't mean that these people didn't. They lifted up their clothes, drew guns from their waists, and pointed at Li Ang. There are dark and faint muzzles in all directions, panicking. When Johnny saw the gun, his confidence came up, and he grinned and shouted, "Spicy chicken, let go of Lao Zi, or you will die." Having a gun meant victory, and Johnny thought he was going to win. Li Ang narrowed his eyes and looked at Johnny's waist, bulging. There must be a gun there. He made a lightning strike, grabbed the pistol instantly, and held Jiang Ning's head. There is a vehicle on the back, holding Johnny as a hostage. Don't move, or your boss will be finished. Li Ang was extremely calm. Grass. Johnny's group cursed in their hearts. They didn't expect things to be like this. Li Ang is so smart. When others encounter this situation, they must raise their hands to surrender and choose to give up. Unexpectedly, Li Ang faced difficulties and turned passive into active. Let the situation freeze. In particular, Johnny shivered with fright when he saw the muzzle of the gun. Brother, say something if you have something to say. His voice was trembling. He was arrogant just now, but now he is cowardly. He knelt down as soon as his feet softened, raised his hands, as much as he wanted. Li Ang looked disgusted. Wasn't it pretty cool just now? An expression of Lao Zi's #1 in the world. Now I'm so cowardly thinking of a piece of shit, rubbish. As the boss knelt down, those younger brothers looked at me, I looked at you, and the group was stunned. The usual boss, who is so arrogant, turns out to be a coward. He was also frightened by the enemy and knelt down. If this is spread out, there will be no way to mix it up in the future. They actually followed a trash boss, and with this courage, even young and dangerous is stronger than him. He thought it would be fine to kneel down. Li Ang sneered. Suddenly he raised the pistol and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang bang bang, continuous gunshots sounded. 5 or 6 sounds in succession, accompanied by screams. The 6 fell to the ground, clutching their shoulders in pain, and the shot in the right arm was disabled. Marksmanship has been improved to more than 100, and he is already considered an excellent gunslinger. With such a close distance, it is possible to achieve 100 shots. Where to shoot where, accurate marksmanship. All of a sudden these people suffered. Johnny was pale with fright and looked at his men on the ground in horror. Shivering all over, his crotch was wet. There was an unpleasant odor that made people feel sick. Disgusted, Li Ang kicked him in the back and kicked him out. At the same time pull the trigger again on those who are alive. The gun hit the eyebrows, and blood flowed. In less than a minute, 6 people were killed. There was a lot of screaming around, and they ran hurriedly on the street. Either run the red light and run away. Bullets have no eyes, and in the event of accidental injury and death, it will be called a wrongful death. Johnny was even more terrified, lying on the ground crying. A snot and a tear, it looks ugly. My feet didn't have the strength to get up, and the bottom was even more wet. This is the price you paid for messing with me. Remember to report my name when you get to hell. Li Ang's voice was cold. The first shot was fired, hitting the arm. The pain made Johnny cry and roll over with his arms in his arms. Blood stained with blood, shocking. Li Ang is happy. I have been pretending to be in front of myself just now. I have endured him for a long time. Now shooting revenge, my heart is very comfortable. Watching the enemy begging for mercy in pain, rolling on the ground in embarrassment. Li Ang felt a joy in his heart that could not be expressed in words. Just one more shot and it's over. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a whistle sounded in the direction of the city. Woo-hoo! The American police car came. Li Ang pulled the trigger decisively and shot him in the head. The tragic Johnny Trin was originally the villain in the first Fast and Furious movie. The leader of a modified theft group. That's how Li Ang was beaten to death. The US police can't save you. Li Ang snorted coldly. He calmly got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel. The tires squeaked and drove out of town. There is no electronic surveillance on the road, and there is no concept of household registration and ID cards here. In fact, only 12 countries in the world do not have ID cards. America happens to be one of them. This means that Li Ang hates being found. Only the driver's license and social security number can represent the identity. If you don't do both, then you say who you are is who you are, and no one cares. This is the case in free countries, the government of Laozi doesn't care. And Li Ang just arrived, leaving no record. It's hard to find him. Li Ang smiled slightly, and the thugs flicked their tails beautifully and went in the opposite direction. After walking 50 kilometers, the car swung the front and drove into the wild Gobi Desert. Disappeared in the vast smoke. After more than an hour, Elena struggled to reach the entrance of the city. But the road was blocked. There is a serious traffic jam outside. All the cars entering the city are slowly queuing up. What happened? Elena was confused. The collection and flowers are unexpected, and we will add more updates today, every hour. Thank you all. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Elena's Shock. Usually this road is not congested. Even if there is a car accident ahead, the road will not be blocked. Unless it is an extremely tragic collision, it is already dead. But this happens very rarely. Because when you get off the road, you will slow down. And there is a traffic light not far from the entrance, no one will drive very fast. As long as it's not stupid, even using the accelerator as a brake can stop the car. There can be no huge traffic accidents. So what happened up front? Elena was curious, opened the window and asked the driver on the opposite side, "Hello, do you know what happened ahead?" The opposite is a fat man with a big belly. All the fat in the body took up all the space. When he saw Elena, his eyes lit up, attracted by her beauty. "Of course I do. I heard that there was a shooting earlier, and 7 people died." He told everything he knew. "What?" Elena was shocked, her mind buzzing. How could there be a shooting here? By the way, Liang should have arrived first. Where is he now? Is he all right? Elena looked around, but did not find Liang. After waiting in line for half an hour, we finally arrived at the scene. However, the body has been taken away, and only the US police are taking notes. There was blood on the ground and lines drawn with chalk. Simply draw the pose of the deceased before being transported away. Elena wanted to stop the car to assist in the investigation, but gave up after hesitating. She has clear powers in the police department. This is not a case she is in charge of, and she cannot interfere. Lest it arouse suspicion and make people think that she is interfering and helping the murderer. Elena gritted her teeth, turned around in front of Hanju, and walked back. The direction is naturally the direction of the Liang auto repair shop. She was going to ask if Liang knew about the shooting. There is no point in staying any longer, his car is nowhere to be seen. Liang drove the silver thugs and turned to other states for a walk. After confirming that there is no tracking, rush back from the road in other states. As long as the fighter jets are not launched and run on the ground, no one will be able to catch up with him. Liang's speed is very fast. The place that used to take 7 or 8 hours to reach is now 1 hour. While enjoying the push-back feeling brought by the rapidity, concentrate on controlling the vehicle. Just one round trip is more than 1,600 kilometers. Any negligence will result in a car crash. Fortunately, Liang's technology is good. In addition, most of the areas are located in highlands or remote areas, where no one lives, there are few vehicles, and most of the road sections are straight. With Li Nan's technology, there is no error. Finally, he returned home easily, opened a small bottle of wine, and sat at the door, his face still full of contentment. He took a sip comfortably, and changed to a comfortable position to lie down. Take a break. After an unknown amount of time, the engine sounded. Elena's Porsche stopped firmly at his door. Liang opened his eyes slightly, saw a familiar vehicle, and teased, "Yo, beauty, you're back, remember our bet?" Elena was not in the mood to joke at this time, and hurriedly came to the two of them, "What happened to that shooting case?" As soon as she came to ask for guilt, this beautiful police officer had an unusual sense of justice in her heart. Liang wouldn't be stupid enough to tell her. He lay lazily on the sofa. "Officer, are you interrogating the prisoner?" An unremarkable attitude. No matter who it is, ask about the shooting as soon as you meet. It was like trying a murderer, suspecting that he was the murderer. Even if you ask the right person, you won't say anything. Elena was silent for a while, thinking that Liang was unlikely. Then his attitude softened. "Why did you come back?" She looked confused. "According to the agreement, you should wait there." "Is there such a promise?" "I only said that whoever goes first will win." Liang laughed. This girl is a little more tender than him. He continued, "Do you know how many minutes it took me to get there?" 18 minutes. I almost fell asleep waiting. This speed made Elena stunned. Nearly 200 kilometers, ran in 18 minutes, is this a myth? Impossible. Elena was particularly shocked, running 180 kilometers in 18 minutes, an average of 10 kilometers per minute, 600 kilometers in an hour. She didn't dare to count it herself. This number is too crazy. There is no car that can reach 600 hours now. Let alone maintaining that number. That's a fantasy. Even if it can reach 600, it is only a short-term achievement, and it cannot be maintained for a long time. Nothing is impossible, come here. Liang beckoned and asked her to follow. When the two came to the car, Liang said to the car, "Start." Voice recognition completed. Immediately afterwards, the car started to ignite, and all the instruments in the car turned on. Such a cool ignition method is only available in high-end vehicles. Elena was amazed, her eyes shining at the silver thugs. The more you know about it, the more you like it. Nice car. She couldn't help but admire it. Liang smiled slightly and opened the car door. Go in and check the meter yourself. If there is a speed of 600 km per hour, she will find out by herself. Elena was curious and got into the driver's seat. Looking at the dashboard carefully, his eyes widened in shock. What did she see? Top speed of 800 km per hour. God, where is the car? It's like a plane running on the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Top Transformation. Liang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Elena's demented appearance. When I remembered the first time I saw the silver thug speedometer, I was also stunned. Although the top speed is 700 per hour, with the addition of nitrogen speed, it can reach 800 kilometers. What kind of car in the world dares to say that it can run to 700? This is what you changed. Elena's face was shocked for a long time. It is impossible for a normal vehicle to reach this speed. Hard to say with modified vehicles. For some masters who are good at modification, they can use the easiest way to improve performance. If a person's modification technology reaches the peak, it can't really break through the limit. Elena's eyes brightened, staring at the silver thug, full of hunger. It's no wonder that Porsche can be left far behind, with a speed of 700 or 800 per hour. So it all makes sense. What brand is this car? Elena circled around the silver thugs, but she didn't find the car logo. With her eyes, she couldn't tell what kind of car it was. Is it a new car that is not mass-produced? There should be a badge there too. Elena grumbled. It's a private item, it doesn't belong to any company, as long as you gather enough parts to assemble it. Liang was talking nonsense again. But Elena really believed it. In free countries, many people do this kind of thing. Great people are looking for various parts in abandoned factories and dragging them home. The parts are assembled little by little. They know how to fix a car, and they know how to assemble a car. You can get a car you love at the least cost. This is the most fulfilling thing. You are amazing. Elena's eyes were full of admiration. At the beginning, I thought Liang was bragging and pretending to be forceful. Elena felt contempt in her heart. But as I got to know him in depth, I slowly realized that he was an extraordinary person. Extraordinary creativity, extraordinary knowledge, and extraordinary personality. They were deeply admired by Elena and gradually became interested in him. How did you modify your engine? Can you help me modify it? Elena suddenly had an idea. Okay, as long as you can afford it, I'll change it for you. Great, how much? How much? $1 million. Elena's eyes twinkled with excited little stars. Liang was amused by her naive thought. $1 million to change a nuclear-powered sports car? How can there be such a cheap good thing in the world? Give those experts $1 million and they can't develop a nuclear car engine. The disposal of nuclear radiation and nuclear waste is enough to give them a headache. Liang shook his head and raised a finger. 10 million. Elena hesitated. If you really spend 10 million to get an engine, it seems a bit expensive. However, what she did not expect was that this number was still small. The real price was beyond her expectations. 100 million. This is Liang's quote. When Elena heard this number, she was stunned and completely stunned. 100 million is just a motor? What a joke! Among the most expensive sports cars in the world, the Koenigsegg one is the most expensive, and it only sells for 100 million. That car is cool too. It is equipped with a 5.0L V8 engine with a maximum power of 986 kilowatts and a peak torque of 1371 Nm. Matching a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, the top speed can reach 450 km per hour. What's even more amazing is that the car's 0 to -400 km per hour acceleration time is only 20s. The time to break the Guinness record once created by the Bugatti Veyron is 45s. Originally thought that Koenigsegg was well-deserved #1 in the world, but now he has lost to the Silver Thugs. But Li Ang was about to leave for a car. No matter how you look at it, this deal is not worth it. Of course, Li Ang concealed the core content, which is nuclear power. The price of the system is 50 million. But in order not to let this technology flood, maintain his absolute advantage, Li Ang opened his mouth and shouted a shocking price. 50 million is already a sky-high price, let alone 100 million? Of course, it's okay for Elena to modify it. Li Ang earned 50 million for nothing, why not do it? Can it be cheaper? How about 5 million? Elena raised 5 fingers in embarrassment. This is already the maximum price she can give. She can't come up with more than 5 million. Not to mention a million. No, but the modification of the $1 million package can still be done. Li Ang decisively refused. What a joke, the price of 100 million has become 5 million. Also, Li Ang will post 45 million in. No matter how much money Li Ang has, it is impossible to spend it on a strange woman. What's more, this woman still hasn't slept. Okay, what's in that package? Elena muttered, looking unhappy. However, she was willing to admit defeat, and she said she would accept her fate for $1 million. At this time, she already believed Li Ang's words, that people were not killed by him. Change the top oil and filter for you, and you don't need to replace and maintain it again within 100,000 kilometers or 10 years. Replace the top tires, 500,000 kilometers or 20 years of free replacement. Replacement of brake pads, batteries, spark plugs, etc., all of which are free for 500,000 kilometers. Li Ang lists a whole bunch of projects. Elena was stunned, it was all top-notch stuff. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Super Nitrogen Acceleration, Part 4. System produced, must be a boutique. Li Ang has no love for these maintenance items after having Silver Thugs and changing tires. Elena is different. A better tire has a lifespan of 100,000 kilometers, and a second tire has a lifespan of 60,000 kilometers. Never heard of a tire that can run 500,000 kilometers. Not to mention the oil, the best oil is fully synthetic, which should be changed every 10,000 kilometers or once a year. Li Ang's oil has skyrocketed to 100,000 kilometers, or 10 years. Elena was stunned. This dilapidated auto repair shop really has such powerful technology? If the technology is so good, why not change to a better facade? What you said is true. Since it's so good, it's impossible to have no money, right? Elena showed suspicious eyes. Ordinary vehicles are fine, just add a little oil or something. But this is a sports car, and its whole body is full of delicate parts. If she used inferior engine oil, she would end up being miserable. The engine is damaged and I don't know how much it will cost to fix it. It's none of your business whether I have money or not, I'm happy. Li Ang gave her no face at all. He grabbed the pen and wrote on the paper, quickly filling out a form. Then handed it to Elena. Let's see if there are any more projects to be added, and sign it if not. Elena looked at it, and there were more than 20 items listed. Each item has a clear price tag. All together add up to exactly 1 million. In fact, the cost is only 500,000 yuan, but Li Ang needs to make money. Naturally, it is impossible to give her at the cost of 500,000. So the asking price was doubled to 1 million. However, it is self-willed to have technology, all of which are top-quality goods, which cannot be bought outside. After all replacements, 300,000 kilometers do not require secondary maintenance. Elena didn't lose either. Would you like to install a nitrogen booster for you? Li Ang suddenly thought. Is it really possible? Elena's eyes lit up. She has always wanted to find a nitrogen modification master, but the requirements for modification are very high. The higher the energy utilization, the faster the speed. Although I inquired around and got to know some people, the levels were not uniform. Elena never found the right one. Now defeated by Li Ang, I have an inexplicable trust in his modification technology. His modified nitrogen acceleration will definitely be the best. Nitrogen acceleration is not so dark high-tech. Like the turbocharger, this system is also derived from the engine on the aircraft. This system was installed on German aircraft during World War II. The purpose is to increase the power to the limit level in an instant when the engine is already under heavy load conditions. After the end of World War II, it was used in racing cars for drag racing. Of course, it is not recommended to turn on nitrogen acceleration on the corners. Otherwise, the car can easily get out of control. Add another 500,000 yuan, and I'll change it for you. At most, you can brake 100 in 1 second, and brake 300 in 2 seconds. Wow! Elena was pleasantly surprised, shocked by this data. Braking 300 in 2 seconds, isn't that about to fly? Throw away your opponent from the start. 500,000 worth. Isn't that running out soon? Elena immediately expressed concern, fearing that there would be insufficient nitrogen. Add another 500,000 yuan to help you get an automatic inflation system that automatically converts nitrogen from air without changing nitrogen cylinders. From 1 million maintenance items to 2 million orders. Li Ang is such a talent. If this business is done, you can make $1 million by opening the door today. In addition, it turned out to be 1 million, and he accumulated to 2 million. Yes, change it for me soon. Elena was short of breath, grabbed the pen and signed her name. 2 million for a super technology is unique. For Elena, who loves racing, this is a big temptation. She is not short of 2 million. With such a chance to speed up, it is impossible to make mistakes. It worked. Li Ang was secretly delighted, took over the list signed by her, and began to replace and maintain it. Elena was invited to the rest area to drink tea and watch TV. Half an hour later, Li Ang informed her to come to check out, and the car could drive away. Elena took out the bank card and transferred the money to the account. When she started the Porsche again, it felt completely different. The sound is more composed, and the tires have more grip when driving. Like a new body, all the key parts are new. It also gave Porsche a new lease of life. Elena was pleasantly surprised and stepped on the accelerator for idling. She liked the roar of this kind of engine very much. So intoxicating. Li Ang knocked on her glass, and after the glass window came down, he lay on top of the window. Pointing to the red button on the steering wheel, this is the button for turning on nitrogen. After pressing it, the accelerator will only work. When the engine is turned off, it will automatically charge, understand? This button is very brightly colored, and it is difficult to ignore it. Understood. Elena nodded. Well, pay attention to safety. Li Ang patted her car door and asked her to test the car. Elena drove the car onto the road and stopped at the traffic light. When the red light turned to green, the Porsche made a terrifying roar, and 2 flames spewed from the exhaust pipe. A huge pushback came, as if to tear her body and soul apart. Make Elena's heart beat faster, her face excited and terrified, exciting. More exciting than a roller coaster. Just like Li Ang said, braking 300 in 2 seconds. Cool. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Ultrasonic Wipers. Li Ang watched Elena leave with a smile, and was very satisfied with the modification. The Porsche isn't bad at speed, with a top speed of 288 km per hour. With the nitrogen acceleration, it is no problem to break through 350. I just don't know if this girl's technology is good. Liang will not be held responsible in the event of a collision on a corner. He washed the oil from his hands, closed the door, and went to dinner. Ding dong, complete the task, get the level to level 3, and get 100 full attributes. Get super glass, it's being installed. The sound of the system is now more pleasant. Liang turned his head back in surprise, and the silver thugs were indeed glowing. This time, all the glass was glowing white. Not only the front and rear windshields, but also the lights, rear view mirrors and instrument panel glass, etc., were all replaced. Replace all glass in the car. Great! Liang was overjoyed. With super glass, you don't have to be afraid of other people's guns and bullets. This glass is not only bulletproof, but also explosion-proof. Even if there is a broken glass spider web, it can be repaired automatically. Speed and safety are there. Liang is in a good mood and can't wait to look forward to the next mission. Ding dong, start a new task, fulfill a neighbor's wish, reward, level up by 1, ultrasonic drainage device. Good stuff again. Liang's eyes were bright, and his heart was excited again. Today's wipers have various drawbacks. Aside from the cleaning function, the wiper motor itself takes up a lot of weight and space. Let the sports car design be hindered to some extent by leaving room for the wipers. Once the wipers are removed and replaced with other drains, space can be saved. The exterior lines will be smoother, which can further reduce wind resistance. This makes a lot of sense for supercar drivers looking for extreme performance. What is the principle of this device? Liang was curious. Listening to the name, you know that the technology content is not low. This device is not expected to be sold cheaply. Install an ultrasonic transducer on the windshield and it will send out ultrasonic waves to remove any impurities from the windshield. That includes removing any form of impurities, from water and mud to insects and snow. The system speaks succinctly. The car will have better aerodynamics thanks to the removal of the wiper motor. Save the driver the trouble of removing snow and ice from the windshield in winter. Killing multiple birds with one stone, cool. In other words, removing the wipers may bring more extreme speed. Liang was very excited. Who would have thought that a small wiper could have such a big impact when replaced? Liang can't wait to complete the task immediately. Back in the room, Liang hummed a song and made a steak, feeling very good. When I finished eating and cleaned up the dishes, I wondered when the neighbors would come. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. Come on. Liang suddenly came to his senses. He walked to the door calmly and opened it. I saw a beautiful woman standing outside. Wear sexy bodysuits to bring out the perfect line. Fair-skinned, old-fashioned Caucasian. With blonde hair, sexy and stunning. She was overjoyed to see Liang come out. Who are you? Liang wondered. I'm your neighbor, my name is Pasha. Oh, hello. Liang shook hands with her politely. I don't know what you are looking for from me. That's right, my friend is coming over tonight, but my dad isn't at home, so he only left the car. At the end, Pasha was quite embarrassed. In a poor town like this, even if it is a car, it will not be a good car of any big brand. She saw the supercar in Liang's garage in the morning, and then looked at the one at home, and she felt ashamed. Pasha slowed down and continued, I don't know how to drive, so could you please take me to the city and help me pick up my friends? Is it such a small thing? Sounds easy, doesn't it? It's nothing more than driving to pick people up and then driving back. Is the system really that kind? Give away super technology for nothing? Liang frowned, full of doubts. What is your friend doing in the city? Just graduated from university, majoring in auto repair and modification. I was planning to find a job here, and just came to see me. Oh, yes, her name is Letty. Pasha added. Letty? The name sounds familiar. Li Ang looked odd. If he remembered correctly, wasn't Letty the woman of Dominica? Is this the system trying to incite him to grab a woman from Dominic? Does she have a boyfriend? Let her boyfriend take it over. Li Ang frowned. If Dominic comes over, it will be troublesome. Li Ang is getting his guns and bullets ready. I stole their goods last time, and I don't know if I recognized his car. If you recognize it, you will have to fight. Seriously, draw a gun. After all, Li Ang killed their carload of people. This account will not be easy. But this question made her stunned. Boyfriend? She doesn't have a boyfriend and is still single. Don't you know it yet? Li Ang was stunned for a moment, and then became interested. You say, what would happen if you put Dominica's woman to bed? Must be exciting. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Bugatti Chiron, 6th. To be able to wear a green hat to the protagonist is something that every traveler is excited about. Li Ang showed a playful smile. Anyway, he robbed Dominica of the goods, and the feud has been forged. It doesn't matter if you grab another woman. What's more, the two of them are not related now. Why don't you let him take the bus back? Li Ang looked at the clock. It was still early, it was only close to 7 o'clock. There is no bus to us at this time. Pasha wondered, this is basic common sense, doesn't Li Ang know? Because Lao Mei's cars are very cheap, basically every household has a car. Fewer people take the bus. Especially in a small town like this, there is no economic need, and the bus stops very early. Everyone drives their own car. What's more, the old beauty at night is not safe, it is a good time for crime to spread. It's nothing, and most people don't come out to hang out. Li Ang is new here and doesn't know the rules here. He nodded immediately and agreed, okay, you wait, I'll drive. After speaking, he turned around and went back to get the key. Hey, no need, just take our car. Pasha was rather embarrassed. How can I make you spend money? She didn't know that Li Ang's car didn't burn oil. In people's minds, sports cars are monsters that eat oil. High fuel consumption is a basic common problem. For a sports car like a Ferrari, you can lose $5 in gas when you step on the accelerator. One can imagine how horrible the fuel consumption is. This also causes very few people to drive a sports car at high speed, and basically never see it. Because maybe you will run out of gas before you reach the gas station. Or you have to refuel every time you go to a gas station, which is really inconvenient. Pasha didn't want to trouble Li Ang so much. Li Ang hesitated for a while and agreed. After all, the car had just been in the city today, and a murder had occurred. If it goes further, it will be a bit swaggering. In case of being recognized, it will bring big trouble to Li Ang. When the time comes to get rid of the American police, it will give him a headache. What's more, with two people, it will only make his identity more exposed. Okay, listen to you, lead the way. Li Ang nodded and agreed. Pasha was overjoyed and led the way in front of her with great enthusiasm. Soon the two of them came to the front of the car. Li Ang suddenly looked strange, not because the car was too bad, but the car in front of me is actually a Hyuxia-made van? What? Can you still see the magic car in Lao Mei's sight? Li Ang has a strange feeling in his heart, and has the feeling of seeing a fellow in a foreign country. The most amazing thing is that there is a signboard behind him to repair the leaking building. And a phone number. This is very Hyuxia style. My dad is a pornography fan, he likes this brand of car. Pasha quickly explained when Li Ang looked different. That makes sense. It doesn't matter, let's go. Li Ang took the key and ignited the ignition skillfully. The two were soon on the road. After all, it is not his own silver thug, and the top speed is not so fast. Li Ang had to drive slower, not so fast. It's 180 kilometers casually, so. Buzzing. The chariot made a restless roar and galloped all the way to the city. Pasha, who was sitting next to her, was blushing with fright. Slow down, slow down. Yeah, screamed in panic. Closed his eyes in horror, and didn't dare to look straight ahead at all. It made Liang laugh out loud, and he was very happy. It was the first time Pasha took such a fast car, and her brain was about to explode. At the same time, the intestines will be regretful. If I had known Liang was driving so fast, I shouldn't have called him. Where is this driving? It's just killing it. Slow down, open down. There is a car in front, ah! Pasha screamed all the way. O'Neill was the #1 street racer in Las Vegas. Often go to the old American states to challenge the local racing king, and won a lot of glory. As his record became more and more prominent, his fame grew. There has been a faint trend of being named the West Coast car god. Same as Dominica. He has a vicissitudes of life beard, and his body is sharp and angular. It looks like a mature uncle, very mature. Today he was driving a Bugatti Chiron on his way to Luoshanji City. This car is not easy. The top speed is 440 km per hour. Equipped with a displacement of 8.0 liters W164 turbo engine. The maximum horsepower is 1500 PS, and the peak torque reaches 1600 Nm. Because the engine is powerful, heat dissipation is a big problem. In order to solve the Chiron's heat dissipation, the car is equipped with 10 radiators. All radiator pumps are capable of moving 800 L of coolant per minute through the engine. Calculated with an ordinary 550 ml mineral water bottle, it is equivalent to circulating 1,455 bottles of coolant per minute. In addition to the crazy working cooling pump, the carefully designed aerodynamic layout allows a lot of air to flow through the engine and brake discs to remove excess heat waves. In addition, the intake air volume of the engine is also quite amazing. It can inhale 60,000 liters of air per minute, more than a normal adult can breathe in 2 days. Eating oil is even more terrifying, and it can drain the 100L fuel tank in 9 minutes at extreme speed. How lonely it is to be invincible. He drove such a fast beast over, of course, with a purpose. O'Neill, against Dominic, are we bullying him too much by driving this car? Xiao, the co-pilot, smiled. Chapter 17 Being Overtaken, 7th. Diker Shah, the British Secret Service killer, who once killed 20 Secret Service agents by himself, has since disappeared. Brother Owen Shah is an international terrorist and arms dealer. Both of them are ruthless, but Xiao is more affectionate. O'Neill and Shah met because of racing, and the two share similar interests. For Shah, who is used to being alone, O'Neill is a rare friend. Originally, Xiao didn't want to come here, but O'Neill said that this was his battle for conferring gods on the West Coast. To save O'Neill's face, he followed. Dominic is a very famous man. His Dodge Warhorse has been modified and his speed is terrifying. If you don't drive Chiron, it will be difficult to compete with him. O'Neill's voice was heavy. He has regarded Dominica as the strongest rival in his life. Only by defeating Dominica can we dominate the West Coast. Otherwise, he even beats everyone, as long as he doesn't challenge Dominic. His status will be questioned. They're just no names, how can they be compared with you? Xiao's tone was contemptuous. He's not flattering O'Neill, he's telling the truth. In his eyes, O'Neill's driving skills are definitely one of the best. If it was purely about racing, Xiao asked himself that he was not his opponent. He didn't know Dominic, but he had seen O'Neill's greatness. Every time I compete, I can take the first place, without a single defeat. The cars won are piled up in the garage. At least there are more than 100. With such a powerful person and such an invincible car, can Dominica win? Xiao scoffed, full of disdain for Dominic. It feels like O'Neill looking for him to prove his strength is simply superfluous. Still can't underestimate the enemy. O'Neill's eyes were heavy. Suddenly, the roar of the engine sounded from the rear, which was the sound of street racing. Someone is playing? The two people in the car couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror subconsciously. I saw a short and ugly van in the back, using an unbelievably perfect arc, weaving through the traffic. It feels like an ugly, fat woman dancing the most perfect ballet and swan dance. Beneath the ugly appearance, there is a noble soul. And such a top driver should not appear in the van. O'Neill widened his eyes and looked at the van in amazement. It's the first time I've seen someone drive a van to such a high speed. Even he can't play it. Not to mention so many cars on the road. Xiao was also surprised. In my 20 years of working as a secret agent, I have never seen such a slippery car. He actually drove the van at extreme speed, and was not afraid of the dense traffic. No movie script dares to write like this. Seeing that the van was gradually catching up with their Chiron, Xiao subconsciously looked at the speedometer. The mouth is so surprised that it can drop an egg. Bugatti's speed has reached 150 kilometers. This is a very comfortable speed. But still being overtaken by the van, doesn't it mean that his speed has exceeded 150? A van drives so fast, is it not afraid of drifting? Anyone who has ever driven a car knows that the lighter the car, the more dribbling the car will be when the speed is high. Especially the van, which is considered the lightest in the car family. When I got to 150, the car was already floating. Give the steering wheel lightly, and you can float out in a great direction. At the moment the van is driving more than 150. What is the concept? Does he want to court death? Xiao sarcastically. A van drives so fast. Within 100 kilometers, there will definitely be an accident. Too fast can easily get out of control. Either crash or roll over. It is impossible to walk 100 kilometers safely. There are many cars on this road, and his speed is too fast. O'Neill looked contemptuous. Some people just like to pretend to be forced, and they don't have the skills to learn how to race. I thought I was so majestic, but I didn't know that in the eyes of the boss. This approach is naive. It's no different from courting death. There is a big turn ahead, what will he do? O'Neill's eyes were gloomy, he gave the steering wheel a little, and ate inside. Do not give the van an empty spot to pass by. This is to force the van to stop, so that he obediently dies. No one dares to be so daring to play a car in front of O'Neill. O'Neill would never tolerate being overtaken. He has always been the only one who can overtake, and others are obediently behind. Haha, act in front of me and court death. O'Neill sneered. In this rundown suburb, what kind of super driver can there be? Non-existent. I thought the van would stop, but I didn't know that it hit the front of the car lightly, and it actually drifted. At a wonderful angle, we passed through the middle of the two cars. When approaching O'Neill, the van seemed to magically drift toward the outer edge of the road. Bypass the Bugatti and run forward. What? O'Neill's expression changed greatly, and he looked at the rear of the van in shock. What kind of magic trick is this? He wanted to see what license plate the van was. He turned his head to look, but the speed of the van was so fast that he couldn't see anything clearly. I only see the Huxia characters behind repair the building and fill the leak. Oh, shit, I'll follow. O'Neill's face turned green with anger. Who is driving the car? It surpassed his Chiron. Thank you for the urging, today I have liver, asterisk. Chapter 18 Accidents, 8th. Liang sat in the driving seat with a relaxed expression. And Passion next to her was so frightened that her legs went weak. The screaming voice also became hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot. It smelled of horror. He just drifted past a sports car and was in a good mood. Looking at the style of the sports car, it seems to be a Bugatti Chiron. The van is pretty good to drive, even a sports car can outperform, and the quality is not bad. Relax, I'll be fine. Li Ang held back his smile and tried to comfort Pasha. But the speed of the car remained unabated. Pasha shivered, and dared to speak. Boom boom boom. There was a roar from behind. Li Ang turned his head to look. It was the Bugatti Chiron who just surpassed. It seems unwilling to be overtaken by itself, and is speeding up to catch up. To compete with Li Ang. Hehe, let me see what you are capable of. Li Ang joked, downshifting and stepping on the accelerator, making the van grow stronger. After that, the gear was hurried, and the speed was greatly increased. It has exceeded 200. The engine shuddered noticeably, at maximum load. This time, the distance was widened again. And the Bugatti Chiron behind wants to speed up. However, this is a corner, and its weight is not comparable to that of a van. You need to slow down and turn around, otherwise you will easily lose control. After only a few seconds of speeding up, he almost hit the guardrail. It's even harder to drift. It is not too late, there are 2s and 3s of vehicles on the road. Although not much, it is always a hindrance for a super-fast sports car. Accidentally collided and had a serious car accident. In the end, O'Neill could only watch the van leave and slap the steering wheel with hatred. Before the bet with Dominic started, he was defeated by the van. Are all the people here so arrogant? For O'Neill, this is simply a great shame. Who is it? O'Neill gritted his teeth. I originally thought it was Bronze, but I didn't expect it to be the king. O'Neill and Xiao, the hearts of the two were extremely shocked. After Li Ang drifted out of the corner, he looked in the rear-view mirror, and there was no trace of Bugatti. Sure enough, as he expected, because the body was too heavy, Bugatti had to slow down when cornering. No one can pass perfectly unless he has the driving skills like him. Coupled with the fact that there are cars on the road, Bugatti is even more afraid to mess around. Without drift, where is Bugatti's van's opponent in corners? Li Ang laughed, stepped on the gas pedal, and headed for the Pheasant. About 2 hours later, the van finally entered the city. Slowly go to where Pasha said. Soon I saw a beautiful girl standing on the street. The proportions of the body are so good that the bumps are uneven. Unlike white blonde hair, her hair is black and beautiful. With sexy big waves, full of femininity. Wearing a slim t-shirt with a small v-neck and a long skirt with navy blue straps, it brings a campus goddess style. The small off-the-shoulder design is playful with the sexy of a small woman. Paired with an orange high-waisted long skirt, the overall look is very elegant and feminine. Standing on the side of the road, the S-curve figure is simply a crime-provoking stunner. Unfortunately, it's really going to be a crime. Seeing that Li Ang and the others were about to arrive, a few big men suddenly appeared from the side. Letty panicked, and before she had time to shout, she was forcibly pushed into the car. It's a Ford muscle car. Muscle cars are particularly popular in the old America, born for drag racing, relying on their overbearing high horsepower acceleration. But off the straight track, it's no advantage. Who are these people? Li Ang turned to ask Pasha. No, I don't know. Pasha was already terrified, stuttering, and looking ugly. Hurry up, please save her. Pasha was flustered. She was in a panic at this moment. No matter who it was just now, it was definitely not the one who invited Letty to have tea and chat. These people must have other plans for dragging Letty into the car so rudely. The more she thought about it, the worse it became. Pasha was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, spinning around. The opponent is a muscle car, and it's not easy to perform in the city. We still have a chance. Li Ang analyzed calmly. Sit tight, he reminded, then stepped on the accelerator. The strong pushback burst out, and the roar of the beast came from the engine. This sound is suffocating. Pasha's face was ugly. In order to save Letty, she held back her fear. All attention was on the rear of the muscle car ahead, and it kept urging Li Ang to speed up. Such friendship is very deep. Li Ang's driving skills are not unreliable, and he caught up with the muscle car in 3 or 2 strokes. A rubbish that can't even drive at 200 hours is not worthy of fighting with him. The other drivers' eyes widened, and they were stunned to see Li Ang driving. Keep looking at the speedometer and then at the van. Doubt about life. There were several big men sitting in the car, and Letty who kept struggling. She cried out to Pasha for help through the car window in horror. It's a pity that he covered his mouth and couldn't hear anything. Only horrified eyes. Hold the handshake. Li Ang reminded. Then the steering wheel swerved, and the van slammed into the Ford. Boom! The 2 cars collided and both doors were damaged. The doors of the 2 vehicles were scratched and deformed at the same time. Moreover, it was Li Ang's active impact, and the Ford was even more seriously damaged. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Who is the spicy chicken? 9th more. The driver of the other party was a bit skilled. After being hit, he didn't rush around, but stabilized the vehicle. He glared at Li Ang, put the gear in his hand, stepped on the accelerator, and the muscle car exploded with a terrifying roar. The speed suddenly increased, and it suddenly surpassed Li Ang's van. It's a bit technical. Li Ang revealed a cat-and-mouse joke. Even with this little skill, he's too embarrassed to show it off in front of him. Really playing a big knife in front of Guangong. Mueller, can you get rid of him? In the other's car, a strong man asked the driver. The name shouted is naturally the driver's name. Of course, a garbage van, how could it be Ford's opponent? Mueller looked proud. Extremely disdain and contempt for Li Ang's van. No one has ever beaten a Ford with a van, never. This rubbish model doesn't deserve to compete with Ford. Not even an opponent. Mueller looked proud, raised his chin, and was confident in himself. He is a little-known street racer in his own right. Beat a lot of opponents and won a lot of cars from them. Mueller has a way to deal with the garbage model of the van. Sit down. Yo! He excitedly stepped on the brakes, slowing down and drifting through the corner. Not like Li Ang, who made drifting into art. It also has a lot to do with the model. Muscle cars are built to charge in a straight line, and corners are their Achilles heel. Cornering stiffness is a common problem with almost all muscle cars. Slowing down is also to be expected. Mueller had just turned the corner and looked in his rearview mirror to see that the van was gone. Cannot help but triumphantly. Spicy chicken. I thought there was something to it, but that's it. Competing in speed with a muscle car is simply humiliating. The big man in the car didn't see the van, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, I will praise you with the boss when I go back. Mueller is a talent recommended by the boss, saying that with him, this business is foolproof. I thought it was bragging, but I didn't expect it to be the case. Drivers are especially important at this time. Whether they can get rid of the candy depends on their skills. Ha ha ha, thank you Jack, look at me. Mueller became more and more excited. His heart had begun to swell, and he felt that among the fallen chickens, he was the fastest. He was so excited that he screamed, stepping on the accelerator to speed up. At this moment, at the fork in the road, a grey van rushed out. The front of the car hit them hard. Boom! The 2 cars collided violently, and a loud noise broke out. Ford lost control, rolled 5 times in a row, rolled for more than 10 meters, and slid on the ground for a certain distance before it came to a stop. The vehicle was on all fours, and its 4 wheels were powerless to roll. Several other vehicles were also hit and their bodies were deformed. The sudden car accident shocked everyone on the road. The moving car hurriedly braked and stopped in the middle of the road, causing the traffic order to be chaotic. People on the street looked sideways and looked at the van in surprise. Why did you suddenly bump into it? The van appears to have hit it on purpose. Which gang is looking for revenge? Are the people in the car okay? Some people have already taken out their mobile phones to take pictures or take small videos. Someone else called the police. The scene was chaotic. Li Ang didn't bother to pay attention to these people. He opened the car door and jumped out. In many white and black countries, this Asian face has aroused the exclamation of many people. Unexpectedly, the person who committed this crime was a yellow race who was always known for being weak. Pasha also got out of the car anxiously and rushed to Ford without stopping. "Letty, are you all right?" They almost cried. For fear that in such a car accident, Letty Xiang would lose her jade. The Ford body was dented and smoked. Worrying for everyone. "I don't know if the person inside is dead. But Li Ang is confident. I don't know if the others are dead or not, but Letty must be all right." Although the impact was violent just now, Letty was caught in the middle by several people. This would be equivalent to several people protecting Letty at the same time, buffering the impact. At most, Letty is in a coma. If she is lucky, she can still climb out. "Pasha!" A voice came from the car. The door was opened and a comatose shout was kicked out. Letty scrambled out of the car in pain. Other than bruises on forehead and arms, nothing major. The bones are intact and move freely. "Oh, my God, Letty, you're all right, great." Pasha hugged Letty excitedly, tears streaming down her face. It really scared her to death just now. If it wasn't for Li Ang to go out today, Letty would have been more fortunate than good luck. Li Ang approached the vehicle, looked at the unconscious people, and gave them a middle finger. "Who is the spicy chicken? The van can't even run, and there is still a face full of complacency. If you don't blow it, you will die." Li Ang felt a bad breath. "Let's go, get out of here first, there are so many people talking." Li Ang suggested. "You are?" Letty asked suspiciously. "Pasha's neighbor, let's go." Li Ang smiled and raised his feet to leave. Slap, the foot was suddenly caught. The strong man in the car grabbed his scream and said weakly, "Don't go, our boss won't let you go." WQNMD. Li Ang cursed in Hyuxia. "Raise your foot and kick him in the face, asterisk." Chapter 20 Advanced Summoning of Sports Cars, 10th. After Li Ang's physique has been transformed, his strength is extraordinary. Even if the opponent is a 200-pound strong man, he can kick out a concussion with one kick. The strong man raised his head and screamed, blood flew from his nose and mouth, and 2 teeth were lost. Then he closed his eyes and fainted. "Bah!" Li Ang spat in disgust. "What kind of rubbish gang deserves to be compared with me? Who is Li Ang? There are system additions, abnormal attributes, abnormal car skills, and abnormal sports cars. Don't be afraid even if the helicopter comes. Afraid of gangs? Let's go back and talk." Li Ang reminded them. "But what if the car breaks down?" Letty looked at her van in embarrassment. The front of the car was heavily sunken, and thick white smoke was coming out. With such a serious level of damage, no matter how powerful a maintenance master comes, it is impossible to fully recover. It is extremely powerful to cultivate to barely able to walk. It's a little bumpy on the way, and it's very likely to be damaged again. It's not safe to drive this shitty car on the road. It's useless to have a car, given the traffic conditions. It's hard to crash out, let alone drive. Li Ang shook his head, disapproving of driving out. Pasha looked around, and there was a serious traffic jam at the intersection. The horns blared one after another, and the people behind had no idea what was going on in front of them. The sidewalk was also full of people, watching them whispering. Shocked, unbelievable. What do we do now? Letty turned to ask Li Ang. Before they knew it, they had taken Li Ang as their backbone. Depends on and trusts him. Li Ang frowned, and just as he was trying to figure out a way, the system made a sound again. Ding dong, the silver thugs have the ability of global positioning and global navigation. As long as the location is set, the silver thugs can automatically reach the designated location. So good? Li Ang's eyes lit up. This function is too powerful. Today's high-end cars have functions such as automatic parking, or summoning vehicles, and remote control, but the distance is a flaw. The owner is required not to be too far away from the car, otherwise it cannot be summoned or parked. However, the silver thugs broke the limits of space. Can be summoned anywhere in the world. This is so powerful. Li Ang was extremely excited and became more and more fond of the silver thugs. At the same time, a 2D flat map of the pheasants came to mind, marked with their locations, and the current traffic jams. It is recommended to get on the bus on the glorious road 2 kilometers away. The system marked the green point. That is the best place to get on the bus. Looking at the radiation direction of the current traffic jam, you will not be able to bet there for a while. Okay, it will be on the brilliant avenue. How long will it take? Within 20 minutes. The silver thugs drove at a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, and it took almost 20 minutes to arrive. It just so happened that Li Ang and the others could take advantage of this time to rush over. When we got there, it was about 20 minutes. System calculations are still fairly accurate. Let's go to Glory Avenue, there are cars there, let's go. Li Ang led the way. Letty and Pasha looked at each other. How did he know there was a car on Brilliant Avenue? Did he buy a garage here and keep the car all year round? Let's go and have a look together. Letty followed Li Ang's footsteps. Leaving the place quickly, Li Ang took them to the location. Not long after they left, American police, ambulances, etc. came one after another. Begin to maintain order and take notes on the spot. There were obvious signs of violence at the scene, and it couldn't have been a simple car accident. For a time it was turbulent. What the US police don't know is that all the people they are tracking are just 2 streets away. With enough monitoring, this wouldn't happen. 20 minutes later, Li Ang and others arrived at a better location. I saw the silver thugs being surrounded by many people, and some people even picked up their mobile phones and kept taking pictures. Did you just see it? Unmanned driving. A driverless sports car? Cool. I think it's the legendary vehicle call. What brand of vehicle is this, and the shape is so cool. The appearance of the silver thugs amazed the people on the street. The vehicle is surrounded by 3 layers and 3 layers outside. Especially those who pass by will look at it in curiosity. Be captivated by the charm of the silver thug. Whose is this car? I'm willing to pay 50 million to buy it. I don't know which stupid pig shouted, and I was complacent. I thought 50 million was a lot. For this amount of money, I still want to buy silver thugs, delusional. Let rang, this car is mine, everyone. Li Ang pushed the crowd away. Holding the hands of Letty and Pasha, he got into the crowd. Hearing Li Ang's words, everyone was shocked. The owner of the car has appeared. Everyone turned their heads curiously, only to see a handsome Asian man, holding the hands of 2 beauties, and approaching the sports car. This Asian man is very lucky. Everyone is jealous, and the benefits are all taken by Asians. Usually when I meet a big beauty, just looking at it is enough to be blessed. You can blow with your brothers for a month. As a result, Li Ang held 2 hands at the same time. This makes them not crazy. Diddy Li Ang unlocked with his fingerprint, and the silver thug's door rose automatically. It can also recognize the number and location, and automatically open 3 doors. Is it super cool? There will be 5 more updates tonight, come on, the current collection is 4,700, if it breaks 6,000, the flowers will exceed 11,000, and it will still be 15 tomorrow. If you dare to collect, I will dare to update. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Extreme Speed, Chapter 11. The silver thugs shocked people enough, and the appearance of Li Ang made the crowd even more excited. Che handsome people are more handsome, the key is to be young. Such a background is definitely not rich or expensive. When Letty saw the silver thugs, everyone was stunned, staring at the silver thugs dumbfounded. When did Pasha's neighbor become so rich? I thought he was driving an ordinary vehicle, but I didn't expect it to be a supercar. And it's such a cool supercar, worth at least 10 million. Pasha also widened her eyes and stood there dumbfounded. Isn't this car in the garage? How come here? Does he have two identical supercars? Or are supercars also popular in shopping malls, buy one get one free? She was a little dizzy. What are you doing? Come in. Liang in the car urged. Oh. The two woke up like a dream and quickly got into the car. Just sitting down, the electric door automatically closes, which is high-end. Cool. Letty exclaimed, she also wanted such a car. The leather seats inside the car are extra soft. There are also atmosphere lights, making the space as noble as a prince. Love this car so much. When the young lady outside saw the two beauties entering, her eyes lit up. There is still a place in the car, as long as you fascinate him, you can get in the car. You might even get a lot of money. They continued to wink at Liang and secretly greet him. What's more, he took the initiative to go up to chat with him, his eyes were full of affection, and he kept poking and flirting, trying to attract Liang. Liang just smiled and put the gear in gear and stepped on the accelerator in one go. The sports car roared and moved slowly. The frightened onlookers stepped back again and took the initiative to make way for Liang and others to leave. After changing the car, Liang's horror began to show. Pasha had experienced him driving a van before. I thought that was his fastest speed, it couldn't be faster than just now, right? Who knew she was so naive? Liang stepped on the accelerator, hung up the clutch, and the silver thugs roared and sprinted. The ejection start and nitrogen injection are all used. The 8 exhaust pipes spewed blue flames, and the mob suddenly accelerated. A strong pushback is rushing in. Even Letty, who was always racing, was blushing with fear. This is an urban area, is the speed too fast? Slow down, there are no more cars in the city than in the suburbs. Letty grabbed her clothes nervously, her face pale and her lips blue. Sitting inside the silver mob, the scenery on both sides quickly regressed. Letty looked at the speedometer, at least 200 per hour. Damn, 200 hours, big brother, you're crazy. Letty screamed. Driving at a speed of 200 in the city is so crazy, right? If you go outside, wouldn't it cost 300 or 400? Letty feels like she's going crazy. Pasha also screamed again and again. Although she was sitting in the back, she was so frightened that she hugged the stool and closed her eyes. I was almost made to cry by Liang. What she was most afraid of was that Liang was driving. It's not that he drives badly, it's just too fast. It feels like flying, how many people can stand such a speed? Liang laughed and was in a good mood. Coming to the outskirts of the city, there are fewer cars and the road is wider. And the speed soars a few levels. Breaking through 300, 400, 500, is approaching 700. So fast. Letty's eyes widened. She could no longer see the road. It just feels like everything is going backwards fast. It's hard to even see a shadow. However, Liang still manages easily, avoiding and turning smoothly. It seems to know ahead of time. This kind of driving talent is amazing. Under Liang's extreme speed racing, the original 2-hour journey was abruptly shortened to 20 minutes. As soon as the car was stopped, Pasha couldn't wait to open the door and ran out to vomit. On the road, there are tail flicks, turns, and arc avoidance. It made her stomach roll and her head was dizzy. I feel like my soul is going to explode. Letty also had a hard time, and got out of the car with trembling legs. My feet were soft and I almost fell. His eyes were dull, so fast that his soul did not keep up. It was the first time she had been in such a fast car. It's faster and more exciting than riding a roller coaster. It is estimated that the dream tonight is spinning. Are you okay? Liang half smiled. It's okay. Letty managed to squeeze these two words out between her teeth. She was about to vomit. Suddenly she found that the silver thugs moved. Suddenly startled, he pointed at the car and said, "Your car didn't pull the handbrake, it rolled away." Liang looked back and said calmly, "It's fine, it just automatically returns to the garage to park." Letty was stunned. It is indeed a top-level supercar, and it has a lot of technology in it. It's automatic parking again, and advanced summoning. How many hidden features are there? Like Liang, the more you know, the more shocking you are. Under the surprised eyes of the beauty, the garage door slowly closed. Ding dong, complete the task. The task level will be upgraded by 1 level, all attributes will be increased by 100, and an ultrasonic drainage device will be presented. After completing another task, Liang is in a good mood. At this time, his level was already level 4, and all attributes were added to 400. The inner muscles are stronger and no one can match. Even if the Boulder police officer Hobbs fights with him recklessly, he will not be an opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Upheaval, Chapter 12. The last 2 days have been uneventful. The calm pheasant, people smell a different kind of breath. The hot summer is coming to an end, and the eventful autumn is not far away. First, the truck was hijacked and a carload of people was crushed to death. Then came the shooting, and another 5 or 6 lives. There is also a huge car accident in the downtown area, and the driver escaped. Just today, a tweet also caused a stir and boil. It was made by O'Neill, a famous street racer on the West Coast. He said, "Last night I lost to a van. I was driving a Bugatti Chiron. He drifted around corners with inertia. His car was very fast. I only saw that he had a sign for repairing a leak in a building. If you know who he is, if so, please tell him, I will wait for him in the violent block on Saturday." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. O'Neill is known as the god of cars on the West Coast. The 3 worlds have already won the championship of street racing. It is said that the next step is to prepare to challenge Dominica. If he wins, he will officially claim the throne and become the first person in traffic jams on the streets of the West Coast. However, such a powerful driver did not lose to Chevrolet or Porsche. But lost to the little-known van? What are you kidding? April Fool's Day? Or did I not wake up? Bugatti lost to the van? What the hell is this? Who is this man who drives the van? Netizens exploded and expressed their disbelief. Bugatti Chiron, the invincible vehicle, will lose to the van? Must be a prank. If a van can drive so fast, why buy a muscle car and a supercar? In the face of doubts from netizens, O'Neill simply released a video of the car recording. I saw in the video, O'Neill's speed is very fast. Dazzling and dizzying. He is able to shuttle freely among the numerous traffic flows, which proves to be a bit of strength. I just don't know what the speed is. Suddenly, a van sprang out from behind, and netizens were shocked and quickly pressed pause. As O'Neill said, he's very fast. In the back, there are words and hyuxia for repairing buildings and leaks. If it weren't for the computer pause button, they might not be able to read the words. This is too fast. And find a way out in the cracks. Judging from his movement trajectory, it was drifting around. What is this operation? Netizens were stunned. No movie script dares to write like this. The continuous S-line drift is still on the road curve and there is a vehicle blocking the front. This kind of operation is already inhuman. Great! People who watched the video exclaimed and double-clicked 666. Some sharp-eyed people recognized that this was the van that was involved in the catastrophic accident in Low Pheasant. The license plate is exactly the same, this is it. The car accident in the city is this van. Haha, it must be too much speeding, and the technology is not related to an accident. Spicy chicken drivers, they can show off their skills on the road. No, it seems that the person from the vehicle intends to kidnap a girl, and only crashes the car to save the person in a desperate situation. There are different opinions, and I am curious about Li Ang. The one who can beat O'Neill is definitely a legendary driver. Why is such a powerful person so silent? Everyone draws a question mark in their hearts. But it was soon relieved, maybe it was just moved. Or came from the East Coast. There are so many people in the world that it is impossible for everyone to know. Very normal. On the other side, Dominic watched the news with a heavy expression on the news, which was playing the big car accident of the Loyal Pheasant. It can be seen on the TV that the van is going very fast. Straight to the Ford muscle car. The next second the vehicle rolled and flew out, unable to start again. Domi, someone has sent the gauntlet. Brian walked in with the letter. Handsome face, showing extraordinary masculine charm. Teg wasn't as strong as Dominic, but he was charismatic. Who wrote the gauntlet? Dominic took it lightly. O'Neill, he's coming to the Pheasant. Dominic paused, then smiled slightly. Have you finally come to challenge me? Both are known as the strongest people on the West Coast. There will be a battle eventually. Dominic had long expected this day to come. Even if O'Neill doesn't come, he will go to challenge himself. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, and sooner or later the winner will be decided. But his interest goes far beyond that. He had trouble yesterday. Brian took out his phone. Look. The mobile page is exactly what O'Neill posted on the inquiry tweet. He was beaten by a van. What the hell? Dominic's heart is 10,000 unbelievable. Touching his bald head, his eyes were full of shock. When did the van become so powerful? He clicked on the video out of curiosity, and was shocked when he saw the van drifting past. As an insider, he can see what others cannot. In an instant, he bounced up and played the video over and over again, his expression extremely serious and shocked. At such an extreme speed, he was able to turn as he wanted. It's as simple as eating, drinking, and walking. You can walk wherever you want. This is almost a myth in the racing world. Could it be him? Dominic was shocked. He thought that night, the silver car was also very fast. Could it be the same person? Asterisk. Chapter 23 Forming a Team, Chapter 13. Dominic has a hunch that the fallen pheasant, who has been calm for many years, may be disturbed by one person. Stealing goods, killing people, crashing cars, etc., are just the beginning. With this person there, Loyal Pheasant will have no peace. Get the city bad and everyone gets sucked into it. No one can escape this vortex storm. Who is this person? Any news? Dominic opened Li Ang's photo. It was posted by a netizen in the comments, at the scene of a streetcar accident. You can clearly see that the van is dented in. Brian took it and shook his head. No, maybe he just came to this city. Really? Dominic chinned silently, lost in thought. With O'Neill's tweet, all the United States are following Li Ang. Even on Twitter hot search, and web news hot search. Too much of the limelight. And the protagonist everyone is paying attention to is eating beef pizza in front of his car door. Very relaxing. Not worried at all. A vehicle came over to be repaired, and with his technology, he could just debug it twice. Feel free to suggest something better to use. Earning a few $1,000s a day is not a problem. Not everyone is a billionaire, and millions of orders come in every day. At this moment, Pasha's house next door opened, and Letty came over in casual clothes. She came to Li Ang, pulled out a chair and sat down. Thank you for saving me. It's rare to be so feminine. Girls who learn to repair cars are generally more sturdy. Letty is someone who has learned Sanda, and his fighting power is not low. If it weren't for the sudden incident that day, and there were too many people, she would not have been captured obediently. The person that day, why did they arrest you? Li Ang turned his head and asked. I ruined their good things. Forward. Li Ang had a lot of calculations, but he never thought Letty would be so direct. They were a car smuggling ring, and they were in the loan shark business, Letty recalled. My friend got caught in their trap, took out a loan shark to buy a car, and ended up having no money to pay. I bumped into it later, and after I rescued my friends, they stared at me. Letty's tone was calm. The incident happened suddenly yesterday, and for the first time, she didn't take precautions. After suffering a loss, she will definitely be more careful. In the future, you will be equipped with a gun, and if this happens again, you will no longer be passive. Li Ang nodded, then you should pay more attention to yourself when you go to the city. Actually. Letty hesitated, a little hard to explain. Actually, I don't want to go to the city to find a job. I want to work with you and join your team. Hey! Li Ang was stunned. This request came so suddenly that Li Ang was caught off guard. Ding dong, open the team system, the members of the team can share the benefits of the upgrade. The attributes of a single upgrade are half of the host's. The attributes that the team improves, the host can get an additional 50% bonus. In other words, after Li Ang is upgraded, Letty can get 50 full attributes. Li Ang inherits another 50%, which is 25 points. In this way, each upgrade is an increase of 125 points in all attributes. The larger the team, the more points Li Ang can get. 4 people is an extra 100 points. 40 people is 4,000 points. Li Ang was surprised that this system even had a hidden function. However, there are many benefits to coming up with this team mode. No harm to Li Ang. Have you really made up your mind? Li Ang pointed to the maintenance workshop behind him. I'm just a car repairer, are you really willing to work with me? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Letty was extremely confident. Oh? Tell me about it. On the surface it's a repair shop, but you're not simple, you have a one-of-a-kind sports car, and you have a modified engine. The technology is very hard. The more Letty said, the more excited she became. I want to join in and work with powerful people to become stronger. She's a master at tuning cars and can hear the difference in engines. The voice of the Silver Thugs is so unique, and it is difficult to forget the passionate and majestic momentum. She wants to learn this technique and join Li Ang's team. Cooperating with such a powerful person, the future achievements will definitely not be low. My salary in the car repair business is not high, 2,000 yuan. Do you want to do it? Li Ang half smiled. FK. Letty smiled happily, full of highlights rubbing against Li Ang's arm. With a dry word, it is easy to be misunderstood. Li Ang can't help but be distracted. What an alluring stunner. If the salary of 2,000 yuan was placed elsewhere, Letty would not necessarily accept it. But here in Li Ang, it is different. Didn't you hear what he said? It's just a car repair business. There are other businesses that make more money there. It is more than 2,000 yuan to do a trip. 20,000 yuan feels less than that. Ding dong, Letty officially joined the team, level 0. Li Ang lit a cigarette, smiled, and finally formed his own team. The back is to fight the pheasant, fight the old beauty, and fight the whole world. Congratulations on setting up a team for the first time and getting a gift pack reward, Medusa S, built for corners. Yo, the team members also gave away sports cars. Asterisk. Chapter 24 The New Car Medusa S, Chapter 14. Li Ang was surprised, and before he could react, the garage floor rumbled open. Letty looked back in surprise and saw a big red supercar parked in the garage. This is a mid-engine supercar. The elegant appearance is in no way inferior to traditional sports cars. The two LED headlights that resemble a triangle are very attractive. The aerodynamic kit is used on the lower side, combined with the small mouth grille, it looks like a beauty. The whole body adopts a fastback body and uses a lot of carbon fiber materials. With 21-inch 5-spoke aluminum alloy wheels, it is very sporty. Similarly, it uses a nuclear-powered generator inside and does not require refueling. However, its performance is not as good as the Silver Thugs. The limit speed is 500 km per hour. Because the pressure generated at high speed is heavy, it can give it more advantages in corners. The tires are specially made and wear-resistant tires, not as good as Li Ang's. But it doesn't change tires as often because of drift. In short, the performance is not as good as Li Ang's, but more than enough than other sports cars. The top speed of 500, with Letty's current technology, is not bad to be able to drive to 300. Cool. Letty's eyes lit up, and she reached out and touched the car. As if she had a strange fate with her, she fell in love with this car at first sight. She guessed right, Li Ang is not easy. Who would have thought that there is a sports car hidden underground in an ordinary maintenance workshop? Looking at its shape and design, I am afraid it is above the tens of millions. Is this the fun of the boss? Love low-key, experience life? This car is called Medusa S, and S means corners, and it's designed for corners. Li Ang crossed his hands on his chest and said with a smile, "Since you have decided to join my team, you can't do without a car. This car is for you." Really? Letty was surprised, her eyes shining. Well. Li Ang nodded and threw the key to her, "Go and experience it yourself." Letty caught the key in a hurry, a feeling of happiness welling up in her heart. I didn't expect that she already had a sports car. And it was from Li Ang. What does it mean when a man gives a woman a sports car? Thinking of this, Letty's face couldn't help blushing, and she was extremely happy. She got into the sports car and was pleasantly surprised. The interior is very luxurious, with red and white tones. The overall use of top leather wraps, and the center console area is partially decorated with carbon fiber material. Electronic instrument panel, touchscreen display, and multifunction buttons, simple and elegant yet elegant. Letty gripped the steering wheel excitedly, full of anticipation. Looking forward to Medusa's performance. The maximum speed of this car is 500, but you can't reach the maximum speed. Drive carefully. Li Ang reminded. For fear that she would be too excited and would not be able to stop the car when she stepped on the accelerator. It will be troublesome then. Hearing 500 an hour, Letty opened her mouth in surprise and looked at the dashboard in disbelief. The top speed is 600. It is reserved for nitrogen acceleration. After the nitrogen speed is increased, it will inevitably exceed the maximum speed. The meter always reserves the point value. Yet. Letty nodded excitedly. After skillfully putting on the clutch and stepping on the accelerator, the Medusa S made an excited roar and made its debut for the first time. It's the roar of this engine. It's exactly the same as Li Ang's, but the specifics are not the same. I feel that Li Ang's is stronger. But Letty was content with the sports car he could get. It is not required to exceed Li Ang, nor is it possible to exceed Li Ang. If there is such a good sports car, Li Ang must drive it first. Impossible to prescribe to someone else unless he has something better. Li Ang watched Medusa slowly leave, and it was estimated that the little girl would not come back within an hour or two. Then Pasha took the phone and came out with a lot of thoughts. "Li Ang, we are in trouble." "What?" Li Ang was stunned for a moment, and his expression revealed confusion. Pasha handed him the phone. "Your affairs have been exposed, and I want someone to give you a battle post." "Forward." Li Ang couldn't help thinking of Brady Chiron. At that time, he surpassed that guy, and he wanted to catch up, but he didn't catch up in the end. If anyone is going to issue a gauntlet, it's only him. Sure enough, when he turned on the video and saw the front of the car, he knew it was a Bugatti. The same color, the same shape, the same scenery, what is not a Bugatti Chiron? Li Ang saw his post and read the comments, and realized that this O'Neill had an unusual identity. One of the best in street racing on the West Coast. Same as Dominica. Such a master came to Luo Pheasant, and also issued a war post. Just want to decide the winner with Dominic and Li Ang. Who is the god of West Coast racing? Ding dong, release a new mission, win the battle of conferred god on the West Coast, reward, level +1, electronically controlled rubber car body, huge amount of money. The rewards are huge. Li Ang showed a playful smile, a challenge, right? I took it. It happened that Letty joined, so it was not a bad idea to let her join. After this race, she may be able to make a lot of superb driving skills. I'm afraid they will unite and smother you together. Pasha was worried. Li Ang is an Asian face, while Dominic and O'Neill are both native United States drivers. Under the racism of white supremacy, the two of them may not join forces against Li Ang. It is very difficult for him to break through in this matter. Don't worry, they want to smack me, and the speed has to keep up with me. Li Ang is very confident. He still has a secret weapon that he has yet to come up with. It's not that easy to miss him. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Appearances Bumblebee, Chapter 15. Back in the workshop, Li Ang closed the door of the workshop. Turn on the light at will. The soft light sprinkled on the sports car set off his noble gentleman's temperament. Obviously a thug with all his strength, but he has a personable side. It's a car with personality. Li Ang chuckled. If it wasn't for someone who had seen his style, it would be hard to believe that the silver thug was so savagely sexy. That kind of speed that breaks through all constraints can ignite the passion of everyone. This kind of joy and passion, only a silver mob can give. System, is there a suitable defense package? Li Ang called the system. In order to prevent being overcast, is there any precaution? Now the car body is ordinary carbon fiber, which is not perfect for collision protection. Li Ang would be in trouble if the two of them used the terrain or took the path to flank. With a little defensive preparation, you will never suffer. There is a 1.5 million package, a glass resonance blaster, and 3 tracking small missiles. The system gives the best recommendation. Flanking is only a momentary thing. During the pincer attack, the glass resonates and shatters, which will definitely disturb their sight. It also makes them panic, which affects the speed and disrupts the plan. Glass blasting is enough to break through. The 3 missiles were for Li Ang's self-protection. If the other party wants to kill Li Ang can also bombard him with missiles. More powerful and more destructive. With these 2 artifacts, Dominic and O'Neill cooperated, and Li Ang was no longer afraid. Now his balance is only 2 million, so don't expect a better package. This package is also good. Li Ang was quite satisfied. There is defense, and there is offense. The other 2 are enough. Put it on. Li Ang said buy it. The account began to be debited, and the system debited 1.5 million. At the same time, the vehicle emits a dazzling white light. The silver thug is starting to refit. Time flies, and soon it will be Saturday. Violent neighborhoods are particularly lively today. With O'Neill's order, most of the famous drivers on the West Coast came over. All kinds of luxury cars, sports cars, and muscle cars rushed to the violent neighborhood. There are not so many rules in this game. You can participate as long as you can afford to lose. The winner takes all the vehicles. The loser will lose the car in his hand, or a car or money of the same value. Therefore, ordinary racing drivers will not participate in the competition of such bigwigs. It is comparable to a fight with gods, and only those with more money will participate. Of course, if he wins, he will ascend to the throne of the West Coast car god. Also get the vehicles of all the contestants. Many vehicles are worth more than 10 million. So many cars add up, and at least they can sell for 100 million yuan. The rewards are huge. but there is only one champion. Competition is brutal. And violent neighborhoods are chaotic and disorderly neighborhoods. A wall separates the backward areas from the rest. There are no laws, no institutions, and it is controlled by underworld groups. They are daring and do all kinds of evil. The streets are dilapidated, drugs are rampant, and crime is everywhere. Because of the complex roads in the block, it is also a suitable place for racing. It can be destroyed arbitrarily. The rules are broken, and the trails are interspersed. It's not just as simple as racing skills, it's more than brains. There are a lot of sharp turns, and even the best drifting technique is difficult to accelerate here. O'Neill chose here, no doubt to limit Liang's speed through the complex streets. Because Liang's speed is too eye-catching. Whether it is a curve or a straight line, there is almost no limit to him. Only the trails in the block, with sharp turns, made it difficult for him to use his skills. In choosing the location, O'Neill took great pains. As night fell, the entrance to the violent neighborhood was lively. With O'Neill's fame and financial resources, he successfully got the nod of the behind-the-scenes forces in the block. Run the game smoothly. All criminal activity will cease tonight. Whether it is a drug fan or an ordinary gangster, everyone can participate in this grand event. They played restless music at the entrance. Everyone in the room twisted and began to dance. Boom boom boom. The roar of the car's engine sounded. The first sports car came, the Chevrolet Hornet. Chevrolet Camaro, Bumblebee in Transformers. The representative of the civilian sports car, the price of less than $300,000 is also the dream of ordinary people. The surging power of 2.3 T, the American-style muscle body lines, the sultry car, and the rate of return is 100%. If you drive him, you will be the prettiest boy on this street. This Chevrolet Camaro has a V-shaped front face with a raised bonnet. The square headlights are integrated with the air intake grille. The front of the car is no frills, simple but full of impact. The rear bumper has a large area, and the reversing lights and fog lights are installed on both sides. The fog lights are designed on one side and look very small. The 20-inch large wheels are made of 5 aluminum alloys, which are very compatible with the atmospheric body. Oh, handsome. So cool. The appearance is the Bumblebee, and the back is even more powerful. With the appearance of Bumblebee, all the handsome men and beautiful women dancing in the field stopped and exclaimed. I don't know what luxury car is in the back. The picture is a 49-inch central control. Today, the 15 chapters update is over, and we will continue tomorrow. As promised, continue with 15 updates. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Luxury Car Feast, Part 1. O'Neill's influence is very large, just shouting, heroes from all walks of life have come. With the appearance of the Hornet, cooler sports cars appeared one after another. The movie 007 Royal Model, Aston Martin DB11, is a super sports car owned by Aston Martin. Inheriting the classic design of Aston Martin. The color is frosted glass blue, and the dynamic waistline and suspended roof shape make the car's sports index skyrocket. The tail lights use LED light sources, and the overall design is full of a strong futuristic atmosphere. Equipped with a new 5.2T twin-turbo V12 engine. Its maximum output will reach 600 horsepower and the speed will be as high as 441 km per hour. There is also the Lexus RCF 2020 Track Edition in the Man in Black. The new car is based on the new RCF model. The front face adopts a spindle grille design and redesigned LED headlights. It is also equipped with newly designed LED daytime running lights. It is very sharp and shows the sporty style. The body uses carbon fiber body components. It further highlights the characteristics of being born for the track, and the blood of the track is flowing in the bones. Equipped with a 5.0L V8 self-priming engine, it can bring a surging output of 351 kilowatts, 478 PS. Equipped with an electronic ejection starting system, it can break 100 in 4 seconds. There are also McLaren, Ford Mustang, Lamborghini Sixth Element, Koenigsegg, and so on. Even the sports car from the GTA 5 game is here, Spano. This is the first supercar to incorporate graphene, and the styling is radical. Its front section has sharp lines. The front air vent is not only large in size, but also inlaid with a pair of LED daytime running lights, which looks quite visually impactful as a whole. It is powered by an 8.3-liter V10 engine from the Dodge Viper with a maximum power of 780 horsepower. The 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time is only 2.9 seconds, and the maximum speed is 350 km/h. The strength is evident. For a time, the violent neighborhood turned into a luxury car club. These sports cars are basically modified. Adding ambient lighting to the chassis makes it very cool. One by one, the eldest young masters got out of the car and gave high fives to the people around them. Or a beautiful woman came up to chat with them, and the two had an American kiss on the hood of the car. The music became more exciting, and more people gathered around. They looked at the supercars in amazement and cheered excitedly. Soon Dominic also arrived, and he did not drive the Dodge Charger. That car is slightly lacking in horsepower among the many perverted sports cars. Driving today is a Hennessy Venom F5. My God, it turned out to be Venom F5, cool! The crowd exclaimed. Hennessy's sports cars have never been simple. Born to break records. There are large air intakes on the side of the front face, and the sharp lower lip can easily tear the air. At the same time, the towering wheel arches on both sides can also collect air, increasing the downforce for the vehicle. The large rear wing and exaggerated rear diffuser are very aggressive. The triangular-shaped exhaust shape brings a high degree of recognition. Equipped with a twin-turbo V8 engine, the maximum power of more than 1,600 horsepower, the top speed is 480 km. Acceleration from 0 to 300 km/h takes less than 10 seconds. Handsome and compelling. Then came O'Neill. He changed his car, a car that was even more arrogant than the Bugatti Chiron. The design of this car is very futuristic. The sharp and angular body lines, combined with the exhaust pipe design similar to the tailpipe of a fighter jet, make this car look more like a chariot of the future. The triangular front of the car makes the car look like a bullet out of the chamber. Murderous and the champion harvester on the track. Devil 16. Suddenly it's a legendary sports car. The audience screamed wildly and was extremely excited. This sports car is equipped with a 7.2L V16 engine, using F1 racing technology. The output power reaches 5000 PS. The exhaust system is designed like an aircraft jet engine, and the material is a large aviation ceramic glass fiber composite material and titanium alloys. It can break through 100 km/h in 1.8 seconds, and the top speed can reach 560 km/h. Monsters on the track. Almost D16 appeared, eclipsed all sports cars in the field. Born with the breath of a king, no one can match. So strong. Smell of despair. The driver of the van came here tonight to seek abuse, right? Ha ha ha, he lost tonight, trash. If I can win, I'll help him repair the roof. The laughter came one after another, full of contempt for Li Ang. Any car here can crush Li Ang's van. No matter how fast he is, it is limited by the engine, at most 200 per hour. And this speed in a sports car is just warm-up. The two are not on the same level at all. What kind of car will O'Neill wait for tonight? I don't know, maybe it's a van, ha ha ha. It can't be O'Neill's opponent anyway. The super speed of 500 km is put there. Dare to compare a car with 300 km? The final battle is a 10 km straight track. This road is all about the speed limit of the car. It's also a place to win or lose. The performance of the car is not good, and it will fail here. O'Neill has a great chance tonight. Even the Hennessy Venom F5 has a lot of pressure. Is Liang possible? 8,000 favorites, almost 3 times the number. I can only give back to everyone's support, and continue with 15 updates today. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The King's Debut, 2nd. Liang can't possibly win. The van is rubbish. O'Neill will be crowned champion. These 3 points have become the consensus of all. The moment the O'Neill sports car D16 appeared, the cheers erupted, almost suppressing the sound of the music. The beauties left the men around them one after another and rushed towards O'Neill frantically. Just because O'Neill can look at them, tonight is the greatest luck. O'Neill greeted them with a smile, leaning handsomely on his sports car for a cigarette. Proud of the spring breeze, D16 made him a lot of limelight. Dominic came over. The two were opponents and had already known each other. I heard that you were overtaken by a van, do you know who the other party is? Dominic wondered if Liang was the one who stole his goods. O'Neill glanced at him lightly. I checked the license plate, but the owner of the car is someone else, not him. Netizens have long exposed Liang's pictures on the internet. Obviously not the same as the owner. The owner of the car is a greasy middle-aged uncle, while Liang is a young and handsome guy. There is a huge difference in temperament between the two. Why, are you also interested in him? O'Neill asked back. He wondered what festivals would be between Dominic and Liang. But Dominic doesn't want to say more, let alone expose his secrets casually. If this spreads to the ears of the sliver, or becomes the handle of some people, the whole team is going to get into huge trouble and be very passive. I'm not interested, I just think it's more interesting. Dominic replied intriguingly. O'Neill narrowed his eyes, pondering Dominic's words. Everyone here tonight is a familiar face, maybe he won't be here tonight. O'Neill looked around. Most of the drivers know each other and O'Neill has played against them. Some people have a good technical level, some people have a good car, but they can't reach the level of the van's extreme speed drift. The person he wanted to wait for has not come yet. Didn't see the face in the video. It's still early, maybe on the way. Dominic looked into the distance. As soon as the voice fell, the peculiar engine sound cut through the air and spread to the scene. The strong and surging sound seems to have endless power. Such a powerful engine makes the blood flow. And it's not just a car. The lively and excited people were attracted, stopped moving and screaming, turned their heads curiously and looked into the distance. Coming. He came. O'Neill and others are here. Crying wildly in my heart, looking forward to the arrival of Liang. The scene suddenly became quiet, and even the DJs stopped moving. Buzzing. The sound is getting closer and closer, and the flashing headlights are shining, irritating everyone's eyes. They couldn't help raising their hands to cover, watching the oncoming car through the gap between their fingers. The arrogant and domineering lines and the silver-white body make the vehicle more dazzling. The two headlights were like the eyes of thugs, shining brightly. When they got close, they all exclaimed. The shape is simply stunning. Big fence front, huge front bumper with ventilation and spherical wheel arches. The design of the lights has a little taste of BMW tail lights, full of personality, and very dynamic after lighting. 21-inch wheels, dull LED lights, and a rear that looks like a rocket launcher. Every detail is designed for the pursuit of speed. Behind the silver mob is Medusa, also a dazzling sports car. It's just that the temperament is feminine, not as eye-catching as the silver thugs. As they approached the race car, the silver thug and Medusa drifted in circles at the same time. Enter the parking space steadily by turning in circles. The whole process was smooth, without any bumps, and the timing was just right. Medusa is also one-stop, skilled, and a master. Ding dong, please complete the task, win the game, reward, electronic soft metal body, level +1, huge amount of money. The task is reminded again. Electronic soft metals, also known as rubber car bodies, are mainly elastic like rubber. The body is made of soft metal that feels soft to the touch, like soft glue or jelly. The expansion or contraction can be controlled by adjusting the current to change the stiffness of the car body. When hit, it softens in a billionth of a second. Like jelly, but without smashing. Instead, it will shoot the car out. When the car calms down, the damage will be repaired automatically. Never break. Anti-bullet explosion is not a problem. It's easy and easier to use than a bulletproof car. Another cool black technology. Still what Liang wanted most. Liang was overjoyed when he was so sleepy that he brought a pillow. Dominic squinted at the car. He couldn't see the shadow of the car that night because of the change in the shape of the system. Although the color is similar, there are many vehicles of this color. Of the cars to be raced tonight, 3 are silver. Low-key luxury has connotation, just like the character quality of Asians. O'Neill stood up straight and stared at the silver thugs who broke into the scene. With such a bold and unique way of appearing, 9 times out of 10, he is that person. The car door was slowly raised upwards, and everyone in the audience held their breaths, watching the silver thugs nervously. As if seeing a king coming, they were all cautious. For fear of breathing too loud, disturbing the king. Snapped. 1 foot out. Liang officially got out of the car. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Pre-Match Conflict, Part 3. When I saw Liang appear, the audience boiled over. Screaming and cheering no less than Dominic and O'Neill. Become a tripod with these two. The person who had just ridiculed him for driving over in the van was also slapped in the face. This is clearly a custom vehicle. There is no car logo, and there is no shadow of mass-produced vehicles on the market. Absolute concept models, generally only one is produced, not mass production. It will not be put on the market. This kind of car is either made of extremely precious materials, or the technology is top secret or the mass production cost is high. Only accept personal orders. Either way, it requires a lot of money. It can't be the greasy uncle who drives the van. The ladies and sisters were even more excited, leaving O'Neill and coming to Liang. It made O'Neill very jealous and extremely angry. In the past, he didn't steal the limelight wherever he went, but today he was humiliated by Liang. Where does this put his face in the racing world? Hey, who is the woman behind him? A hot body. Several pig brothers were drooling. O'Neill was stunned for a moment, then looked intently, only to realize that there was a woman behind Liang. Looking at Letty's hot body, O'Neill couldn't help but look hot. Such a woman is just right for me. I hate Liang even more in my heart. Dominic was completely blind to Letty, staring at Liang. He wants to find traces from Liang. Is it the person who grabbed the food that day? Liang got out of the car and walked towards them. I heard someone is going to challenge me. The tone was joking, as if mocking the other party's incomprehension. O'Neill was equally arrogant in his heart, being so ridiculed by Liang, he couldn't sit still. Yes, it's my challenge. O'Neill stood up slowly, raised his chin and said proudly, the road conditions were bad that day, and you took advantage of the garbage van. He poked Liang's chest and said, today I want to compare with you, who is the king of the track. In front of thousands of people, O'Neill formally challenged Liang. And O'Neill's friends laughed and laughed at Liang, and they fell to the ground. The rubbish, nobody dares to overtake O'Neill's car, courting death. Go back early, this broken car is not the opponent of D16. Asian, just because you are worthy of O'Neill's opponent. Dad is here to fix you. Ha 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 ha, O'Neill wins. The speech was extremely harsh and harsh. Extremely arrogant, clearly shouting that O'Neill is number one in the world. Dominica is not so arrogant. Most of the audience were O'Neill's friends, or fans who came here. Unlimited support for him, no one spoke for Liang at the scene. Spray Liang all over his head. originally thought Li Ang would be furious, and then beat him up. It's just that no one thought that his concentration was extraordinary, and he was not angry. Or it's not that you don't get angry, but you hide your emotions in your heart. It's hard to guess what he's thinking. I'm not like some people who only pretend to be aggressive. I prefer to fight for strength. Li Ang sarcastically, with contempt in his eyes. Blow as you like before the game, but be careful that there are accidents in the game. He threatened O'Neill with his middle finger. O'Neill was so angry that his face was blue and his body was shaking. The fists were squeezed so loudly that they raised their fists and were about to punch them out. Li Ang shot with lightning and squeezed his fist with one hand. O'Neill tried hard, but his fist didn't move. The opponent's palm is like a welded iron pliers. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. O'Neill's face changed greatly, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he was extremely shocked. In the country of old America, O'Neill is already considered a muscular man. Compared with Hobbs and Dominic, there is not much difference. At least if O'Neill goes down, the two won't take it so easily. But Li Ang did it. How this makes Li Ang not shocked? Idiot, you don't know anything about my power. Li Ang flicked lightly, and O'Neill's fist flew out. He hit the person next to him, the guy screamed in pain, covered his nose, and the tears were left behind. The blood vessels were broken, and the blood flowed from the nose non-stop. O'Neill was horrified and looked at Li Ang with a faint fear. What exactly did his words mean? Does he have any other secrets? O'Neill could not help but shiver with cold sweat on his back. He seemed to realize that he had provoked a different opponent. In this world, there are genetically modified people. Li Ang snorted coldly, let's start, use the car to decide the outcome, the winner is the king. Ignoring these people, Li Ang turned back to the car. Letty also glanced coldly around the scene without saying a word. Noble goddess temperament, coupled with a hot body. You can't take your eyes off her. They were all looking at her greedily and hotly. Humph, you won't be his opponents. Letty said this and turned her head into the car. She will only choose the man who can conquer her, and is the most powerful man. No one on the scene deserves it. It's not for anyone, but everyone present is hot chicken. Even she can't win, still want to win Li Ang? Dream. Buzz. Li Ang put the accelerator in neutral, and the silver thug made a restless sound. Letty, if you can't keep up with my speed, play as you like. Li Ang told Letty through the walkie-talkie. Yet. Letty nodded. Letty had seen his speed. Medusa alone can't keep up with Li Ang. She was already in control. But compared with Li Ang, the difference is too far. Thank you for the big reward, there are still 15 more today. The amount is enough. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Large-Scale Car Accident Scene, Part 4. The picture shows Hennessy Venom F5. Now that the person who should come has come, and the time is about the same. O'Neill gave an order and the drivers took their places. Get back to your sports car. Locations are in first-come first-served order. Those who arrive early are in the front, those who arrive late are in the back. Not fair, but no one disputes that. You can only blame you for being late, and those who arrive early are privileged. If the technology can really do it, it doesn't care about the distance from the start. Dominic glanced at Li Ang's car lightly. He walked towards his own Hennessy Venom with doubts. Even he wasn't sure if it was Li Ang that night. After confirming that the drivers of each car are in their respective positions, the hot-looking beauty walked to the center with a smile. She reached out and dragged her clothes, and the pink fat time was pulled out. This is the signal to start the game. Every driver stared at the fat times, their feet on the gas pedal, and the sports car let out a humming roar. Before it even started, the passion for racing has been ignited. The roar of the engine was bloody, and the surrounding fans cheered and screamed. So many luxury cars gathered tonight, the scale is beyond imagination. All vehicles add up. I am afraid there are 780 million yuan. Whoever wins tonight's game will definitely get rich overnight. The end of the game is the entrance of Zhejiang Mountain's 9th district. The beauty said with a smile. From Luoshanji to Zhejiangshan, the whole journey is about 630 kilometers. The normal driving time is 6 hours, and the bus is 9 hours. Racers will be faster. At a speed of 200 per hour casually, the time may be shortened to 3 hours. If there is no accident, it can be reached before dawn. The rules are casual, there are no restrictions. Are you ready? The beauty smiled playfully. The game begins. She let go of Fat Time in her hand and let Fat Time fall to the ground. The engines of dozens of sports cars were frantically throbbing at the same time, and the humming sound almost burst the eardrums. Ejection starts, the front of the car rises and sprints. Nitrogen accelerated, and the exhaust pipe spewed hot flames, which burned to the limit. They started running like crazy. Looking down from the sky, the block steel torrent, like opening the gate, rushed out in an instant. Take each other's lanes, step on the accelerator to speed up. I can't wait to break 403 seconds. One or two are so blushing that as long as there is a little gap, they must be interspersed. Of course, sometimes it will be very tragic. Rear-end collisions or side collisions occur frequently. People with good driving skills can stabilize the car with a shake. Those with poor driving skills and even worse luck will shake too much. He was hit by the following vehicles one after another, rolled over in circles, and was finally knocked out of the track. The people next to him exclaimed. The track guardrails were smashed to pieces. The front of the car is even more smashed, like paper crumpled into a ball. Grass, you almost hit me and startled me. The car hit the edge of my trousers. Stimulus, another wave. People near the vehicle screamed and cheered. Everyone was scared, but they felt good. Their adrenaline surged when they saw the vehicle being wrecked. Destruction is always nerve-wracking. Because of the competition for the track, the front line has become the hardest hit area, but the back is the most comfortable. The further back, the less hurried. In this way, Li Ang came last, which is the most beneficial. Sitting in the car, Li Ang couldn't help laughing as he watched the car roll over on the track in front of him. A bunch of idiots, this is street racing, no rules are rules. No one defines the track, and there is no mandatory requirement to walk on this road. Because of the accident, the road ahead is now congested. It's hard for Li Ang to speed up even if he wants to pass. He looked around, then flicked his tail and rushed into another road. The speed does not decrease but increases, and the arc is extremely beautiful. The silver thugs rushed off the track and took a different path, attracting the attention of others. Hey, isn't this the car the Asian boy drove just now? He went the other way. There is a kind, even the navigation will get lost here, how can he get out? Hee, I thought it was so arrogant. That road is so narrow, and if you drive in so fast, you're dead. The fans snorted with disdain, all despising Li Ang. No matter how good the driving skills are, it is difficult to get out after entering. It's very easy to get lost and go around in circles. Some roads are so small that only the next car can pass. The speed of the sports car is so fast, how is it possible to get out of it? Even if it came out, it would be very embarrassing. Dominic and O'Neill were also surprised. Dominic flashed by, pulled the handbrake, and the car drifted. Then he also turned into the inner lane, and he wanted to compete with Li Ang. No, Dominic also went in. O'Neill was dumbfounded. Looking at the almost blocked road ahead, it is best to grit your teeth and choose the road of the game. He doesn't know anything about the environment here, so he might not be able to get out if he rushes in. Might as well go this route. When you have passed the hardest hit area of the car accident, it is time to run at extreme speed. He is confident that with the speed of the D16, he can surpass anyone. O'Neill shone with confidence. Just when he was about to step on the accelerator, the crowd beside him pointed. "Look, that silver car is coming out." "What?" O'Neill was shocked. In a trance, Li Ang's car came out. I saw a fork in the road ahead, and a silver-white sports car rushed out of the alley with a flamboyant attitude. "Hold your head high and show your unparalleled heroism." O'Neill was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to see a car god. Chapter 30 Super Speed, Part 5. Li Ang's speed stunned everyone, and they all stared at the rear of the car. The intricate roads inside, even within a minute, rushed out. The car body is intact, no deformation or scratches. What kind of magic trick is this? Impossible, how? They stared at the silver thug's tail in shock. I can't figure out why he can pass through so quickly. Even driving a motorcycle racing car, it is very difficult to rush out. Not to mention a car. O'Neill also widened his eyes and looked at the silver thugs in horror. The thoughts in my mind are chaotic, buzzing, and it feels like it's going to explode. I can't figure out how he got past in such a small area. What's even more shocking is that after coming out, the silver thugs went crazy. It's really like a thug, running rampant on the track. If it's running, other sports cars are walking. It was no use for the other drivers to press the accelerator hard, and they could only look desperately at the LED tail lights running through the rear of the car, revealing the grinning grin of the thugs. The lift split tail is slowly opened. It can be automatically adjusted according to the direction of entering the bend and the dynamic angle of the body, which is more competitive. It's full of sci-fi and has a Transformers feel. Grass, is he driving an airplane or a sports car? The drivers were stunned. I thought 400 km per hour was fast enough. Maybe less than 400, barely running 200 is not bad. But the appearance of Li Ang broke their cognition. It rushed past like lightning, and it was too late to even react. What the heck is this speed? Letty watched the silver mob excitedly from behind. As expected of Li Ang, he is definitely a car god. Only he can drive this kind of speed and calmly. Watching him drive is like watching a super movie. Every frame is pleasing to the eye and full of passion. Medusa, let's rush. Letty was infected, and all the cells in her body were cheering and cheering. Step down and step on the accelerator, drum up the power, and the speed will be raised a notch again. Upshifting to continue fueling, the Medusa hummed like an arrow, overtaking a car. What? The person who was mocking just now has broken glasses. Medusa suddenly burst into power, her speed was dazzling. How could it be an ordinary vehicle? Who is this Li Ang? Where did you get such a nice vehicle? No car logo, unknown model, even the engine sound is different. Wouldn't he be the legendary Supercar designer? Only Supercar designers can design unique works. Have we offended anyone? The driver of the van is a Supercar designer, is it possible? Can design sports cars and drive sports cars again? Is there really such an almighty person? Mom, it's all wrong. The reality gave them a slap in the face, and the face of the person who satirized Li Ang just now turned green. Designers who can design top super running performance are not ordinary people. Offending them, it is very difficult to want a model that is not mass-produced in the future. What's more, such an excellent designer. O'Neill's face changed wildly. If he loses this game, he won't want to buy a better sports car than the D16 in the future. You can only win, you can't lose. O'Neill gritted his teeth, regretting his bowels. Why did you just offend him? He stomped on the gas, humming, and the roar of the sports car was deafening. Hurricane mode is also turned on. Oh. Go ahead. O'Neill, come on, beat the van boy. You are the coolest driver. O'Neill's friends were cheering. It's just that this moment, when it stops in my ears, how ironic it is. The speed of the D16 has reached 400 per hour, but there is still a gap between it and Li Ang. It didn't take long for Dominica's Hennessy venom to come out and come in fourth. And chasing after Medusa. Soon with super high technology, and straight line advantage. Overwhelmed Letty in one breath. After a brief rush, the rankings changed dramatically. Now the number 1 is Li Ang, who leads with terrifying speed. The gap with the people behind them is getting bigger and bigger. Second place is O'Neill, his D16 is worthy of top performance. The limit speed of 480 km has seized the opportunity for him. The third place is Dominic, and the performance gap between Hennessy Venom and D16 is not big. Coupled with skilled driving skills, he gradually approached O'Neill. The speed of both of them is close to 300. The fourth place is Letty. Although her Medusa is fast, she is also very powerful in the corners. Nahi Letty has limited driving skills and does not often race on the streets. Have to control the speed. If the speed is too fast, the response is not timely, and it is easy to cause a car accident. It made her speed difficult to come up and kept at the level of 250. When entering a corner, you can pull back a little distance with excellent cornering performance. It's a lot of fun on the track, and it's not easy off the track. At this time, in a hotel not far from the violent block, someone looked at them with a telescope, and the corners of his mouth showed a cold arc. Oh, the game has finally started. Master, is the plan implemented? Dare to rob the person I want, no one can do it better. He looked gloomy. Do it. Go ahead as planned. Okay. The assistant next to him immediately took out his mobile phone. Hey, I want to report that someone was racing late at night. No one knows that outside the game, someone is digging a hole and trying to kill them all. And this person is the criminal group that wanted to catch Letty before. A dark cloud is brewing overhead. Asterisk. Chapter 31 The True Color of the Thug, Part 6. Li Ang is so fast. People standing on both sides of the street, holding up their phones, want to take a picture. In the blink of an eye, the silver thugs rushed out. The cameras can't keep up with it. Unless it is a high-speed camera, it can only be captured by taking pictures continuously. The people on the side of the road were shocked. What was even more shocking was that it took more than a second for the car to pass before the wind came over. And there's the sound of cars. Even the sound and the wind can't keep up with his speed? Oh, shit, I'm starting to like him. Amazing speed. It's faster than the wind and the sound. Never seen such a fast car. Thug. This car is a thug. People on the track cheered, raised their hands and shouted wildly. Tribute to speed like Li Ang. This super speed, restless. More and more people support Li Ang. From initial contempt, to subsequent shock, to now admiration and excitement. Li Ang used speed and passion to conquer fans watching the game. Make them fanatical believers. Seeing all this through the rear-view mirror, Li Ang smiled slightly, feeling surging. Every time he galloped on the track, his blood seemed to boil. The speed awakens the passion in his heart, and the speed he wants is faster. Li Ang's eyes were fiery, he was far ahead, and he had already left the vehicle behind him far behind. Even O'Neill's D16 is full of despair. Watching the silver thugs throw him away. You can't keep up with this speed. Even if his speed soared to 460, there was still no sign of getting closer. Still further and further away. The sports car was soon out of the violent block and galloped down the national highway. The speed at which this violence shreds everything, and other vehicles are only worthy of eating dust behind him. No, no, I want to win. O'Neill roared, his eyes bloodshot. This is the championship final, there is only one chance. If you lose, all your previous efforts will be in vain. And he still lost to the guy who drove the van. How did this breath make him swallow? He opened the nitrogen cap and was about to start the nitrogen acceleration. Suddenly, the siren blared loudly ahead. Problem occurs. It must be because of speeding that the American police standing on the side of the road knew. Don't look at the fact that there is no electronic surveillance on the highway, but there are American police officers. Take a speedometer and detect passing vehicles. As soon as the speeding is detected, it will be driven to chase. The US Emperor is a human flesh policeman. He raised the alarm and told you to step aside. If you don't step aside, call for support, and you will burst into chrysanthemums in minutes. Especially for this kind of street racing, multiple police cars are often dispatched to intercept them. No points are scored, but fines and penalties are a pain in the a. The speed of their racing, even if they are not measured by instruments, they know that they are seriously overspeeding. Hee, someone is in trouble. O'Neill smiled. Li Ang, who runs at the forefront, will definitely be the target. He attracted the attention of all US police officers. Then he can take advantage of the situation and win the game. Ha ha ha, Li Ang, God will not help you. Insolent laughter came from the car. Unfortunately, reality always hits the face. Not quite what O'Neill thought. Li Ang doesn't care about the US police at all. What if these American emperors drive fast? Not as fast as him anyway. What's more, these American police are still behind him. He smiled slightly, and stepped on the clutch to reduce the gear and increase the speed in one go. A single operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the speed is as fast as lightning. When it came to the corner, the steering wheel turned slightly, and the silver thugs drew an elegant arc and began to drift. The whole process is smooth, and the obsessive-compulsive disorder is very comfortable to watch. And the American emperor behind him was dumbfounded as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. There is still a picture of Li Ang's car in front of him, and there are no traces left by the friction of the tires. He widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, seeing this for the first time. Tremblingly, I picked up the speedometer in my hand, 713 km per hour. FK, this car is equipped with an aircraft engine. The American policeman was stunned. Who can drive at a speed of 700 km per hour? And the front is still a big turn, so you can turn around. Absolutely. After working as an American police officer for more than 20 years, this is the first time I have encountered such a terrifying speed. Definitely an airplane engine. Buzz. The sound of the supercar rushing continued from behind. The US police's eyes lit up. They can't catch big fish, but they can catch small fish, right? O'Neill, who was gloating at misfortune, didn't know that he was going to be overjoyed and sad. And Dominic and Letty also saw the police car. If they continue to run wildly, the risk is very high. Dominic turned the steering wheel without hesitation and drove towards the desert next to him. I planned to detour to Jinshan from other places. He knew a trail that was much shorter than a road. It's just that the road is more difficult to walk. And Letty was unfamiliar, but that didn't mean she had no brains. Seeing Dominic turn, she also drifted and rushed into the desert. A large cloud of yellow dust was thrown up, and the sky was dark, and the dust covered the two cars. Follow Dominic and you won't lose. This is Letty's idea. On the other hand, Li Ang dragged his car easily in front. It was already late at night, there were very few vehicles, and it was driving at an extraordinarily fast speed. Just when he thought he would reach the finish line so comfortably, an accident happened ahead. Chapter 32 Wilderness Murder, Additional Chapter 8. The road ahead was blocked by a line of SWAT. Block the road with a roadblock car. A row of blast police officers, armed with shotguns, stood guard behind the barricade car. Well equipped, the black barrel exudes a chill. The queue was neat, and there was no trace of confusion and hurried formation. It's not like a temporary dispatch at all, but a premeditated plan. Or knowing that they will appear, deliberately squatting here, waiting for the rabbit. There are cliffs on both sides of the car, and it is impossible to pass. You can only go to the wilderness next to it and take a detour to Jinshan Mountain. Unless you die, drive to the mountain. Li Ang froze for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and his mind changed sharply. It has been laid out here for a long time. Who is the person behind the scenes? Is it O'Neill, or Dominic, or someone else? Can't get any closer, can't stop. Otherwise, you will fall into their trap and let them slaughter. Making up his mind, Li Ang lightly fueled, then turned the steering wheel. The silver thug's tires rubbed against the ground, making a rushing sound. The blue smoke was bubbling, and the silver thug suddenly drifted 90 degrees. During the drifting process, Li Ang looked at the US Emperor playfully. He gave them his middle finger. The American Emperor, who was so angry, gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. This is the first time I have encountered such an arrogant target. They are all aiming their guns. How dare you provoke them? I can't wait to pull the trigger and shoot him. It's a pity that they have a mission, just to deter them with guns. Li Ang can only be humiliated, even if he blows up, he can't shoot. Ha ha ha. Li Ang laughed wildly. Then he stepped on the accelerator and left from the Gobi and the desert. He didn't know why these SWAT police came, and he also used a roadblock car. But certainly not shooting at them. Because it's just racing, it's not enough to send a special policeman with a shotgun. The appearance of these people, or there are vicious terrorists passing by. Or someone deliberately set up roadblocks to force them off the road section. Nice to do something in the suburbs. Which is the case? Li Ang couldn't help narrowing his eyes and became cautious. I am afraid that the purpose behind this competition is not simple. He looked in the rear-view mirror, just as he thought. The SWAT didn't come after him. Certainly not against him. Or maybe he didn't come here specially to stop the late-night racing party. They have another purpose. It's interesting. Li Ang became more and more vigilant, his expression slightly cold. After leaving the road and into the wilderness, the road became bumpy. The shock absorbers of the silver mob are not upgraded, and the shock absorption effect is not good. In addition, the chassis of the sports car is inherently low, and it is not easy to walk in this pothole. Li Ang turned on the high-beam headlights, and tried to choose a good section of the road to run. This part of the road was carefully selected. He narrowed his eyes and saw the clue. It's not like Li Ang hasn't run in the wilderness. Although it is difficult to walk, it is basically flat. This road is different. Not much of a flat road at all. In some places it looks like it was deliberately dug in. The concave surface is flat. Without the smoothness that has been rolled for a long time. Looks like it's aimed at me. Li Ang's mind turned sharply. Some people want him to go this way, so that he will be dealt with without knowing it. Now the night is dark and windy, and I can't see my fingers. If the headlights are not on, and there is navigation, it is easy to get lost in such a place. Now I can't go back to the road, and the roads on both sides are blocked by mountains. The only way to get back on the road is to go around the mountain. Hey, Master, how are you over there? I followed Dominic down the wilderness road. Letty's voice came from the walkie-talkie. It's a coincidence that I also walked into the wilderness. Li Ang smiled intriguingly. Letty was stunned. How come, with the strength of the Master, you still need to take a trail in the wilderness? Someone had a barricade ahead and I had to take a detour. Who do you think it would be? Li Ang mused. Could it be O'Neill? Letty thought it was probably him. He wanted this championship, and he used despicable means. O'Neill's motivation is the most obvious, and he is also holding this game. Of course, it may also be Dominic, who also walked in the desert Gobi Desert. Maybe it was going to snipe Li Ang. Let's concentrate on the game first. There is a light in front of me, there may be a situation. Hang up. Li Ang hung up the phone decisively. A bright light appeared ahead, and not just a dot. At least 20 headlights, or 10 cars. Oncoming, this posture is about to collide with him. Enable night vision filter mode. The silver mob system said. Immediately after the visual effect of the glass changes color, it becomes a night vision mode. Unlike the night vision mode now in use, the silver mob has softer night vision. Even the stones on the ground can be seen clearly. As long as it is not flat, it will be drawn with bright edge lines. Let Liang notice them. And people in the car on the other side can see clearly. There are 10 people in each car, all of which are off-road vehicles. Someone was still lying outside the window, holding out a hand. The hand holds the pistol impressively. Bang bang bang. The gunshots were loud, but unfortunately the wind was too strong, and the accurate head was not enough. The bullets are all shot. But Liang heard the gunman. Grass, want to kill me? Liang was furious. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Sonic Blasting, Part 7. Liang thought that the other party was just going to cause him some trouble, not wanting to cause him to die. It's just that these thugs are so vicious and want his life. Come on if you want my life. Liang stepped on the accelerator frantically, and the speed of the silver thugs skyrocketed. Run straight towards the cars on the opposite side. There is a great determination to die together. The killers were startled. At such a fast speed, they would turn into a discus when they hit it. Grass, lunatic. Fight your life when you come up, don't play cards according to the routine. Crash, bump, whoever is afraid. As a killer, you have the dignity of a killer. The first is not to be less timid than your goals. They saw Liang rushing towards him, gritted his teeth, and stepped on the accelerator. They have 10 cars on their side, and all of them are top off-road brands, Cavalier 15. In Speed and Passion 5, Dwayne Johnson drove it to Rampage, top-level defense. The headlights are all made of metal mesh covers. There is a layer of explosion-proof mesh on the surface of the middle grille at the front of the car, and armor is installed at the bottom of the front bumper. The thickness of the shell is significantly thicker, and the body structure is completely transplanted with armored vehicles, which can resist the attack of some light weapons. With such a reloaded monster, no one will accept it except the tank. Crash a tank with a crispy supercar? Whoever lives and who dies will know with their toes. Ha ha ha, idiot, hit him to death. Hit the knight with a supercar, I will lose if I don't die. Just an idiot with 10 cars. Slag, spicy chicken, 1 car is enough for me. Insolent laughter erupted from the SUV, all despising Liang. Only a fool would use a supercar to hit the off-road. Apart from the lack of firepower, this steel monster is all about the design standard of an armored vehicle. He is dead. The killers were frantic and looked at the silver thugs ahead. As long as you kill him, huge wealth will be in your hands. And the task turned out to be so easy. Let me shoot her. Haha. The man in the passenger seat lay outside the window and kept shooting. He laughed out loud, like a cat playing a mouse. Keep shooting at Liang's car. Liang sat calmly in the car, slightly disdainful at the corner of his mouth. Even if there is a bullet in front of the super glass, it is simply scratching the itch. The bullet hit it, not even a scratch. Bounced off easily. Not to mention hitting on the body, only scratches the paint. Seeing this result, Liang felt even more relieved. Seeing the vehicle on the opposite side getting closer, Liang's expression became colder. Turn on sonic blasting. Liang ordered the silver mob. The computer's response speed is very fast, less than a second. The terrifying sound waves spread. The sound waves carry enormous energy, shaking the surrounding sand and dust. Like the silver thugs blowing their mouths, they blow up thick dust. The killer in the car was startled, watching the long yellow sand swept in, and couldn't help but panic. What is even more frightening is that there is a terrifying energy in it along with the yellow sand. Like the devil's scream, piercing the eardrum. Ah! They screamed, covering their ears. I can't stand the sound anymore. The driver of the car is even more painful. It is not good to cover the ears, and it is abnormal not to cover the ears. After listening for a few more seconds, he felt that his ears were going to be deaf. The next second, something terrifying happened. All the windows are cracked and cracked. It didn't last for a few seconds, and with a bang, all the glass exploded. Ah ah ah! Ghastly! It hurts! Screams came out, and glass pierced their faces, eyes, and bodies. The whole body was covered in glass scum, and blood was pouring out. Losing the glass barrier, sand crashed into the car. The person who opened his mouth immediately ate a mouthful of yellow soil. Make them cough. People who keep their mouths closed also have difficulty breathing. The nostrils are full of sand, which is easily inhaled into the lungs. The killer who drove the car panicked, his hands and feet fluttered, and he could no longer hold the steering wheel. Get used to going left and right. The extremely fast vehicle suddenly turned its head, and the ground was full of potholes. Unable to remain calm any longer, he let out the wailing of the vehicle, rolled over and fell to the ground. The people in the car were thrown away, and they hurriedly shouted for help, which was extremely tragic. Unfortunately, to no avail, he fell to the ground, his head hit the ground hard, and he passed out. Even worse, it fell to the ground and was run over by a car that was charging behind. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and finally his eyes widened and he couldn't rest. Being crushed to death, it is impossible to be rescued. The formation that was originally good was collectively chaotic, and the vehicles staggered and collided with each other. No car can hold up. Some even rushed towards the boulders, ramming them desperately. With a thud, the rubbed avocado on the head of the car turned into a big lump. Black smoke was blowing, and there was no movement in the car. The people sitting in the front and co-pilot seats have been pinched to death. Even the airbags that popped out. Visible shock horror. At this time, only Li Ang was calm and comfortable. The silver thugs didn't need to avoid at all, the vehicle in front was already out of control. He saw the timing and rushed over. With yellow sand and dust, it rushed out of the encirclement. 10 cars and 40 people couldn't even stop him. Thank you for the reminder. Asterisk. Chapter 34 So Cool to Fly, Chapter 9. Chapter 32 has been added, you can see it by checking the catalog. What? 40 people and special police officers can't stop him. The man's irritable roar sounded in the hotel. He was in a complicated mood, with shock, anger, and doubts pouring out of his mind at the same time. This is the first time I have met such a difficult person. A group of rice buckets, what do they usually eat? He was about to be mad. The assistant lowered his head in panic, bearing his anger. Trembling, hands trembling. For fear of the young master in front of him, he transferred his anger to him. Master Jesse, that Asian boy is not ordinary. The assistant wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He carefully considered his words. According to the report of the personnel at the scene, there was a gust of wind blowing from nowhere, and the yellow sand was blown all over the sky. Then I heard a harsh sound, and the glass was shattered by the sound. The doctors are still rushing over, and I don't know if what they said is true or not. Today's ambush was arranged by them, using some important relationships. It was for Li Ang's life and the car he was in. I just didn't expect that such a simple thing could not be done well, and I also lost a lot of medical expenses. Jesse was furious. How did he raise a bunch of idiots? What kind of bullshit? It's clearly making excuses. His chest heaved with anger. These people do not have the ability to do things, and they are quite capable of making excuses. Jesse's nose was crooked with anger. Thinking of Li Ang's smug face, he felt annoyed. To be a noble white man, the whole world must be white supremacy. How can Asians climb on top of his head to make a fortune? Notify Jujinshan's gunman and team, kill him for me. Jesse was murderous. Yes. The assistant did not dare to ask more. It is best to ask less and do more when working under such a master. Don't even think about giving your opinion. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. The more he knew and the smarter he became, the more suspicious Jesse became. By then, death is not far away. The assistant bowed his head and backed out silently. Just as he closed the door, he heard the sound of Jesse smashing things in rage inside. A table is estimated to have been kicked over, and the glass cups were smashed on the ground. I almost lost my mind when I was so angry with Li Ang. The assistant shrank his head and hurriedly went down and called to do it. Li Ang overturned 10 cars and passed through them gracefully. All this stunned the surviving sober people. Lying in the car stunned. How much I despised Li Ang before, but now he has overturned the car. Who is the spicy chicken? Li Ang was proud of himself, looked at the rear-view mirror, and couldn't help laughing. So cool. He slammed on the brakes. Swoosh. The loud screeching sound of tires. At the same time, the steering wheel is full to the right, and the Silver Storm draws a handsome arc. The front and rear of the car revolve gorgeously, like a spinning top, and it stops after 4 laps. The front and rear just turned 180 degrees. The front of the car faces the scene of the accident. Only Li Ang can play this wave with ease. Only he can handle it so easily. Li Ang looked at the overturned vehicle and opened the window. Reaching out, just when everyone was guessing what he was going to do. Suddenly, he raised his big middle finger toward the fallen vehicle. Ha ha ha. Li Ang felt a headache and laughed wildly. The person on the other side spit out a mouthful of blood. I almost got PD'd off by Li Ang. The person who was seriously injured could not catch the breath in his chest. His vision turned dark and passed out. Stunned by Li Ang's middle finger. Spread it out to make people laugh. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Li Ang was triumphant. The pores of the whole body are so cool that the pores are opened, and the whole body is light, which is really comfortable. Don't these idiots understand that the old driver is the one who drives the van? Do you really think that driving a van is a good bully? If you dare to call him spicy chicken, you will have to pay the price. Li Ang sneered, withdrew his hand, and closed the car window. With one foot on the accelerator, the silver thugs buzzed and roared, deafening. The high beams at the front of the car are bright, as if the ancient beasts are waking up, stretching their muscles and bones, and they are very shocking. The complexion of the person who fell not far away changed greatly, and he was extremely horrified. If Li Ang was cruel and drove his car over them, then... His heart trembled, he shuddered, his face was like golden paper. They struggled desperately, shouting loudly. A cowardly BD. Li Ang pouted disdainfully. Release the brakes and start turning the steering wheel sharply. The silver thugs spun again, spewing sand from the rear tire wheels, throwing sand at them. As if to mock them for being a bunch of idiots. When the front of the car turned completely, Li Ang released the handbrake. Suddenly, the silver thugs rushed out, and the silver tore a road in the darkness. So dazzling, so invincible. Is this the guy who drives the van? The group of people stared blankly. The silver thugs quickly drove away from the scene and regained their calm. Because it is in the wild wilderness, there are no street lights. The roadside became pitch black. Gotta get back on the road as soon as possible. In this environment, even with night vision and high beams turned on, there was no way to see the road. The line of sight was too narrow. Search for a route back to the road, Li Ang said to the silver mob. Searching, fastest way found. The head-up display is open and the route is projected on the glass. Need to bypass the mountains to get back on the road. But then, it's going to take an extra lap, asterisk. Chapter 35 Live Broadcast of the Death Track, Chapter 10. Li Ang clenched the steering wheel with both hands to stabilize the vehicle. At the same time, I was distracted to check the route, and found that according to the route given by the system, I had to go around a large distance. could not help frowning. Now his most important time. The longer the distance, the longer the time. Even if it was delayed for 5 minutes, the result of the game was completely different. Dominic is not a fuel-efficient lamp, his speed is very eye-catching. He was familiar with the terrain and took shortcuts. Originally, the road to travel has been shortened by a lot, and the disadvantage of using the distance to shorten the speed. Now we have to walk a little longer, maybe 50 to 100 kilometers more. Li Ang's advantages will become less and less obvious. Even O'Neill can beat him. Li Ang cannot accept such a result. Is there any other route? He frowned, ignoring safety and the difficulty of walking along the road. The system is dead brains, and when calculating, it will give priority to the safe route. It must be supplemented with instructions to give the best route. But it is very dangerous. Without certain technology, it is very likely that it will not be able to drive. Maybe even life is gone. Recalculating route, find a shortcut. The system draws a route at the display plan. Li Ang frowned and stared. The road was up to the mountain and down from the other end of the mountain. It's like driving up a mountain and driving down. If it is an off-road vehicle, this terrain is naturally no problem. But the chassis of the sports car is too low, and the car will roll over in all likelihood. This small road has been in disrepair for a long time, the road is narrow, the road is rough, and the speed of the vehicle is easy to lose control and fall to death. And there is a ravine that is more than 10 meters wide, and the success rate of the silver mob's leap is only 30%. The success rate is less than half, and most people can't fly over it, and they don't dare to fly over it. Originally there was a bridge here, but because of the age, the wooden bridge collapsed. For a long time, no one took this route. If it weren't for the lack of precipitation here, it would be mostly the Gobi. The road is already overgrown with weeds, and the road is even more invisible. This path can only accommodate one vehicle, please choose carefully. The in-vehicle system issued a red warning. Li Ang frowned, this road is not easy to go. If you really want to go this way, the speed will slow down. The advantage is that you can go directly to the road and you can increase the speed, but the time it takes is unknown. How many minutes will it take? With a speed of 100 hours as the standard, it's less than 10 minutes. What if you take the normal route? About an hour. Saved 6 times the time, or 100 per hour. If it's 150, it takes less time. Li Ang is now against the clock and there is no other option. Grass, fight. He gritted his teeth, pulled the handbrake and turned the steering wheel, and the sports car began to flick its tail. The wheels screeched and made a harsh sound, and the ground dust spurted wildly, which was extremely cool. The silver thug instantly completed a 180-degree U-turn. Boom! The violent sound of the engine rattled again. And the thugs rushed up the mountain road at a speed of 200 HRS like arrows. The road is so narrow that there is only room for a carriage. The sports car is just enough to drive up, and the wheels are just pressed against the edge, making people sweat. Turn on the 360-degree panorama mode. Li Ang ordered calmly. The influence of the central control screen is switched in the next second. Turns into a top view of the vehicle. Like a satellite, vertical viewing angle from top to bottom. The environment around the car can be displayed on the central control screen. Li Ang glanced at it, and there was a cliff on the right. As long as there is a slight deviation, it is very likely that the car will roll over and fall off the cliff. Only Li Ang is brave and dares to take such a road. A sharp 180-degree turn ahead, please slow down. The system issued a rapid alarm sound. Such a narrow mountain road, driving 200 and then turning, is no different from courting death. Not far away, a helicopter was flying. In front of the helicopter is a TV broadcaster, which is specially used to broadcast live events or record news. The bottom is sprayed with NMSL news agency. The news agency has heard that there are exciting street racing events tonight, from Luoshanji to Jijinshan. Whoever wins the championship will get all the luxury cars tonight. The estimated value exceeds 500 million. This is the best news, and the clips of the racing cars will definitely be the headlines tomorrow. Immediately, the best reporters were sent over. And in order to hurry, even the helicopter was dispatched. Hello everyone, I'm Tracy reporter, welcome to NMSL News. Tracy is a beautiful blonde with a smile on her face. Now I'm broadcasting the street game to everyone, and I haven't been to the game site yet. Tracy saw something strange out of the corner of her eye. The photographer on the opposite side was very excited and turned the camera along with Tracy's gaze. I saw a silver sports car galloping on the mountain road. Because of the distance, the style of the sports car cannot be seen clearly. But from this distance, the rumble of the engine can be heard. Isn't this the legendary death track? Tracy was surprised. Then excitedly said to the camera, "Look everyone, someone is challenging the death track again." The death track, so named because so many challengers have failed and died. This track is not easy. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Passionate Mountain Road, Chapter 11. It is late at night, and there are few people watching TV. The TV ratings were originally only 0.1%. But when Li Ang was racing on the mountain road, the ratings soared to 1%, and it continued to grow. Tracy is overjoyed, as any fool knows, the audience loves watching this. It would be silly if she didn't go deep into the live broadcast. Fortunately, she is familiar with this track, and it can be said that 1 or 2. This road is famous for pushing the limits. Challenge your vehicle's route limits, cornering limits, and the car's extreme performance. In particular, the last 10-meter wide cliff made the drivers suffer. How many vehicles fell from here because the speed was not enough, or the performance could not keep up? There are a lot of drivers who challenge the death track every year, so a lot of people die, but no one ever succeeds. The charm of this track is that it has high requirements for drivers, and just walking on the ramp is the first major problem. Everyone, please look, the tires of the vehicle below have been pressed to the edge of the road. Trish pointed at the silver thugs from afar. The photographer quickly zoomed in and took a close-up of the tire. Indeed, as Tracy said, this road is just enough for vehicles to travel. If you steer a little more, it may crash. It's amazing. Even the photographer had to be amazed, extremely shocked. The ratings skyrocketed to 1.5%. The trend is gratifying. Tracy is overjoyed, coming out tonight is a big profit. She cleared up her mood and said calmly, "The second biggest problem is turning with a minimum radius. In front of the silver mob, there is a small bend. It was just fine for a carriage to pass by. And it's a 180-degree turn. This kind of mountain passer has no problem walking, but driving up the car is simply crazy. It's no wonder that the mountain road is so famous, and all the people who can drive it are great people. Ordinary drivers drive here, let alone go up, it is difficult to turn. What is he going to do?" Tracy held her breath nervously, staring at the silver thug. At this time, all the people in front of the TV stared at the screen with wide-eyed eyes. They are all expecting him to fall off the cliff. That's right, no one expects him to succeed. More than 100 drivers are challenged every year, and the mortality rate is as high as 40%. Immortality is also high paraplegia, or severe fractures. At least 6 months to lie down, but also to ICU monitoring. The money and cost are enormous. But it still can't stop the driver from challenging it, and it is challenging with life. With so many people having accidents every year, will Li Ang succeed? Countless people laughed. How could such a rubbish and unknown driver be possible? In a few seconds, the car show operation appeared. I saw that the tail of the silver thugs spewed blue, and the nitrogen speed was activated. Turning even faster? What's the difference between this and looking for death? When encountering a turn, who didn't think of slowing down for the first time, but he actually accelerated. Everyone who saw it opened their mouths in surprise, enough to pack a fist. The ratings soared to 2%. Then the silver thugs flicked their tails, and they flicked their tails in such a small place? Wouldn't it just fly out? Everyone covered their mouths in surprise and stared at the screen with their mouths wide open. I didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing the most exciting picture. As expected, the rear of the car was thrown off the cliff. But did not fall. Instead, half of it floats in the air and half is on the mountain road. Relying on his super high driving skills, he abruptly stabilized the vehicle. Fantastic technology. Boom! The exhaust pipe of the vehicle instantly spewed out 8 super strong blue flames. A full 10 meters. It's like paving a blue flame avenue in mid-air. Nitrogen accelerates maximum power operation. Use the principle of jet aircraft to keep flying, and smoothly stabilize the car. Under the gaze of millions of pairs of eyes, the silver thugs show new heights. This kind of turning skill shocked the eyes of countless people. So handsome! With the super strong impact, the silver thug quickly drew an arc. Smooth cornering. The whole process was smooth and seamless. The magical skill of mid-air suspension shocked millions of people. It's so scary. Who is this guy driving? It's the first time I've seen someone turn like this. It doesn't fall down. People watching TV are frying, obviously unreasonable. But the fact was right in front of them, and they were all curious, how did Liang do it? The ratings soared to 5%. Just like watching a blockbuster movie, Liang's drift made the ratings skyrocket. This is real bodywork technology. So refreshing, unheard of, so cool. Seeing the ratings, Tracy was short of breath and flushed with excitement. From 0.1% of the ratings, it has skyrocketed by 5% in a short period of time. A full 50 times increase. Proof that audiences love seeing this car. Enough to track this car tonight. Other games are floating clouds. Audience friends, the first corner of death has passed, and this challenger has completed the challenge in a new way. He's creating an unprecedented road, and we'll see how that goes. Oh, look, he's speeding up. Tracy said excitedly. There was another bend ahead, and as before, the silver mob didn't slow down at all. Instead, it sped up. Boom! 8 blue flames erupted. With brilliant light, crazy tail flick. If there is no road, create a road. Passionate. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Shuanghuan Mountain Road, Part 12. Suffocating Operation. The people in front of the TV all opened their mouths and looked at the silver thugs in surprise. Even those who worked overtime put down their work and watched the live broadcast in shock. Another drift, 8 10-meter-long blue flames burst out. According to calculation. In the case of constant air density, car shape, and other factors, if the car really wants to take off on the road, it must reach a speed of 900 yards per hour. The silver thugs themselves had already reached 700 yards per hour. Now that the nitrogen acceleration power is fully turned on, the speed surge has already exceeded 900. At such extreme speed, it is entirely possible to achieve a mid-air suspension turn in a corner. In addition, the inertia can be used to maintain balance, and it is not difficult for Liang to turn in the air. The difficulty is how to get the car back to the road safely after cornering without flying out. This is a very test of skill. Even Liang had to hold his breath and carefully control the vehicle. I was afraid that if I let out my breath, the car would lose control and rush out of the mountain road. It's now. Liang's eyes lit up, he controlled the steering wheel, and the car's teleportation radian changed. We have successfully returned to the mountain road. Hu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, his palms full of sweat. Even a highly skilled person is still thrilling and cautious when crossing such a corner. A little mistake is about to fly out, and the car crashes and kills people. It finally went well. The audience in front of the TV also broke into a cold sweat for him. As long as there is a slight error, the vehicle will fly out. This height is not high, but if you fall, you may also be paralyzed. Worse than death. This technology is enough. Damn it, this can be done. If you don't accept the wall, just accept him. Next is the double ring winding road. People who are familiar with mountain roads are already faintly excited. In the past, drivers were cautious on such corners. Take advantage of previous experience to turn around. Because of the difference in technology and vehicle performance, some people pass and others fail. But he is the first to go through such a violent turn as Li Ang. Behind it is a 2-story winding road. Make 2 turns around the mountain, then change direction. The last difficulty level appears. Whether it can pass or not depends on the skill of the driver and the performance of the sports car. Of course, the Shuanghuan mountain road is also very dangerous. Continuous turns, and the road is as small as the road just now. This means that Li Ang has to stay in the air for 2 consecutive laps. Is it possible? Countless people draw a question mark in their hearts. Also excited, what if he succeeds? Rating 6%. This is already the number 1 rating tonight. There was no one to change the channel. They are all conquered by Li Ang's magical skills, and they are all looking forward to his performance. Tracy was excited. Their television ratings were already worrying. And the grades have dropped year after year. There have been bad voices from the stage, saying that it will be closed tonight and disbanded. Disturbed. Now that Li Ang appears, Tracy seems to see hope. Maybe this man can save the TV station. Tracy made up her mind secretly that after he stopped the car, she must interview him. Whether the TV station can still broadcast it depends on Li Ang. Buzz. The roar of the engine pulled her back to reality. Just in a trance, Li Ang is about to climb the Shuanghuan mountain road. In order to prepare for the mountain, he is constantly speeding up. This speed. Tracy was stunned, her mouth opened and she was speechless. Too fast. It was like the movie was playing at double speed, and the silver thugs were racing at an unbelievable speed. A wheel is clinging to the edge, and it will fall off at the slightest accident. In this case, only Li Ang has the courage to speed up. Rush. Li Ang's eyes were bright and his blood was boiling. The pores all over the body are relaxed, the pressure is just right, and the most comfortable state is achieved. Delight. There's a bend in front of you. Li Ang pressed the electronic handbrake button on the steering wheel. Turn the steering wheel slightly and start drifting again. At the same time, the tail spewed out 8 blue flames as always. Insane to the extreme. It seems to be mocking the drivers all over the world. He is number 1 in the world. The people watching the live broadcast are boiling. Cheers and shouts for him. The wheels are still in the air, once again conquering the audience with technology. He literally drifted up the mountain in a half car. Awesome! The audience's hearts are in capital letters. Admired him to the ground. This is a slap in the face of the entire racing world, so that many drivers who claim to be the world's first, put their old faces there. The ratings are 7%. Awesome! More and more people are conquered by Li Ang's car skills. So cool! The 2 laps of the mountain road are neither long nor short. Under Li Ang's subtle manipulation, he turned up in less than a minute. On the mountain road is a dirt road with 2 deep scratches. Shocking and exciting. Maybe these 2 wheels will become myths and legends in the future. Become a place of pilgrimage for racers. As long as he succeeds today, these are all likely to become a reality. Li Ang successfully climbed to the top of the mountain. This is the highest peak of the hillside. There is only one road ahead. And it's still broken. It is more than 10 meters long, can you rush past it? Asterisk. Chapter 38 World Number 1, Chapter 13. The ratings exploded, soaring by 9%. Climb up the hill as the Liang Shaoqi disc turns and turns. TV ratings are on the rise. Everyone was reluctant to change channels, and they didn't want to go to bed when they were sleepy. Are waiting for him to make the final sprint. Can this mountain of death be conquered by him? Come on, you must rush over. Make a miracle tonight. I feel like he can. Rush over, conquering is impossible. Countless spectators cheered for him, and some people grabbed their clothes tightly, more nervous than Liang. Liang is the second person to come here. It used to be a man named David. He conquered the narrow mountain road, conquered the curve, conquered the second ring circle. Be the man closest to winning. In the end, it still failed here on the cliff. The sports car fell, the spine fractured, and he had to sit permanently on the hospital bed. The cornering method he created has been used for reference by many people. More and more people have climbed to the top of the mountain, but they still can't cross the cliff. Vehicles start to fall halfway through the flight. Finally, someone came to the conclusion that no one could fly over this cliff. Now Liang is going to break the impossible legend. Is it possible? The silver mob in the picture quickly gave the answer. Charge forward with an indomitable attitude. The momentum is powerful, the momentum is like a broken bamboo, and there is no room for turning back. You can only keep charging forward without any hesitation. Don't be sloppy. Suddenly, 8 blue flames erupted from behind. Powerful power boosts the silver thugs. The speed of the silver thugs broke through one peak after another. The speed has exceeded 700 per hour, close to 800. Fortunately, this road is straight, otherwise he really can't let him soar to the speed of 800. So fast. What kind of fairy speed is this? If it weren't for the helicopter, the reporter's car wouldn't be able to keep up. It's so fast that the camera can't capture it. The melon eaters were stunned. The plane doesn't take off so fast. How did Liang modify the car? After today's exposure, there must be many supercar manufacturers who want to find Liang to learn technology. This kind of engine modification technology will drive the supercar company crazy. Failure to obtain this technology means that it will be eliminated. The industrial revolution in the automotive industry is about to break out. Everyone, pay attention, I'm ready to fly over the cliff. Tracy reminded. Even she was nervous. Her words also drew everyone's attention back. All eyes are on Liang. The ratings exceeded 9.5%. It's too late to be happy, the next second the style of painting changes. I saw the silver thug's suspension hydraulically bounced, and the front of the car was raised high. Just like a human, bouncing off the ground. So fast, and head up again. Could this be flying? The hearts of countless people are tied together, and we must succeed. 10% ratings. The ratings are 11%. The ratings are 12%. All the way up, the momentum is even stronger than before. After the silver mob took off, the arc was perfect. It is equivalent to an extra jumping pedal that is raised upwards, and it is very likely to rush to the opposite side. Liang looked at the blue sky in the car and was very nervous. Even in the air. The accelerator is at full throttle. The nitrogen acceleration system is also open to the maximum. They're like plane engines that keep the silver mobs in the air. Fly over the cliffs of death, silver thugs. Time only lasts a few seconds. But it seems like centuries have passed. Under the gaze of millions of pairs of eyes, the silver thug was graceful. Leap to the opposite side. He succeeded. Finally someone broke death. Out of a new world. The ratings skyrocketed to 20%. All the people cheer. Hug each other to celebrate. Raise your glass and drink. Carnival. Yeah. Good job. Very handsome. No matter who he is, I support him. Liang's support rate has soared, and he has gained a large number of new fans. He didn't know how much sensation the path he chose would cause. Those who mocked him and questioned him at the beginning were all slapped in the face. Happy. At this time, Li Ang was concentrating on the game and didn't know anything about the outside world. Although I have long seen a helicopter in the sky. However, the other party had no malicious intentions and no weapons, so Li Ang ignored it. He didn't come to break records. This path was chosen just for the race. So after jumping over the cliff, he kept going down the opposite mountain road. Trish was startled, her blue eyes showing doubts. Immediately excited again. If he had come specifically for the cliff of death, he would have stopped by now. But he didn't want to stop and take pictures. Does that mean he's playing for the game? It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. This time, you can continue to track and report the game in depth and complete the task of the news station. Tracy was overjoyed. Li Ang tilted his head slightly in the car and looked at the rearview mirror. The helicopter was still behind him, and a man could be seen carrying a camera. 9 times out of 10, they are from the news station. Li Ang then left him alone. How many minutes have passed now? He asked. 3 minutes. How long will it take to get down? 2 minutes. So long? Li Ang frowned. The hill would take 5 minutes. 5 minutes can go a long way in a sports car. Is there a faster way? Yes, fly down from the top of the mountain, 10 seconds. Serious voice, no joke. Li Ang was silent, looking out of the cliff. Really want to jump? Asterisk. Chapter 39 Extreme Leap, Chapter 14. Now from the mountain to the top of the mountain, the height is only 50 meters at most. Jump down from the top. If the car body is stable, the car may be scrapped if it falls, and people will be fine. But the actual situation is often that the front of the car is heavy, and it falls to the ground first. This makes it dangerous for people to be in the car. It is possible for the head to slam against the steering wheel, causing serious injury. But there are shortcuts, but they don't take them. This is not Li Ang's style. Can the car withstand a drop from such a height? Li Ang gritted his teeth and wanted to fight. As long as the front of the car doesn't hit the ground vertically, there is absolutely no problem. The in-vehicle system answered simply. It then lists the data and simulation plots on the heads-up display. After changing the tires, the Silver Thug has better cushioning. The glass is also more stable and won't shatter. In addition, the parts in the car are systematic and civilized technology, and the firmness can be called abnormal. As long as the front of the car is not vertically downward, it can still be driven if it falls. People in the car don't have to worry. The elasticity of the leather chair is enough to cushion the impact without causing harm to the body. What's more, Li Ang's own attributes are abnormal. How could something happen? After careful calculation, it is completely feasible. The system added. I believe you. Li Ang gritted his teeth and chose to trust the system. The nitrogen boost was then turned on. Flames burst out from the rear. The car hit a super speed. What is he going to do? That way he will rush down. Does he still want to jump off the mountainside? This guy is going to challenge the impossible. The people in front of the TV were astonished, and a storm surged in their hearts. If you really want to rush down, this is no different from suicide. No one has ever dared to try this. Seeing that it was about to reach the edge, the hydraulic system of the Silver Mob made a shocking appearance again. With a bang, the car bounced. The car was raised high, like a horse raising its hooves. Awesome! He really rushed down. Tracy screamed and covered her mouth, with a strong shock that was hard to hide. Li Ang's move took everyone by surprise. They watched the live broadcast absently and slowly opened their mouths, which was so shocking. Just like him flying up the cliff, he is definitely the strongest driver of this century. None of them. The Silver Thugs are the sharp arrows at this time, with a high posture, and there is no turning back. Boom! The car slammed heavily on the road, making a loud noise. Under Li Ang's ingenious control, when the car fell to the ground, it was just flat and the front of the car was not tilted. Safely landed on the ground. The driving skills are amazing. Oh! Great, I only obey him when driving. Who can rush down from a mountain road of dozens of meters? Only him. It's like watching a blockbuster movie, it's great. Car skills explode. There was jubilation in front of the TV, even more excited than jumping off a cliff just now. The ratings soared to 22%. As long as it is done, he will become famous overnight. Tracy was so excited that she couldn't speak, and wished to interview Li Ang now. The silver thugs who returned to the track really revealed the essence of the thugs at this time. I saw that it quickly stabilized after the initial shock and chaos. Then keep going faster and faster. The whole highway was humming sports car engines. Hearing the sound will make people boil and the atmosphere will explode. Hearing this passionate sound, it was as if the soul was about to float out of the sky. So cool. The silver thug turned into a blob of light, scurrying across the highway, so fast that the cameras couldn't catch it. Hey, hurry up, the plane will go faster. The photographer urged, dissatisfied, you are too slow, you can't keep up with him. Come on, you can go. This is the fastest speed. The pilot was aggrieved, he drove so fast that he couldn't even catch up with the plane. Unfortunately, this sentence has already been broadcast live and was heard by the people on the TV. The ratings skyrocketed to 25%. The speed of various types of helicopters is not very different. Whether it's a transport helicopter, a combat helicopter, or an observation/medical/weather helicopter, the speed is about the same. The maximum speed does not exceed 400 km per hour, generally a little more than 300 km. Economy cruising speeds are usually around 200 km. Even the fastest high-speed helicopter V-22 can only reach 650 km per hour. If it hadn't been able to fly in a straight line, it wouldn't have been able to keep up with the silver thugs. At this time, an embarrassing thing happened, the helicopter could not catch up with the car. It's amusing and surprising. Finally realized how fast the silver thugs are. It's almost enough to throw the plane a few blocks away. If it weren't for the wide view of the sky, the road would need to be deterred. I'm afraid the helicopter has been thrown out of sight now. This is the most frustrating flight I've ever had. The pilot couldn't help but complain. Li Ang drove so fast, he didn't give him any face at all. This time I lost my face. You are not wronged, Locke, his skills are terrible. Tracy's eyes lit up, and she was very interested in Li Ang. I saw that every corner Li Ang could turn calmly. And the arc is beautiful, and it is the best position. Not drifting off the highway, which is very demanding on the driver. As far as she knows so far, no one can do it like Li Ang. The driving skills are astounding. Why hasn't there been any news from him before? Tracy is very interested. Asterisk. Chapter 40 The Passion of the New Track. 15th more. Li Ang concentrates on controlling the silver thugs in the car. The scenery on both sides quickly regressed, but he had no time to care. In front is a big truck with containers, walking slowly like a snail. Li Ang took no hassle, and pressed the handbrake of the steering wheel twice, giving the direction lightly. The silver thug tires sizzled and the wheels spewed blue smoke. Handsome flick, bypassing the big truck directly. The whole process is smooth, without any hindrance. It looks so comfortable. After passing the truck, the silver thugs regained their composure. The control of the vehicle has reached an outrageous level. No one can control it better than him. At such a fast speed, my feet are weak when I see it. It's too fast, it's close to Jijin Mountain. Really lightning fast. Tonight's god of racing on the west coast, who else is there besides him? The audience shouted and shouted for Li Ang. Worship him immensely. They have seen a lot of racing cars, but it is the first time they have seen such a fast car. Speed and passion coexist, if it is blood and excitement. Maybe because of the speed, no sports car can keep up with him. A real one-of-a-kind ride. How far is it from Jijin Mountain? Li Ang asked the in-vehicle system. He found that the surrounding vehicles were gradually increasing, and it was possible that they were approaching the city. There are still 214 kilometers, there is a serious traffic jam ahead, and the road is impassable. Such a coincidence? Li Ang narrowed his eyes, thinking of the SWAT just now. Could it be that the guy behind the scenes just now hasn't given up yet? He couldn't help but keep an eye out. Plan other routes. Replanning the route. Soon the system came up with a plan. You can cross the desert to the rural dirt road, and then go around to Jijin Mountain from there. Li Ang frowned, detouring to other places, it would take more time. Fortunately, I jumped down from the mountainside just now, and I have already won the first opportunity. For the silver mob, a few minutes already has huge advantages. How long will it take to get there? Li Ang was most concerned about time. It doesn't take much time, that road is a shortcut, and it can shorten the distance enough to offset the extra road. Then why not recommend it at first? Roads are the best at picking up speed, cornering and maintaining top speed. Only the advantage of distance is not the best choice. Although the distance is shortened, the road surface is uneven and potholes. The car is bound to be greatly restricted on it. As the speed drops, the time consuming will also increase. This increase and decrease cancel each other out, which is not much different. In the end, the in-vehicle system chose the road, which was the optimal option it calculated. Now that the road is blocked, that road is the best alternative. Switch the route and prepare to pass. Li Ang looked ahead and could already see the gathering lights. There must be a big traffic jam ahead, and such a strong light will gather. If you follow the same path, it may be difficult to enter the city. Because the road is blocked, even if you squeeze into the road surface, you still walk slowly. Only by switching to the second road and bypassing the traffic jam section can you go to the designated place, the 9th district. The in-vehicle system instantly switched the route. Li Ang's eyes narrowed and he turned the steering wheel. The silver thugs flicked their tails and rushed into the darkness in the distance. He changed direction. He knew there was a traffic jam ahead. Tracy was taken aback. Standing on the sky, she could see the road conditions in the distance. Originally, I was worried that Li Ang would be blocked and would lose the championship. Unexpectedly, he knew in advance and made a choice. It was a rural dirt road, and the road surface was in poor condition. No other driver dared to sprint on this road, and it was still dark. Look, there are 3 more cars coming over there. Tracy exclaimed, pointing to the front. I saw 3 lights chasing me in the dark, not letting each other. Obviously in the racing competition, and also the players participating in the car this time. Tracy was overjoyed and thought it was only reporting on Li Ang. Now the opponent appears. When Li Ang rushed over, the 4 cars were about to converge. The quartet forces must decide the outcome on this road. With Li Ang joining in, what kind of variables will there be? Tracy winked playfully and sold out. This is flat ground, basically a flat river. In the distance are sparse houses and small villages. He had noticed the car not far away in the car. With the aid of night vision goggles and an onboard system, the 3 cars in front were clearly seen. It was O'Neill, Dominic, and Letty. O'Neill didn't know when he also chose country roads. Although he started late, he gradually caught up with the super performance of the D16. Side by side on top. Lead the 2 behind to dash forward. Dominic was second and kept trying to challenge O'Neill for the spot. The 2 of you are fighting for each other, so fierce. Although Dominic's venom is slightly inferior, it is better than his driving skills. Can compete with D16's O'Neill. And O'Neill couldn't take advantage of D16 because he was on the country road. Performance is reduced by at least 30% or more. The last one was Letty, biting hard behind. With her skills, it is a little difficult to catch up. Oh, I'm here. Liang showed a weird smile. Everyone is so supportive, I will not hide it, I will add more tonight, until 11 o'clock. Don't go to bed first. Smiley face, asterisk. Chapter 41 The Murder of Heavy Locomotives, Chapter 16. This trail is a shortcut and can shorten a lot of distance in terms of distance. Liang wasted a lot of time in the middle, and it took time to cross it. But being able to keep up with his speed proves that the three of them are also masters. Being able to fight against the masters, Liang's heart surged with a fiery fighting spirit. I thought that O'Neill and Dominic would never meet again. Unexpectedly, the traffic jam brought them back to a track. Come on! Liang put into gear and stepped on the accelerator. The silver thugs roared with excitement, bursting out with a speed of absolute dust. A plume of dust erupted from the bottom of the car, like a small nuclear bomb, lifted into the air and tossed. The silver thugs pulled from the light spot into a ray of light and sprinted towards the target road. O'Neill concentrated on controlling the vehicle and hated Dominique so much. The guy was always trying to outsmart him, and O'Neill was on fire. Several times, the cars hit each other, trying to force Dominic to slow down. Unexpectedly, the guy was very courageous, and he just confronted him head-on. Before reaching the finish line, both cars were scratched. It looks very ugly. In the back, Letty was the most comfortable, except for the dust, the rest of the car was still clean. Suddenly, a strange engine sound ripped apart the night sky and entered the ears of the three. It's like a wild beast is rushing towards them. What's coming? O'Neill was shocked and turned his head to look to the right. That's where the voice came from, it's very familiar. Made him tremble. The time was only less than 2 minutes in the past, and a silver sports car sprinted. The cool and passionate body lines officially announce its identity, the Silver Thug. He came. Officially joined the battle, setting off a stormy sea. The back is full of dust. Ride the dust. He actually came. O'Neill's heart twitched, his face pale. I originally thought that my sports car had enough advantages to crush all vehicles. There is a genius like Liang. As if he was born to be his nemesis, he stomped him under the soles of his feet. In front of Liang, any tactical strategy is a cloud. He broke all this with super speed, and proved that they are all paper tigers with the most powerful gesture. It's a little familiar. Dominic narrowed his eyes, and light flashed through. Ever since Liang appeared, he thought the car was weird. Both the shape and the sound are strange. Unlike the technology and products of this era, no engine sounds like this. Although the shape has changed, the color and sound are still like the ghost of that night. The tremor from the soul can be felt from a distance. Could it be him? Or are they a group? Dominic's face was full of doubts. He looked at Medusa behind him through the rear-view mirror. Same engine sound, just not as much power. Obviously, like them, this is a gang. After the game, it is necessary to keep an eye on them. Dominic made up his mind and looked away. The happiest and most excited is Letty. When she heard the familiar sound of the engine, her beautiful face burst into a surprised smile. She turned her head excitedly, and couldn't help showing a touch of admiration when she saw the flamboyant gesture of the Silver Thug. As expected of the boss, the strongest driver on the surface, no one is his opponent. She heard Liang say something about the situation before, and she was worried that Liang would be delayed. In the end lose the game. But now seeing him appear in the form of a king, the hanging heart finally let go. The boss is the boss, awesome. Letty gave him a thumbs up. Smile more, goddess. The Silver Thugs sprinted at high speed, and when they approached the country road, they flicked their tails gently. The tires also rubbed with mud, scraping up a layer of sand. It caused the audience in front of the TV to exclaim, "It was so awesome." The car then drifts onto the track with incredible precision. It's as easy and effortless as drinking water. There is no panic to stabilize the vehicle. However, due to the distance and angle, the thugs were already behind at this time. Fortunately not far. It is about a kilometer away from the Medusa in front. As long as you step on the accelerator, you can rush through with a little fuel. Catching up with O'Neill is not a problem, it's just a casual thing. Just when Liang was about to step on the accelerator, the in-vehicle system issued a warning: a suspicious vehicle is found ahead with weapons, please drive with caution. Turn on the imaging video. Liang frowned, who was the same person from last time. The system automatically opened the video and saw 5 black heavy off-road vehicles in front. And 10 heavy locomotives, all Kawasaki H2R. The H2R is defined as a track bike, so it has neither headlights nor mirrors. It is the huge carbon fiber wings and air intakes that remind people that this is not a good stubble. The highly reflective silver mirror paint surface unreservedly releases the aura. The direction of the carbon fiber intake pipe exposes the red supercharger. The excellent texture is also admirable. In terms of dynamic characteristics, the existence of H2R is for high speed and extreme speed. Before 6,000 rpm, it is not as fierce as the H2, but on the track, the 300 horsepower can be described as brutal and suffocating. The first 3 gears can be said to be can't hold down, as long as you are not careful, you will look up. The next 3 gears still make people dare not give oil recklessly. Even if the speed reaches 321.8 km per hour, its acceleration is still as sharp as the 4th gear of the 600c.c. Therefore, the main function of the huge fixed wind wing is to press the front of the car. Sending 10 H2RS with weapons, the intention is obvious. Killing tonight. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Big rollover in the corner, Chapter 17. 10 off-road vehicles were sent before, and there were no heavy locomotives. As a result, it was easily overturned by Liang, resulting in a serious car accident, resulting in serious casualties. Originally thought that this group of people would calm down and act more cautiously. I didn't expect to be stupid enough to continue sending people to die. Liang was speechless, feeling that he overestimated the intelligence quotient of the other party. Letty, there is a situation ahead, you should go out immediately. Liang opened the call. Letty's pretty face was startled, and she looked ahead. The dark scene was calm. How could this be the case? Obviously very quiet. But out of trust in Liang, Letty nodded, hummed, and obeyed Liang's arrangement. She pulled the handbrake, downshifted and turned the steering wheel in one go. Medusa made a sizzling sound, and flicked her tail off the road. Go in the other direction. Don't take the country road anymore. When Letty left suddenly, Dominique was stunned and puzzled. It's driving well, why do you want to leave suddenly? Make way for Liang? Or is there some trick in there? He looked in the rear-view mirror, and sure enough, the silver mob started to accelerate. Without Letty's blocking, Liang is more unscrupulous. Step on the accelerator and go forward. The front is a small curve, the curvature is not large, and it is a comfortable arc. This kind of cornering normal speed does not require drift. But at a speed of nearly 300 per hour, even if it is a small turn, it needs to drift. Otherwise it is easy to roll over. He's going to overtake here. Dominic frowned, his heart skipping a beat. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that overtaking on a curve is the most dangerous. Vehicles can easily lose control and run off the road. Liang wouldn't be stupid enough to catch up in the corners, would he? Dominic doesn't believe that Liang will do this, but he also doesn't believe that Liang will do nothing. What will he do? Rumbling. The silver mob let out a roar of excitement. Li Ang has been stepping on the accelerator to speed up, almost igniting the nitrogen. The powerful performance of the Silver Thugs is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Even if Dominic tried his best, he could only watch it approaching in despair. Seeing that he was about to enter the corner, Dominic slammed on the accelerator and pulled the handbrake at the same time. Venom began to flick its tail. But the speed was too fast, the control was not enough, and the vehicle lost control and drifted out of the outer lane. Fortunately, braking in time to slow down, so as not to drift out of the road. Instead, it made way for Li Ang in disguise. Good chance. Li Ang stepped on the accelerator and galloped wildly. Not slowing down when entering a corner? Dominic was dumbfounded. O'Neill in front also stared blankly at the rear-view mirror, and then there was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Driving a van is really only suitable for driving a van. Every normal driver knows that you must slow down when entering a corner, otherwise the car will lose control and drift off the road. Just look at Dominica. Forced the curve to speed up, and the result floated out. If he hadn't stepped on the brakes in time, he would have flown out of the suburbs long ago. Li Ang dare not brake, but also speed up? How ignorant! O'Neill laughed, full of contempt for Li Ang. Go back to the van, ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly. But the result surprised him. The silver mob squeaked, then flicked, and drifted. Really don't slow down the whole way. It is fast approaching him. What? O'Neill stared at Li Ang in horror. What kind of magic technology is this? It doesn't matter if you don't slow down, can you speed up? Why didn't the car float out and the grip was so horrible? What car is he driving? After thinking about it, O'Neill was terrified. Compared to O'Neill's panic, Li Ang seemed very calm. Under his perfect control, the thugs steadily increased their speed and pursued D16. Gradually drifting side by side with him, the rhythm and angle of both sides are surprisingly consistent. This technology is truly amazing. Li Ang pressed the horn twice to remind O'Neill to look over. Then he raised his middle finger and laughed. Sorry, driving has never been so arrogant. Overwhelm the enemy with great strength. O'Neill's face turned blue and red with anger. This Asian is too damn it. Gotta give him some color and see. O'Neill gritted his teeth and turned the steering wheel violently. Want to hit Li Ang's car and make him pay. Here is the curve, still drifting. Once hit, Li Ang's car will lose its balance. As a result, the car overturned and caused a major accident, and finally had to be out of the game. It's a pity that he underestimated Li Ang after all. Li Ang was already ready to slam on the brakes as he turned the wheel. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, creating ferocious black tire prints, and blue smoke and dust were raised. The thugs suddenly slowed down and instantly opened the distance from D16. Just as the D16 steering wheel was fully turned, O'Neill was horrified to find that the right side was empty. D16 hit the void. The consequences can be imagined. The sports car spins out of control. The roadside is bumpy and uneven, and the speed of the out-of-control sports car is very terrifying. It suddenly rolls over when it encounters potholes. Like a trash can blown by the wind, rolling out all the way. The front of the car just touched the ground, and the rear of the car turned over again, spinning and rolling into the air. By the time the vehicle came to a stop, it had been severely deformed. The glass shattered and the front bumper fell off. The rear spoiler is also broken, which is even more embarrassing than a scrapped used car. How can there be a little bit of heroism? Tisk tisk tisk, how miserable. Li Ang joked. It's stupid to bring down O'Neill so easily. Ahead, the heavy locomotive is about to appear. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Racetrack Rush, Part 1. O'Neill's sudden car accident shocked everyone, including Tracy in the helicopter, and the audience in front of the TV. And Dominic, etc., were all stunned. The ratings skyrocketed to 27%. The scene of such a heavy car accident naturally attracted countless people to watch. Some are clever, and have already taken out the camera to record and photograph the whole process. That's what street racing should be all about. It's embarrassing to say this is a street race without crashing a few cars. Like watching an action blockbuster in the theater, every audience is hooked. Cool, hit a few more cars. I like this scene. He won this game. A person who can conquer even the death track will win the game. Everyone was optimistic about Li Ang, and the eliminated O'Neill was teased and ridiculed. Everyone yelled at him for being stupid like a pig. The wind is turning. Li Ang smiled slightly, hung up again, and stepped on the accelerator. The silver thugs roared furiously and smoothly rushed out of the corner. At this speed, Dominic almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Too fast. It's the first time I've seen someone make a car so fast. It's no longer a retrofit, but an invention of a new car. A brand new heart was given to the car, which is stronger than the original and has a more optimized structure. Such a terrible car modification technology, and the strength of driving a car. Why haven't I heard his name before? Dominic frowned, and this was what puzzled him the most. He has heard the names of people big and small in the circle. It is impossible for a person to rise rapidly, it needs to go through accumulation and precipitation. But Li Ang broke the rules and was born. A slap in the face of all the veteran drivers. And no one knows who he is? It's so weird. Dominic frowned and stared at the silver thug. He couldn't understand Li Ang. It was as if a layer of mist was shrouded in the body, and there was a thick sense of mystery on the body. Dominic is in a complicated mood. The previous Li Ang did not have so many ideas. He stays focused and has a lot of energy, because the real opponent is ahead. Warning, warning, dangerous convoys are approaching, please prepare for defense. The onboard system emits a red explosion. Finally come. Li Ang stepped on the clutch and shifted gears, and then stepped on the accelerator to further increase the speed. This is the time to wait. Then a large area of lights appeared in front. The four-wheeled off-road vehicle in the middle is arranged vertically. On either side are black Kawasaki H2RS, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. Aggressive and ill-intentioned. The heavy locomotive has been modified, with headlights added to the front. The silencer has been removed, and the explosions sound louder. After seeing the silver thugs, they squeezed the accelerator and made a buzzing sound. Release the clutch and shift gears, the front of the heavy locomotive is flying, and the speed is suddenly increased. 10 heavy locomotives rushed towards Li Ang like lightning. They're all trained killers who know how to put someone to death with ease. Sure enough, 10 people spread out in arcs in all directions like beautiful petals. Then the front of the car turned and all the headlights were aimed at the silver mob. This is a great trick. High beams are very harsh. Once it is directly shot, it can temporarily blind people and make it impossible to see the road ahead. The sobriety behind the high beam is also invisible. This can force the target to be confused, have concerns in his heart, and avoid the rat. The mental quality is almost, and he will step on the brakes and be forced to stop. That way they are more convenient. It's a pity to underestimate the technological content of the silver mob. A strong light is detected, and the filter mode is being turned on. The in-vehicle system automatically switches without Li Ang making a sound. The color of the glass is automatically converted, and the light intensity drops sharply, allowing you to look directly at the headlights. And it also maintains the night vision function. Awesome! Li Ang showed a sarcastic smile. These idiots, I'm afraid they don't know that the silver thugs have high technology. His speed remains the same. The heavy locomotive killers were a little surprised, but Li Ang didn't expect to be hit by the high beams. Seeing that they were about to collide, the killers raised their micro-rushes. Shoot wildly at the silver thugs. Da-da-da. Tongues of fire spit out, and the gunshots continued. The bullet hit the soil, and the sand suddenly burst out, shocking. Dominic at the rear frowned, stepped on the brakes and hurriedly turned around. Rush out to the desert next to it, so as not to harm Chiu. Anyone can see now that these people are looking for trouble with Li Ang. If you don't want to die, get away as soon as possible. Tracy on the plane also covered her mouth in surprise to prevent herself from exclaiming. God, who would have thought that good news would turn into a shootout? So hot. Surrounded by 10 heavy locomotives, and 5 off-road vehicles in front. Is there any hope of escape for Li Ang? The photographer was also excited and took a close-up on the scene of the exchange of fire. It's a pity that these people were all wearing black helmets and couldn't see their faces clearly. However, all the guns in their hands were photographed. Damn it, street racing becomes a gangster fight in seconds. Is this really not a movie? Reverse the car, back up. It's cold, it's dead, there are so many guns, it's impossible to run. As soon as you became famous, it was cool, and the gun hit the first bird. There is schadenfreude, and there is regret. They were not optimistic about Li Ang, thinking that he could not escape. It's going to be cold tonight. Continue the passion, 10 more today. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Missile vs Bazooka, Part 2. The people from the heavy motorcycle kept firing at Li Ang, and even Tracy in the helicopter could hear the gunshots. She was so frightened that her feet were trembling, and her face was pale. This is just the firepower of the heavy locomotive, what about the other 5 heavy off-road vehicles? I'm afraid there may be more ferocious firepower inside. Tracy's beautiful eyes showed deep concern, and she was anxious for Li Ang, who had never met. Fortunately, all worries are superfluous. The bullets of the micropunch are limited in power. It's okay to hit people, but those that hit bulletproof steel plates are slightly insufficient. Of course it is impossible to break the glass of the silver thug. Soft metal bodies are at best just paint. I saw that Li Ang didn't avoid it at all, and still sprinted away at extreme speed. The bullet hit it, making a ding-ding sound. Then it was bounced off by the glass, and no cracks appeared. What glass is this? The killers were taken aback. Even bulletproof glass cannot have this strength. There isn't even a crack in the past with a single shot. It's probably steel, right? Originally, the killers despised Li Ang, but the plot suddenly reversed. Li Ang was as hard as a turtle shell, and he couldn't help him at all. It's no wonder that the previous wave of assassination failed, and it really has some means. Li Ang in the car showed a faint sarcasm, stepped on the clutch and shifted gears, and the silver thug suddenly accelerated. Charge forward with a more arrogant attitude, unafraid of them. The heavy motorcycle driver was startled, screamed in horror, and hurriedly adjusted his direction to avoid the silver mob. What is the difference between hitting a sports car with a locomotive and hitting a stone with an egg? Thump! Someone couldn't dodge in time, and the front of the car hit the sports car. The people in the car flew out of control and flew towards the silver mob windshield. It hit the windshield, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Before he could scream, he was ruthlessly thrown out. Come and roll a few times on the ground. Even more unlucky is that Dominica's vehicle just drove over. Roll over him directly. The dignified killer just died under the wheel. A life wine, can't be saved. The people on the off-road vehicle were anxious and began to sit still. Pulling out the pistol and firing continuously, the bullets all exploded towards the silver. It was dense like rain, and the ding-ding-ding rang non-stop. Concentrate your firepower and kill him together. The person opposite shouted. Dozens of guns fired at the same time, forming a powerful firepower network. The bullets turned into countless rays of light, constantly hitting the silver thugs. Attempting to shake the majestic mountains with small stones is naive. Just these bullets, not to mention breaking glass, even the tires, they can't move. The silver thugs were unaffected in the slightest. On the contrary, it was Dominic next to him. The car shell was hit by a stray bullet, which scared him to slow down quickly. Also drive venom to the edge of the war zone. In the face of such powerful firepower, it is surrounded by circles. Even he didn't dare to face it, he couldn't even run if he wanted to. Only Liang dared to fight alone. Fake, what exactly is his car? Dominic stared blankly at the silver thug. In the face of the hail of bullets, there is no intention of dodging. And it was unscathed, as if the whole body was cast in steel, extremely hard. The bullet couldn't help it, and even Dominic was moved. For racers, the silver thugs are stunning beauties that everyone wants to own. Fake, get on the bazooka. The person on the other side became impatient. Going on like this, the bullet won't hurt a single hair on him. Not to mention getting the job done. With an order, someone outside the car window carried a bazooka and aimed at the silver thugs. The ferocious warhead exudes bursts of chill. If it hits, no car will be spared unless it is an armored tank. I expected this situation, but fortunately I prepared in advance. The man showed a cruel smile. He seemed to see the scene of the silver thug being blown to pieces. Liang became bloody and burnt to charcoal. And he will do meritorious deeds and be appreciated by Master Jesse and rewarded with a lot of money. For a consortium master like Jesse, money is not a problem. The mood is very happy, and the sound of laughter is issued. Seeing the bazooka appear, everyone reacts very differently. Tracy on the helicopter exclaimed, covering her mouth, staring at the silver thugs with wide eyes in panic. The submachine gun is already fierce enough, and it even uses a bazooka. Are these gangsters crazy? Aren't you afraid of attracting the SWAT police to get you into trouble? Dominic was also amazed that he could even carry a bazooka. The people Liang provoked were quite powerful. At the same time, gloating on misfortune, he is courting death, no one can blame others. Letty was in a hurry and wanted to slam the wheel into the car. However, Liang's words came from the headset, "Don't move, trust me." This sentence made Letty feel warm. With a hum, he stared in the direction of the silver thug. "Activate the missile, one is enough." Liang didn't panic at all. 3 missiles were prepared in advance. Originally prepared to deal with Dominic and O'Neill. I just didn't expect it to be used on this group of people first. The onboard system responds very quickly. Liang just finished speaking, the car opened a crack. A missile goes up. Pure white, small, and exquisite, it does not seem to have much power. But just one missile was enough to overturn the convoy. The target is locked, please press the red button to launch. The center console rotates to raise a button with a warning in capital letters. Just press it and the missile will launch. How powerful is it? To be honest, Liang wants to know too. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Legendary Driver, Part 3. Liang's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty sneer. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he didn't need to keep the other party alive. He is not the kind-hearted protagonist in the movie, and he never killed a single person in the whole movie. It's hilarious. Without hesitation, Liang pressed the button firmly. The missile began to ignite, and a thick plume of white smoke rose from the tail. Then a burst of yellow flames spewed out and flew precisely towards the opposing team. The momentum is mighty, fast as lightning. On the other side, the gunner of the bazooka also took aim and pulled the trigger. The back of the bazooka also spewed thick white smoke, and the strong recoil lifted the person holding the barrel. I could barely hold the launcher. Missiles and rockets passed by in the air. The 2 human murder weapons did not collide. The person driving on the opposite side was prepared and hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid the missile. Few a sigh of relief in the car. The driver looked at the rear-view mirror, and suddenly his face turned green. F***ck, the missile turned around and turned back. The missile is a guided missile that automatically tracks the target. Once locked, it is not so easy to hide. Ah, ah! The shout of the frightening missile hits car. The power explodes in 10 millionths of a second. A powerful flame engulfed the car, and a huge shock wave oscillated. Sweep a radius of 200 meters. The car instantly turned into a fireball, banged, and soared into the sky. The remaining 4 vehicles were hit by the shock wave. Electromagnetic pulses swept out. The equipment in the car tsitsily emitted electric light, all of which were destroyed. Brake failure, shifting failure, steering failure. All failed. Shocked by the shock wave again, the front of the car is sunken and the rear of the car is tilted up. It flipped 540 degrees in the air, slammed into the ground. Glide 70 or 80 meters, leaving messy scratches. Shocking. I don't know if people are dead or not, but the car is destroyed anyway. No one could climb out of the car either. The riders on the heavy motorcycles were the worst. When the shock wave came, it seemed as if they were hit by a big truck. The driver flew upside down in the air, screamed and wailed, and fell to the ground with a thud, breaking his bones. Several people fainted in pain. What's worse is that the person in the car fell to the ground and were dragged dozens of meters. The meat was all ground to rot, and lay on the ground, rolling and moaning. Life was better than death. Others landed head first, twisted their necks, and died. One shot of missiles overturned a convoy. The power is terrifying. On the other side, Li Ang depressed the handbrake of the steering wheel and gave his foot direction. The silver thug immediately flicked his tail, easily dodging the rocket, unscathed. So amazing. Tracy on the plane opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Ang's silver thugs admiringly. Little stars are floating out of it, and I admire Li Ang, who has never met before. Harvest a little fangirl. The photographer also recorded the whole process, and the explosive explosion effect made the ratings soar to 30%. The audience was so happy, it was even more exciting than the movie. This is definitely big news. On the outskirts of Jujin Mountain, missiles and bazookas were fighting each other. It really happened around me, making everyone scream and excite. So handsome. FK, even movie scripts don't dare to write like this. The explosion without special effects is so cool to watch. Good job, as expected of a driver I'm optimistic about. One hit each other 15, and all of them had guns. Legend. He's a legendary driver, he's a car god. When Li Ang won, countless people cheered and celebrated for him. They raised the wine glasses in their hands and drank the beer in one fell swoop. There were also people opening champagne to celebrate, laughing, and drowsiness was completely dispelled. So happy. If it was said at the beginning that Li Ang could win, some people would think it was nonsense. Inevitably a sneer. Now that the result came out, Li Ang won a big victory, so many people were surprised. They were all impressed by Li Ang's driving skills. Thumbs up to him. Even those who despise and disdain cover their faces and bow their heads in shame, acknowledging his strength. With such concentrated firepower, the enemy can still be defeated. Such strength is beyond imagination. Jujin Mountain is ahead, and they're almost there. The sharp-eyed man discovered the city in the distance. At Jujin Mountain, no matter how rampant the gangsters are, they must restrain themselves. Failure to do so will lead to official repression. This is considered a terrorist act, and the anti-terrorist team will definitely be dispatched. So before entering Jujin Mountain, this is the gangsters' last chance. Look, the gunships are here, they screamed. Li Ang, Dominic, and Letty all narrowed their eyes and stared at the sky when they heard the sound. In the front, an armed helicopter flew slowly. There are missiles and high-speed cannons hanging on both sides. This cannon is so powerful that it can blast through ground armor. Hit the human body, directly broken into 2 pieces. Even if it is a scratch, it will burst into 2 sections. No matter how strong the defense of the silver thugs is, they can't take many shots. Also hung 4 missiles left and right. Isn't it? What is the origin of the other party? Even a gunship can be dispatched. It's over, the sports car is going to be blown up this time. Who the hell did he offend? He even sent a helicopter. Have you run out of missiles? It's dangerous this time. People watching the live broadcast were worried about him. A generation of car gods fell as soon as they rose, which makes people sigh with regret. All the old beauty is worried about Liang, but Liang looks relaxed. Unless the opponent comes with an armored force, it will be very difficult to kill him. Come on, let's see who is the king of speed. Liang's eyes lit up. The silver thugs roared excitedly and rushed towards the helicopter. Be fearless. With tears and more, *. Chapter 46 Shocking, Part 4. The gunship made a loud propeller noise. Although Dominic and others were not the target, but hearing this sound, the scalp also exploded. The psychological pressure soared, and they were almost out of breath. It was already so terrifying without facing the helicopter. It is conceivable that Liang, who faced it directly, had an explosion of inner pressure. Enable missiles. Liang said excitedly. The pressure did not make him retreat, but aroused his enthusiasm and fighting spirit. A white missile rose again from the front of the car. This was the second one. Like last time, the helicopter was locked immediately after the missile appeared. The target is obvious and the trajectory is clear. It's too easy to lock the helicopter. Over there, the helicopter also locked on the silver mob, and one of the missiles burst into flames. It flew towards the silver mob with unparalleled precision. The warhead is aimed at the front of the car, and the trajectory is not bad at all. Oh shit, it's dangerous. Ah, I dare not look at it. It's going to explode, it's going to explode. Mom, how do you hide? Countless hearts were grabbed, and they were so nervous that cold sweat oozes out. As if he was in danger, he couldn't help feeling anxious for Liang. That's a tracking missile. The engine used on the missile is a vector engine, which is a rocket engine. Speeds up to 1000 km per hour. Cars don't compare. Once locked, only the fighter can run away. Everyone thought Liang was finished. Only Liang kept a sneer. Small tricks. He pouted in disdain. Seeing that the missile was about to hit, he suddenly stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel at the same time. The entire car slid sideways, shortening the distance. The missile didn't have time to change its direction and exploded in front of it. Bright lights and flames erupted, and an overwhelming heat wave swept through the sky, scrambling to devour the sports car. The shock wave roared. Originally, the car body was moving laterally, and it would roll over at any time. Now hit by an explosion, the silver mob immediately flew up and rolled in the air. Tracy was horrified and closed her eyes nervously, unable to bear to see Liang fall like this. A generation of car gods was killed by a helicopter. How sad it is to say. Countless people watching the live broadcast also exclaimed and turned their heads, he is finished. Only Letty had confidence in him. Sure enough, the silver thugs rolled in the air and fired a white missile while the enemy was distracted. At the same time, it fell steadily from the air, the four wheels were just on the ground, and finally the vehicle was flicked back. Pretty. The speed of the missile was very fast, and the helicopter pilot was shocked and quickly turned sideways. The missile and the helicopter brushed past, almost touching each other. Another one who thought he could escape. However, before he had time to be happy, the passing missile suddenly turned around and turned back towards the helicopter. What? The pilot's expression changed drastically. Guided missiles are only available in the military. Where did that guy come from? My heart is so regretful that my bowels are blue. If I knew that the energy behind him was so powerful, I shouldn't have looked at Chien to take on this task. Well now, no money, no life. The pilot could not wait to slap himself twice. However, no matter how much the pilot repented, it could not change the result of the missile bombing. The warhead impact hit the helicopter with a bang, and the helicopter turned into a ball of fire. A bright fire burst into the sky. It then lost power and spun and fell to the ground. Turned into wreckage, a blazing fire. Even if the opponent can fly, they are not the opponents of the Silver Thugs. A car beats a helicopter. Cool. Liang showed a faint smile, stepped on the clutch again, and rushed forward. After a few minutes of delay, Dominic and others have been left behind. He has to sprint to get the most favorable distance. Front. Dominic looked in the rearview mirror and witnessed the entire process of the helicopter exploding. The mood is complicated and shocking. Never thought, who can beat a helicopter with a car? In the face of such military behemoths, drivers often take detours. Take advantage of the terrain to ditch the gunships. As long as Liang has the courage to fight recklessly and win. This has a huge impact on Dominica. We also maintain a high degree of vigilance against Liang's group. Being able to get a guided missile is far more terrifying than any racing car. Dominic sighed. Liang stole the limelight in this game whether he won or lost. Buzzing. Just when he was distracted, the arrogant engine sounded from behind. Dominic's heart twitched and he looked in the rearview mirror. The dazzling high-beam headlights shot directly, with a ferocious momentum, pointing directly at Dominica's Hennessy Venom. At this time, Hennessy, who was originally a hunter, became an escaped prey instead. The Silver Thugs in the back turned into wild beasts, chasing after it fiercely. Furiously. No one can stop his speed. Dominic's face was pale, and this game was going to be cold. His speed can't shake Liang at all. Liang drives with ease in the car and is in a good mood. Now it's cat and mouse, he's the cat, and Dominic is the mouse. How he wants to win depends on his mood. Looking at the cool tail lights of Hennessy Venom, Liang showed a triumphant smile. Ahead is to leave the village road, enter the highway, and then arrive at Jijin Mountain. Victory is at hand. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Passionate Sprint, Part 5. The exit of the village road is not far. Distance of 1 kilometer. For a galloping supercar, it takes less than 10 seconds. Liang stared at the exit and stepped on the accelerator. The Silver Thugs made a huge roar and galloped wildly on the flat road. Dominic was shocked and threw the car across the middle of the road. I want to block Liang's way. Liang didn't even speak, and the fans were fighting for him. Despicable, get out of the way. Shitfuck, has the ability to be fair. What is blocking the way? This game is not fair. She yelled in front of the TV and scolded Dominic. Fortunately, Dominic couldn't hear it, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Blocking the way is a trick that drivers use to force their opponents to overtake. Tried and tested. Unexpectedly, this often used tactic has become a rogue in their eyes. If Dominic knew, he would be crying in the toilet. But for Liang, this is a trick. Want to get in my way? No way. Liang grinned and opened the lid of the nitrogen switch. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed down decisively. 8 blue flames erupted again from the 8 exhaust pipes at the rear. Imposing manner, like 8 long soaring dragons, soaring into the sky. The Silver Thug suddenly accelerated and sprinted, and the strong pushback made Liang excited. The body leaned against the seat tightly, and every inch of the body felt the pressure. Liang laughed and let the sports car gallop without any intention of slowing down. Straight to Hennessy Venom. Dominic's face changed wildly. This is a lunatic, want to die with him? If there is a collision, Dominic may not be afraid. But the rear end, he is the most disadvantaged. Liang is in control of the rhythm and doesn't have to worry about rolling over. He can only be forced to accept the collisions one after another, and his center of gravity is easily unstable. At such a high speed, once the vehicle loses control, it is a rollover. There is no chance at all. No matter what, he was at a loss. Dominic gritted his teeth and finally had no choice but to make way. The Silver Thug brushes past Hennessy Venom. The distance between the two cars is only enough for the next card. Dangerous and dangerous. Ha ha ha. Li Ang laughed happily, feeling happy. Unexpectedly, Dominic was counseled at the last crucial moment. In terms of timing and psychology, Dominica is not as good as Li Ang. The thrill of defeating the protagonist made Li Ang feel so refreshed that the pores of his whole body were stretched. Comfortable. Li Ang was in a happy mood. After overtaking the venom, turn off the nitrogen. Immediately at the exit position, Li Ang flicked his tail out. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a passionate sound again. The whole process was pleasant, and even Dominic was stunned. When he drifted, he first stepped on the brakes to slow down, pulled the handbrake to shift, and the sports car turned abruptly. The vehicle traverses almost out of control, almost hitting the guardrail before it completes the drift. Excessive force. If Li Ang is a swordsman who can dance with a sword, Dominic is a woodcutter who can only chop wood with a hatchet. A highly skilled and varied. One looks ugly and has no skills at all. Who is strong or weak is clear at a glance. The audience laughed when they saw it, and when they compared the two. They realized how powerful Li Ang is. The silver car drifts without slowing down, and the venom is obviously weaker. No one is his opponent, no. I want to be his fan and strongly request him to start a live broadcast. Cheer God, come on, I bet you can win. Criticism is one-sided. All are supporting Li Ang and cheering for him. The two were on the road, which meant the final battle was coming. They scrambled to speed up, stomped on the accelerator as fast as they could, and could hear their voices a kilometer away. Following closely behind was Letty, who was a little slower. Turning is fairly easy, though. The lines that drift out are beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Supported by the strong cornering performance of the Medusa, it is no worse than the Li Ang. It's just that the speed can't keep up with Li Ang. She can't fully use Medusa's strength yet. 3 cars were running wildly on the road. The road is a straight line, and the car performance gap gradually emerges. Looking down from Tracy's high-altitude angle, Li Ang's silver thugs are unstoppable. Running wildly in front, and the distance is getting wider and wider. The latter two couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Although Medusa is at the back, the straight line makes the performance of the vehicle appear slowly. At the limit speed, Medusa is not inferior to Hennessy Venom. Now that there are not many vehicles in a straight line, Letty can indulge. Enjoy an adrenaline blast of pushing back. Cheer and shout at the dealership. Dominic saw that both cars were overtaking him, and Medusa had gone hand in hand. Heart cannot help but impatient. He opened the nitrogen cover on the car and pressed the nitrogen switch. Hennessy accelerates suddenly, and Dominic slams his back against the seat. The sports car broke the deadlock in an instant, rushed past Medusa, and was about to approach the silver mob. Are the two strong to symbolize the championship? Li Ang looked at the rearview mirror, and Venom was rushing at an overloaded speed. Due to the limitations of the engine, this speed cannot be maintained for long. Otherwise, the cylinder will explode. Li Ang doesn't need to be in a hurry at all, and the Venom will die soon. Victory is ahead. Cities are coming. Asterisk. Chapter 48 The King of the West Coast, Part 6. Unlike Daxia's high speed, there are no toll stations in the United States. There are currently more than 100,000 kilometers of highways in the United States, and less than 1/10 of the road sections require tolls. Even if you encounter some occasionally, the fee is very cheap. Generally ranging from $2 to $20. The main reason why tolls are cheap is that the maintenance of already built highways is basically funded by federal government taxes. The state government only uses tolls for maintenance and upkeep on some of the older highways that are in disrepair. At that time, the American emperor believed that if highway tolls were to be charged, it would inevitably bring a lot of inconvenience to driving. This defeats the point of a highway. Of course, there is no high-speed charge, which does not mean that you really don't need money. Taxes are paid every month, the amount is $200, and the total amount is about 1,300 yuan. Because of the cancellation of the toll station, there is generally no traffic jam on the expressway. That's a good thing for street racers, too. At this time, the 3 cars on the road were at full speed and ran with all their strength. Hennessy Venom has a faint trend of overtaking the Silver Thug. But in the end, as Li Ang said, the engine of Hennessy Venom won't last long. After running for a short distance, the engine temperature has already alarmed. Then there was a whining sound. The speed is automatically reduced. No matter how much Dominic hits the accelerator, it won't help. It was like a tired, paralyzed man walking panting with tongue out. It's almost gone. The front of the car also started to smoke. Obviously, it can only run at a maximum speed of 600 km per hour. But he ran at a speed of 700 km without resting. This kind of overrunning can do huge damage to the engine. It won't last a few minutes, which is normal. Hehe, it's too fragile. Li Ang sneered and turned to the right. The Silver Thugs flicked their tails and slid into the highway exit with a smooth flow. Not sloppy, the action is natural and smooth. As Hennessy's Venom engine strikes, Medusa gradually becomes fierce. The fierceness is revealed, and it whizzes past Venom. And gave Dominic a middle finger. Perfect, what a woman with personality. Without Dominic, the Silver Thugs and Medusa have no rivals at all. Interspersed in the traffic flow, dodging left and right, the faces of those ordinary drivers changed greatly, and they honked their horns. Some clever people hurried to the side and evaded early. No one else competes with them for the championship. The 9th district is ahead, we won. Li Ang's tone relaxed. Yeah, you are amazing. Letty admired sincerely. Didn't see Li Ang's performance after the initial separation. But the last part of the team and the helicopter was very exciting. Letty had never seen a man so skilled in his car. Simply a car god. There is only one Li Ang in the world who can do it. Who would have thought that the driver of the van, the driver that everyone was not optimistic about at first, would actually be a big guy. The backhand won the first place on the West Coast. Even Dominic and O'Neill are not opponents. Even the first and second places in the competition were covered by his team. The power of Li Ang exceeded the expectations of too many people. Those behind-the-scenes consortia that sponsored O'Neill and sponsored Dominica. This time, I have to lose all my blood, and my face will turn green. Li Ang moved their cheese. Ahead is the 9th district. The 9th district is an abandoned industrial area with many abandoned factories. All old buildings. After new industries were planned, it became a wasteland. Developers are reluctant to come, and urbanites are also reluctant to go to the suburbs. It gradually became deserted and became a ghost place that even gangsters and fans don't want to come to. But it's lively here tonight. The music is restless, and the carnival and cries can be heard in the distance. The walls are decorated with colorful lights. Completely light up the 9th district. Young handsome men and beautiful women, dancing in the empty square. Handsome guys with handsome hairstyles, waxed, so handsome. The beauties are fashionable and hot, with suspenders and short skirts everywhere. They wiggled to the blasting music. Dance and wait for the champion to appear. Soon they heard the engine of the sports car. Come, come, the champion is about to appear. I heard an exciting engine sound. I heard O'Neill lost halfway through. You didn't watch the live broadcast, the one who drove the van won. What? People's moods are mixed, with surprise, curiosity, excitement, and shock. O'Neill lost, which they didn't expect. This was the conferred God contest organized by O'Neill for himself, and it stands to reason that he had already been fully prepared. Even if you lose, you will lose at the end, and the gap is not very big. Unexpectedly, I lost in the middle, and I didn't even see the end. Then the guy who drives the van wins? What the hell is this? They were all stunned, not understanding what was going on. Soon the lights of the vehicle appeared, and they watched intently. The silver domineering front appeared. It crossed the finish line in a dashing stance, with a thud, and the pillars on either side of the finish line spewed flames. Celebrate the birth of the first place. It's not O'Neill's car. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Crazy Earning 700 Million, Chapter 7. Unexpectedly, the winner was not O'Neill, not Dominic, but two strangers. A silver supercar, a purple supercar. Don't know what brand it is. And being given high hopes, the two most powerful people did not come. What an irony this is. After a brief silence, there was a burst of cheers. No matter who the champion is, the one who can get here is the great God. Even if he reaches the finish line in a van, he will become a genius and a star in the future. The glory of the West Coast. With the loud cheers, the Silver Thug and Medusa opened the door at the same time. The movements are the same, even the angle of the door is the same. This cool way can only be seen in movies. So handsome. Then Liang got out of the car first, smiling and waving to the audience. Next is Letty. All the handsome men and beautiful cars are ready, let's have a carnival. Tonight, Liang is the biggest winner. After tonight, he is the car god of the West Coast. A challenge to the East Coast is always possible. The next day, the weather was still sunny. Liang was lying on the bed comfortably, sleeping beautifully. He won the game last night, and everyone still gave him all the cars as per the rules of the game. Damaged, undamaged, the keys are all handed over to him. Someone was convinced, gave him a thumbs up, and handed over the keys with sincerity. Some people were not convinced, but in the face of the strong Liang and the large audience, he could only bow his head and present the key obediently. Fortunately, only a few cars were damaged, and most of them were still able to drive. This wave won't be too bad. Later, the system said that it can be auctioned on its behalf. Broken cars don't need repairs, just a discount. It will be available the next day at the latest. This made Liang very comfortable. Ding dong, this auction is over and a total of $640 million have been obtained. The system's words are like voices from the sky, pleasant to the ears. Liang, who was still sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up excitedly. How many? 600 million. Really sold 600 million. Liang couldn't believe it. I thought the system was joking with him. You can open an account inquiry. Liang did as he said, looking at a series of numbers in the account, and the whole person was stunned. Never seen so much money. 600 million, you don't have to go to work in this life, right? Ah ha ha ha, great. Liang rolled on the bed happily. Childish like a child. Seeing him dancing and dancing, he was really happy from the bottom of his heart. In the previous world, he was the Moonlight Clan. The moon is shining, the moon is poor, and the money cannot be saved. But here it is different, get rich overnight. With so much money, eating and drinking can enjoy a lifetime of happiness. It feels like I'm dreaming, which is really cool. If this is really a dream, I hope he never wakes up. Liang squeezed his hand quickly and could feel the pain. Prove that this is not a dream, it is real. So cool. Congratulations, the level has been upgraded by 1, and the soft metal car body has been obtained, and the reward is 100 million yuan. In addition to the 640 million just now, the account balance is now 7,000. Liang is so happy to fly. Congratulations, you have enough money to live, and it is recommended to upgrade the car. The system strikes while the iron is hot and suggests upgrading the Silver Thug. The Silver Thugs are so strong, do they still need to upgrade? Liang was surprised. Are all invincible, but also to upgrade, isn't it a waste of money? No one can match the speed of 700 hours, which should be enough. However, the system held an objection. The same car remains unchanged, it is easy to be targeted, and in the end it is very likely that Jingzhou will be careless and lose the game. To put it bluntly, the Silver Thug isn't a perfect car. If Liang drives thugs to the game every day, over time, he will always find his weakness. Don't underestimate the wisdom of human beings, the speed of 700 is not absolutely invincible. Maybe it won't be long before car companies get inspiration from the Silver Mob. Develop supercars that approach or exceed 700 per hour. By then the Silver Mob's advantage was gone. The reputation that has been accumulated with great difficulty may be handed over to others. Finally fell to the altar. Liang did not want this result, and the system would not persuade Liang to lose. So vehicle upgrades are necessary. The speed of at least 700 per hour, but also to increase. What's the upgrade plan? Liang wanted to see what the best option was. Option 1, buy a new sports car, Dioma's Nilo, keep the Silver Mob vehicle, cost 700 million. Option 2, build a new sports car with Silver Thug materials, costing 500 million. Plan 3, retain the Silver Thug body, and only replace the engine and power unit. The disadvantage is that the new energy does not match the original car design, the stability becomes worse, and it costs 200 million. Dioma's Nilo is the strongest car of the 4WD brothers. Using Mg stone as an energy source, it can emit super strong gravitational waves. Has unparalleled destructive power. Even the mass-produced Dioma's Nilo can kill the Russian Silver Fox, the new jumper and the runner-up German team in the first WGP. This car is fierce, but unfortunately it is only in the cartoon. Or just a model on a cabinet. If it was replaced with a real car, it would definitely be the existence of hanging silver thugs. Liang couldn't help but be moved. Turning the car in the anime into reality is absolutely cool. Vehicles are fine, but what about things that have been upgraded? Can the upgraded glass, tires, car body, etc. be inherited? Liang's expression was eager. These are all good things and should not be wasted in vain. In case of upgrading a new car, but these things are lost, re-upgrade. Liang really wanted to cry without tears. A new car is coming. Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Cool New Chariot, the 8th. For Liang's request, fortunately, the system is humane enough to give him two choices. One paid inheritance, spending 200 million yuan can be inherited to a new car without damage, 100% matching, no need to repurchase. Second, discounted recycling, but because it is a system gift and reward, the host did not spend a penny, so no money is given. One is to spend 200 million inheritance, and the performance is just as good. The other is that you won't be given a penny, and everything will be confiscated. When you want to buy it again in the future, of course, the price will be more than 200 million. As long as you're not a fool, it's already clear which one to choose. It seems that buying a car is not an option. Liang pouted. Also thinking about buying a car, keeping the silver thugs, and giving them to Letty. Well now, the price of Dioma's is 700 million. Where does he still have 200 million to inherit the upgraded accessories? Can only use a silver thug for a Dioma's. There are exactly 2 million left to inherit accessories. Even so, he still has a net worth of 40 million. I traded the silver thug for Dioma's. Ding dong, the system warmly reminds that the original Dioma's engine is the middle configuration and uses plasma power, and the top configuration Mg stone power needs to be upgraded at an additional cost. Weapons such as super gravity waves also require paid upgrades. Are you sure? The system emphasized again. Mg stone is mysterious and has huge energy. It is one of the most powerful energy sources. Due to the scarcity of numbers, the system charges for upgrades are excusable. Fortunately, plasma power itself is not bad. It is faster, lighter, easier and safer than nuclear power. Because lighter weight means faster speed and better performance. Liang is totally acceptable. How much does it cost to upgrade Gravity Wave? 50 million for the regular version, 100 million for the enhanced version, and 300 million for the Supreme version. The intensity is naturally stronger than 1. The regular version can interfere with a car, and the enhanced version can squash a vehicle and drag a plane out of it. The Extreme Edition can crush bridges and high-speed railways, and is extremely ferocious. You can buy a new car at this price. It's not surprising that the power is not fierce. Upgrade later, give me diomas first, and inherit important parts from the past. Received, debiting money from account. With a ding, the account instantly lost 700 million. 700 million has not yet warmed up and returned to the system. Fortunately, he left 40 million yuan for him, and he was considered a little rich. After a few minutes, the system prompts that the upgrade is complete. The new car has arrived at the garage, please go to check it. Liang didn't even have the mood to brush his teeth, so he got up and hurried to the garage. Use the key to open the garage door, and a brand new vehicle appears inside. The system has adjusted the appearance of diomas. The vehicle is all black, and the doors are in the open style that is unique to Batman. When the door is closed, there is no trace of the door. The cab seems to be closed to another space, breaking the tradition and cool. The windshield also turned red, like a pair of devil's eyes. Full of murder and threats. Anyone who encounters him will be under great psychological pressure. Handsome. Liang was overjoyed. I didn't expect the system to really move the four-wheel drive brothers car out. It's even more handsome than the car in the original anime. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Silver Thugs. Compared with it, Medusa is a petite girl. This is a man's car. Liang was hooked and was very satisfied with diomas. Just don't know how the performance is. How does this car run? Diomas uses plasma power, which has a track advantage over nuclear power. The limit speed is 900 km per hour, the torque is 20,000, and the battery life is permanent. Simple numbers, but ecstatic. Like nuclear power, plasma power is also permanent. And more stable and safer than nuclear power. Not to mention the speed, 900 km is disdain for the past and present. When the other party wanted to develop a sports car with a speed of 700 km per hour, Liang had already reached 900. Maybe when Liang came up with a plan for a 900-hour sports car, Liang broke through another 1,000. It is destined to become an existence that makes scientists desperate. Let's see what else you guys are targeting. Liang's mouth twitched with pride. Only by constantly refreshing the record can the opponent feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Or a lot of Minnick and O'Neill, who are studying tactics against him at this time. It's all based on the Silver Thugs as imaginary enemies. Who knew he had another car? Becomes diomas, a car that doesn't exist in reality. When they were full of confidence to find Liang to race again, only to find that he had changed his car. It is estimated that everyone is in a daze. Thinking of their surprised eyes, Liang couldn't help laughing. After closing the garage door, Liang started to wash and prepare dinner. It's not surprising that I played all night last night and slept until the afternoon. He made salads, steaks, and pasta, and the table began to feast. Turn on the TV at the same time to watch news and programs. Last night, the West Coast car god was officially born. Liang's popularity has not diminished, but it has become more and more popular. News reports still advertise his game to this day. Strange, why is no one calling me? Liang wondered, if he became famous, there should be a lot of reporters calling. He picked up the phone, only to realize that it was out of power. When charging and turning on, the phone instantly accepts thousands of text messages. Almost about to explode. Liang was stunned. Asterisk.